how long before we can start shooting back? Fast movers will be in effective PDC range in 68 minutes, she said. Do we have any response from Ceres? Because if they could throw a few spare long-range torpedoes at these sons of bitches, it wouldn't hurt my feelings. Fred Johnson's voice answered, calm and businesslike. I'm working on that now. Our new friends are closing, Alex said. We may have to get a little less comfortable. Understood, Holden said. The Rocinante was already under a 3G burn. Bobby felt it in her joints and eyes. The crappy juice dribbling into her veins gave her a distant, cloudy sort of headache and a taste like formaldehyde in her mouth. Below her, the rest of the crew, Holden's and Johnson's both, were strapped in for battle. She could hear Sandra Ip's voice bleeding out from Alex's headset, talking on a private channel. Naomi was talking to someone too, her voice rising from the deck below. The anxiety and fear in her gut were as familiar as a favorite song. The logic of tactics and violence spread out on the screens, and she found she could see things in them like reading the future. If Ceres fired a barrage of missiles or long-range torpedoes, she knew the Shinsaku tow would peel off to stop them. She saw how Alex would curve the Rossi's path to force a few extra seconds between the Free Navy's incoming torpedoes. The vectors of the enemy ships whispered things in the back of her mind about recklessness and aggression. And she knew that there were other people on each of the incoming ships whose minds were making the same analysis, reaching the same conclusions, seeing something she didn't or missing a detail that she picked up. All it took was one critical mistake, and they'd be dead or captured. One oversight from the enemy, and they'd get away. And along with it all, the shitty juice, the battle fear, the desperate effort of keeping her mind clear while all the blood tried to pool at the back of her skull, there was something else, a warmth, a sense of being where she belonged. Her team was counting on her, and her life depended on all of them doing their jobs with efficiency and professionalism and an unhesitating competence. When she died, she wanted it to be like this. Not in a hospital bed like her grandmother, not in a sad little hole on Mars with a gun in her mouth or a gut full of pills like the failures of Veterans Outreach. She wanted to win, to protect her tribe and wipe the enemy into a paste of blood and dismay. But failing that, she wanted to die trying. A snippet of something she'd once read popped in her head. Facing fearful odds, protecting the bones of her fathers and the temples of her gods. Yeah, like that. Shit, Alex said. I've got 6 more. We're up to 16 fast movers. I've got 'em, Bobby said. Why are they spacing them out like that? Holden asked. The Shinsaku's getting ready to flip and burn, Bobby said. I'm guessing Fred talked Ceres into helping. I did indeed, Fred said. Just got confirmation. If our PDCs are gonna have a chance chewing these fuckers up, I've gotta punch it, Alex said. Everyone in your couches? Holden said. There was a chorus of response. No one said no. Do what you need to, Alex. He looked over at her. Pilots and gunner stations were the only ones in the cockpit. It was designed that way because if systems started failing, they could shout to each other. They had to be able to coordinate, because from now to the end of the battle, no one else mattered. Every other life on the ship was about to become cargo. You good for this, Gunny? Let's kill these assholes, she said. The Rocinante jumped forward, hitting her in the back like an assault. Her arms slammed into the gel, her fingers against the control, barely able to move. The images on the screen went fuzzy, her eyes deforming past her ability to refocus them. She tensed her legs and arms, pushing the blood back to her core. The couch chimed and a fresh blast of cheap juice hit her bloodstream. Her gasp sounded like someone choking. 8 Gs? Maybe more. It had been too fucking long. An endless time passed, and then a chime told her the first round of torpedoes were in PDC range, and her targeting solution kicked in. Alex bent the Rossi's path, forced the attackers to shift. gave her an extra fraction of a second between them. The PDCs lit up, going gold on her display as they fired. The deep chattering tapped through the deck with each one like she was playing music. 4 torpedoes flamed out at once, but the other 6 danced away from the streams of metal, then spiraled closer to the ship. Alex banked hard, catching one with the edge of the drive plume, making the other 5 maneuver. She caught 4. The 5th shifted, evaded, streaked close. Alex tried to yell, but it came out as little more than a high squeak. The ship turned the extra 3 degrees to bring another PDC arc into play, and the enemy died, falling behind them in bright shards and melting in their plume. A message appeared on her screen from Alex. Take it to them? The 2 ships were bearing down on the Rossi, pushing hard to narrow the distance. She didn't know if that was bold or foolhardy. Probably they didn't either. Ships full of belters weren't known for loving high G burns, but this was war. You took the risks you had to take. But the 3rd ship had peeled off, and 2 points, her old sergeant used to say, defined an opportunity. Those bad guys were awfully close to each other. Done, she typed back, and didn't bother fixing the error. She routed the 5 torpedoes between the Pella and the Koto in a starburst. The Free Navy ships were firing PDC at the Rocinante now, the rounds coming like ropes of pearls on the screen. Alex maneuvered around them easily. Range was too far still for close-quarters battle tactics to apply, but maybe the Belters didn't know that, or just meant it as an insult. She watched the curving arcs of PDC fire shift to find her torpedoes as they burned for the abstract line between the 2 ships. 2 of hers died, 3, 4, but the 5th curved into the space between the Koto and the Pella where their tracking software would recognize that the PDC fire that would stop the torpedo would also riddle the friendly on the other side. The 2 ships lurched apart, and the Koto dropped a torpedo that took out Bobby's attacker just a few seconds before impact. The maneuver had bought them a few moments, but at the cost of 1/4 of their total torpedo stores. It wasn't a game she could afford to keep playing when the ante was so high. But by then, she'd put in her next firing solution and passed it to Alex. To his credit, he didn't question her. In a single instant, the gravity vanished, the Rossi's Epstein dropped to 0. Her couch slammed to the side, the hard spin of the maneuvering thrusters whipped them around. The custom-built keel-mounted railgun made the ship jump as it fired. It was the one weapon the Rossi had that wasn't standard for a Martian corvette. The rotation continued until they were back on their old course, and then 10 Gs slammed her back into her couch as the Epstein drive kicked back on and the counter-thrusters killed the spin. A high-speed 360 with a precision-timed railgun shot halfway through the spin wasn't exactly standard combat tactics for Martian frigates, but she thought her old combat tactics instructors would have approved. The sudden crushing weight of thrust brought a wave of nausea, and her heart stuttered in a confusion of fluid dynamics and pressure. She must have blacked out for a moment because she didn't see the Koto hit. Only the glowing plume of superheated gas expanding behind it where it had dropped core. Even pressed into the crash couch, she managed to smile. She waited to see if the Pella would break off, go to the aid of her fallen comrade. It didn't. Bobby fed a new firing solution, passed it to Alex, and they tried again. A weightless spinning moment, the kick of the railgun, and slammed back into the couch like an assault. The Pella knew now. At the vast distances between them, even the fraction of a second that it took to spin the Rocinante around was enough for the enemy to anticipate them and dodge. She threw 2 more torpedoes at the Pella, but they were shot down well before they could do damage. The Pella launched another round of torpedoes, but without the Shinsakuto and the Koto to box them in, Bobby wasn't worried. The complexities of the battle looked to be over. Now it became longer and simpler and worse. Something in her trachea slid where it wasn't meant to be, and she forced out a cough, her head spinning a little when she did. This was how they'd end now. A long, desperate race to see who ran out of PDC rounds or torpedoes first. Who had allies near enough to complicate the situation. But before any of that, there was the breaking threshold. The point of no return, at which they wouldn't have enough reaction mass left to match the thrust they'd already pumped into their vector. They'd be trapped in a desperately long orbit, at the mercy of whoever came for them. That was her hard deadline. Fighting to move her fingers against the built-in controls, she sent a message to Holden. Distract them. A moment later, a reply arrived. Distract them? Bobby waited for the inevitable calls for clarification, but was pleasantly surprised when instead the comm array went active. A tight beam. To the Pella. She saw the connection accepted. Good. She tried to count down from 5, but got lost somewhere around 3. She breathed through gritted, aching teeth and resent the firing solution. Float, spin, fire, and slam back into the couch, spine shrieking and mind fluttering on the edge of blackness. It hadn't done any good. The Pella had dodged again. There had to be a way. She couldn't let the enemy run them out. She couldn't let her team down again. There had to be a way. They could fire a fraction of a second earlier, but the keel mount meant the Rosie could only fire straight ahead. A tear pressed out of her eyes, slamming to the gel beside her ear like a stone. Were they still at 8 Gs? She looked at the firing solution through blurred eyes. There had to be something, some other way to draw a straight line. She could try again, but the Pella would dodge the way it had before. The railgun could only draw perfectly straight lines, and now that the Pella knew what their spin meant, its computers would be very good at predicting the slug's flight path and adjusting. Something there. The tiny, shining limb of an idea. The Pella would dodge the way it had before. So how did it dodge before? Her wrist creaked as she pulled the battle record up, moving back second by second. Twice the Pella had dodged the railgun. Both times by firing all her port maneuvering thrusters, sidestepping, and then correcting on the starboard. It kept her pointing the same direction, not veering away. But if it was a habit, she fed the firing solution in again. The moment of sickening spin, the bang of the railgun, the crack of the couch taking her in. But the Pella did it again. It dodged the same way. It was a pattern, and patterns were gaps in the armor. She could fit a knife in there. The formaldehyde taste in her mouth was heavy and chemical. They were out of PDC range, but that was only convention. PDC rounds didn't magically evaporate or slow down. Every tungsten slug that hadn't hit its target in battle was still out there in the black somewhere, speeding on as fast as the moment it had left the barrel. It was only the overwhelming vastness of space that kept every ship out there from being holed at random. This wasn't fucking random, though. Her fingers ached, her head ached. She didn't care. She pulled up the speeds of everything she had, PDC rounds at so many meters per second. Torpedoes started slower, but followed a sharp acceleration curve. Railgun rounds, she rechecked the number. Okay, railgun rounds went really fast. It was a puzzle. It was only a puzzle. There was an answer, and she could find it. There would be one chance. She keyed in the new firing solution. Everything tied together. You are mine, you piece of shit. You are mine now. She passed it over. The Rocinante shuddered, the vibration of the PDCs made more violent by the high G burn. On her screen, it looked like a cloud of gold. Thousands of rounds spinning out to kill torpedoes that weren't there. Too imprecise to hit the Pella at this range, and not in the right place anyway. It looked like a misfire, a malfunction. It looked like nothing. Then the torpedoes launched, 3 of them, spitting toward the Pella in tight curves. The obvious danger. Shards of white showing internal strain, vector, guiding themselves toward their target and accelerating toward the Pella's port side. The Pella's PDCs opened up, spraying toward the incoming evasion-drunk torpedoes. For long, terrible minutes, the pieces of her puzzle moved into place. It wasn't going to work. They were going to see it. As clear as it was to her, they had to be able to see it too. The torpedoes sped in, driving toward the Pella's flank and the withering fire of her PDCs. The Pella dropped 3 torpedoes of her own. Bobby's golden cloud of PDC rounds was almost in position. Alex killed the engine as he had before. Spun them. The railgun fired in the split second it came to bear on the Pella, the spine of the ship creaking. Before Bobby could see what had happened, the Rossi completed her arc, her drive returning as it had before. And the Pella, flagship of the Free Navy and private gunship of Marco Inaros, dodged the railgun round just as it had before. Just as it had before. By sidestepping away from the torpedo battle to its port, and into the path of the oncoming cloud of PDC rounds. There was no way to know how many hit, but the Pella veered off course, its main drive still firing full out even as it turned almost orthogonally to the direction of the Rocinante. Alex eased off, and a mere 3G acceleration felt like being light as a balloon. Bobby checked the stores and noted she already fired half her torpedoes, so she fired half of what was left, sending 5 more after the Pella, one after the other streaming toward the wounded ship's drive cone. The Pella had lost at least 1 thruster on her starboard and struggled to bring PDCs to bear. And then it got hard to see what happened, because the enemy drive plume was pointing straight at them, the Pella retreating up out of the ecliptic and toward the uncaring stars. Alex cut the drive, leaving them on the float. The back of Bobby's head was wet. Either she'd been sweating, or the tears pulled from her eyes had pooled, or her skin split and she was in her own blood. No matter what, it felt great. Alex was staring at her, his eyes wide, shaking his head. Slowly, a grin pulled at his lips. He started chuckling, and then she did too. Her ribs hurt, her throat hurt. When she tried to move her left arm, the elbow protested like it had been dislocated and shoved roughly back into place. "Holy shit," Alex said. "I mean just holy fucking shit." "I know," she said. "That was great." Alex whooped and punched the air. "We did it! We kicked their butts!" "We did," Bobby said, closing her eyes and heaving a deep, slow breath. Her sternum popped like a firecracker, and she started laughing again. A thin sound, distant as home, plucked at her awareness. She realized she'd been hearing it for a while, but hadn't registered it in the heat of battle. Now that she heard it, she recognized it at once. It was a medical alarm. Chapter 28. Holden. When Holden left the Earth Navy, he'd had a dishonorable discharge on his record and a sense of relief and righteous anger stiffening his spine. He'd thought at the time that the greatest irony of his newly fallen position in life was that, while his career options were now substantially narrowed and his status in the world dimmed, he felt freer. Looking back at it now, that freedom only earned second place after the subliminal, barely expressed relief that he wouldn't see any more ship-to-ship fighting. Since the Rocinante had become his home, he'd tracked down pirates for the OPA, battled over EO, the Slow Zone, Eolus. If he'd sucked it up and stayed in the service, he'd have been 1,000 times safer. It wasn't something that had occurred to him before. In all the previous battles, he'd been in charge. Working for so many years with a skeleton crew of only 4 made frantic action the norm. Between his crew and Fred Johnson's now, every station had someone in it, and a backup ready to step in besides. Even with the high burn pressing him into the couch so hard he could barely breathe, there was a deeper urge to do something, to take control of some corner of the action, to have an effect. The truth of the matter was that anything he did now would get in someone else's way. Watching the tactical map and trying not to pass out were literally all he could usefully manage. Even calling Ceres for help had been someone else's job. And Fred, in the couch at the far side of the command deck, had done it better than he could have. When a power exchange blew out and switched to the fallback, Amos or Clarissa had flagged it for repair before he could remember how to pull up the damage control schedule. Mafume and Steinberg were at stations amidships, Lambaugh and Droga down in engineering. Two teams of pilot and gunner ready to take over if the Free Navy cleaved the cockpit off the ship. So he watched the Shinsakoto falling away to intercept the long-range torpedoes from Ceres, and then shifted to the Kodo and the Pelamarco ships as they raced up at them from below like sharks. Naomi was in the next couch over, breathing in ragged gasps. He wanted to talk to her, to ask if she was okay, to offer her some sort of comfort. He tried to imagine her response. Something that meant, "I appreciate that you care, but the time to talk through my emotional well-being isn't during a firefight." It was just another way that he could try to control something, make something better, anything. She was less than a meter from him and a million clicks away. When the drive cut out and the ship spun hard, he knew they were dead. Then, thrust slammed him back into his couch. For a few seconds he'd wondered whether it had actually happened or if he was starting to hallucinate, but then he saw the Kodo falling away beneath them. Even then, it took a few seconds to understand what had happened, just in time for it to happen again. He heard Naomi cry out as the impact of the couch hit them all again. He wanted to shout up to Bobby that she had to stop it, that there were people in the ships, some of them belters, and anyway, no one had grown up in gravity hard enough that they could shrug off 8G impacts all day, crap-ass third-rate juice or not. But he couldn't even do that, because if she was doing it, she probably was right to. The best he could do was hate it and endure. All of which was why, when something finally did arrive that he could do, he was practically giddy with relief. Distract them. He stared at the words with blurry, aching eyes. Who was Bobby asking him to distract? The crew? The enemy? He forced his fingers to the controls, managing only with some effort. The answer came back just the same. Distract them. Holden stared at the words. As much as he wanted to help, there really wasn't much he could do that the ship wasn't already doing. The ECM package was spraying radio chatter at the pursuing ship, doing its best to blind the enemy torpedoes. The comm laser was throwing as much high-frequency light into the Pella sensors as it could pump out. As far as distractions went, the Rossi was already doing her best. He forced another painful breath. On the other hand, what else was he doing? And thinking about the comm laser gave him an idea. He grabbed the comm control and put in a tight beam connection request to the Pella. Maybe they'd think he was asking for their surrender, or offering his. Intellectually, he knew there had to be some anxiety in him. This was Marco Inaros, the man who'd killed the Earth, who'd tried to capture Naomi and kill him. But between the ache of the burn and his juice-regulated heartbeat, he didn't feel it. The tight beam picked up carrier, paused while it negotiated wavelength and data protocol, and then the connection was accepted, and Holden was looking up into the eyes of Marco Inaros. He'd seen pictures of the man, watched the videos of his press releases. He knew the face as well as he might any third-rate celebrity. Thrust had pulled back Marco's hair, stretched his skin, pushed his cheeks back and in. It made him look younger than he was. Holden hoped it was doing the same for him. He hadn't assumed that the Pella would break enough to make conversation possible. Whatever he was going to do, he thought it would be in text. But now that they were facing each other, he thought this might be enough. The monitor was only about 60 centimeters from Holden. Marco's would be about the same. It created the illusion that they were close to each other. He could see the little flaw in Marco's hairline where it curved back at the right temple, the blood vessels in his eyes. It felt intimate, almost embarrassing. And, motionless as they were, there was also an uncanny feeling, like looking into the mirror and seeing someone else looking back. Here was a man who'd taken on the fate of humanity like it was a part-time job, right here in front of him, close enough to touch.
It was hard to be certain what emotions were actually in Marco's expression and what Holden only imagined. A defiant sneer, then confusion. Maybe they were there. Maybe they were only what he expected to see. He was certain, though, that a malicious gleam came into the man's eyes at the end. The effort of working his controls showed in Marco's face, and Holden expected a message to come through. A taunt, an accusation. He was wrong. Marco clicked away, and a new face appeared. Younger, darker, as crushed by the acceleration, but unmistakable. Philip Inaros. The boy didn't look at Holden, didn't seem aware of him. Holden, it seemed, wasn't showing on his monitor. Marco was only giving Holden a moment to look at the boy. He didn't know what he was supposed to see there. Maybe it was a vulgar masculine boast. She may be with you now, but I fucked her first. That seemed about Inaros level. Maybe it was to show that the son hates them as much as the father. But where looking at Marco had felt awkward, seeing Philip was actually fascinating. Holden couldn't help searching for traces of Naomi in the younger masculine face, the epicanthic fold at the corner of his eyes.
The angle of his cheeks and the shape of his lips. The way he moved reminded Holden of Naomi struggling under a burden. What struck him most was how young the boy looked. At that age, Holden hadn't left Earth yet, had still been waking up at the ranch in Montana, having breakfast with his many parents before going out to mend fences and check the turbines at the wind farm. Thinking of the Navy because Brenda Kaufman had broken up with him and he was sure he'd never get over her. There were mistakes you made because you were young. Everyone made some of them. Thrust cut out. Holden's couch snapped to the side again, bucked as the railgun fired, and slammed back into him. On his screen, the boy's eyes widened as his couch swiveled. Something loud happened on the Pella. Someone shouted. The high whine of a medical alert. The tight beam dropped as the thrust gravity on the Rossi dropped back. Still more than usual, but after that long pushing at 8 Gs, his body's response was profound and visceral. Naomi's moan was half pain, half relief. People were shouting in his ear, delight and exultation. His mouth tasted like blood. His elbow ached as he reached for the monitor, switching to tactical without the in-couch control. Alex's voice, muffled like they were both underwater, reached him. That was great. We did it. We kicked their butts. The Pella was burning away, still under high thrust, but racing away. A wave of the Rocinante's torpedoes raced after them. Without thinking, he disarmed them. His fingers hesitated above the screen, his mind falling apart and coming back together and falling apart again, the way it did at the end of a long burn. The blood reperfusing through his brain carried strange, fleeting sensations. His left leg cold and wet, like he was standing in a river. The smell of burning hair. A sense of unfocused moral outrage that flickered and went out as suddenly as it had come. He pressed his hands to his eyes and coughed. Pain shot down his spine. His ears rang. Tinnitus. No, not tinnitus. Jim. He wrenched himself around, fighting against the unnatural weight of his body. Naomi was struggling in her couch, futilely trying to rise in the heavy G. Her face was ashen. His half-functioning brain leaped to panic. She was hurt. Something's wrong. This is my fault. What? He said, his voice rough and phlegmy. What happened? Bobby came down from the cockpit, muscles straining on the ladder rungs. Naomi looked from him to her and back again. She was pointing at something, gasping to get words out. Fred, Naomi said. He's having a stroke. Oh, Holden said. But Bobby had already surged forward, undoing the straps and half-lifting Fred out of his couch. At their current acceleration, the old man had to weigh over 200 kilos. Bobby nearly collapsed but stayed on her feet, her arms wrapped around his upper body, trying to pull him free of the restraints. Holden staggered to the lift and shouted up, "Alex, cut thrust, put us at 1/3 of a G. Hostiles are still If they shoot at us, do something clever. We've got an emergency." The gravity let go again. Holden's spine lengthened. His knees felt like they were swelling. Bobby, now carrying Fred in her arms, was on the lift, dropping toward the medical bay. Fred looked tiny, cradled against her, his eyes closed. Holden told himself that the old man's arm, draped around Bobby's shoulder, was clinging to her, had strength. He didn't know if it was true. A cacophony of voices shouted in his ear, everyone asking what had happened, what was going on. "Steinberg," he barked, "you're on weapons. Patel, take the comms." Then he pulled off his headset. The lift was coming back up for them, the gentle hum barely audible in the noises of the ship, and the only thing he had ears for. He willed it to go faster. Naomi put a hand on his shoulder. "It's gonna be okay." "Really?" Naomi shrugged helplessly. "I don't know." The lift came. They loaded on, descending for the crew deck. If the Pella got itself back under control, it could loop around. The fight could start again at any second, catching them away from their crash couches. Holden knew they should be burning hard, rushing toward Tycho as fast as they could. He walked through the tight military corridor into the medical bay. It felt like he was in a different ship. Everything was just where it always was, but it seemed new, fresh, foreign. Fred lay on the table, stripped to the waist. The auto dock was strapped to his arm, needles inserted into the veins. He looked weirdly vulnerable, as if he'd physically shrunk between the time he'd gotten into the crash couch and now. Bobby stood over him, arms crossed, glowering like an angel out of the Old Testament. One of the scary kind, the kind that kept you out of paradise and killed armies in a single night. She didn't look up as they came in. "How bad is it?" Holden asked. Somehow Bobby made her shrug an expression of rage. "He's dead." He didn't know how Amos and Clarissa got the duty of preparing the body, but whatever the mechanism, it turned out to be a good fit. Amos stripped him, and Clarissa cleaned Fred's skin with a damp cloth. Holden didn't need to be there for it, didn't have to watch, except that he did. They didn't talk, didn't make jokes. Clarissa swabbed Fred's body with a calm, businesslike intimacy, compassionate and unsentimental. Amos helped when Fred needed to be moved and dressed in a fresh uniform, and when she needed to slide the body bag under him. It took a little less than an hour from start to finish. Holden didn't know if that seemed like too long or not long enough. Clarissa hummed something as she worked, a soft melody he didn't recognize, but one that didn't seem to rest in either a major key or a minor one. Her thin, pale face and Amos' thickness seemed perfectly matched. When the bag was sealed, Amos hefted it. Easy to do. They were still barely above a third of a G. Clarissa nodded to Holden as they passed out of the medical bay. Her skin was bruised at the back of her neck and all along the arms where the blood had pooled during the burn. "We'll take care of him," she said. He was important, Holden replied, and wasn't ashamed at the catch in his voice. Something like sorrow or amusement flickered in Clarissa's eyes. "I've spent a lot of time with the dead. He'll be okay now. You go take care of the ones that lived through it." Amos smiled amiably and carried the bag out. "You need to get drunk or in a fist fight later? Just let me know." "Yeah," Holden said. "All right." After they left, he stood beside the empty medical table. He'd been on it more than once. Naomi had, Alex, Amos. Amos had regrown most of a hand in this room. That death had come randomly, stupidly, seemed obscene, even though it was mundane enough. People stroke out. Fred was older than he'd once been. He was dealing with high blood pressure. He'd been going without sleep, pushing himself. The juice they had was lousy. It had been a long battle and a hard burn. All of it was true. All of it made sense. And none of it did. The others were still at their stations, but the word had gotten out by now. He was going to have to face them at some point. He didn't know what he'd say to Fred's crew. "I'm so sorry." But after that? He brushed his hand on the mattress, listened to the hiss of skin against plastic.
It felt colder than he'd expected. It took him a second to realize it was the dampness from Clarissa's cloth evaporating. He recognized Naomi by her footsteps. "Do you remember when it came out he was working with the OPA?" Holden asked. "I do. It was the only thing on any of the news feeds for, I don't know, a week. Everyone saying he was a traitor and a disgrace. Talking about whether there should be an investigation, whether he could still be brought up on charges, even though he resigned years before." "What I heard was more equivocal," Naomi said. She came into the room, leaned against one of the other tables.
She pulled her hair down over her eyes like a veil as she spoke, then scowled and brushed it back. "The people I knew assumed he was a mole, Earthers trying to Trojan horse their way into our organization. Was it still your organization back then?" "Yeah, it was." He turned, pulled himself up to sit on the table. The autodoc, sensing his weight, pulled up the start screen, glowed hopefully for a few seconds, and turned back off. "I just can't remember a time when Fred Johnson wasn't someone important. It's just," Naomi sighed. He looked at her. The lines on her face that hadn't been there when he'd met her. The way the line of her jaw had changed. She was beautiful. She was mortal. He didn't want to think about it. "Every faction of the OPA Fred could bully or beg or cajole into coming together is waiting for us at Tycho," Holden said. "And we're going to have to tell them Marco won." "He didn't win," Naomi said. "We'll have to tell them we were ambushed and Fred died, but Marco totally didn't win." Naomi smiled, laughed. It was strange how it made the darkness better. Not less dark, just better, even though it still was what it was. "Well, all right, when you put it that way. Look, worst case scenario is we don't get them on our side. I'm not saying it wouldn't be great to have more of the belt on our side, but if we don't have them to work with, we don't. We can still win." "Only the war," he said, "not the part that matters." Chapter 29. Avasarala Gorman lay. Blinked, rubbed his entirely too green eyes, and waited for her to respond. "And you don't know where it came from?" Avasarala said. "Well, Ganymede," he said. "The transmission records are clear. It definitely came from Ganymede. But we don't know who on Ganymede?" "No," he said, nodding to mean yes, she was right. Fucking confusing way to express himself. The meeting room was a smaller one in Nectaris' facility. The lights were cold, the walls a brushed ceramic that hadn't been fashionable in 30 years. It was on a physically separate environmental system, so the air didn't have the recently rebreathed smell that most of Luna suffered these days. If the gunpowder stink of lunar finds was there, she'd gotten so used to it that she couldn't tell. Gorman Lay sat hunched forward like a schoolboy, a glass of water forgotten in his hand. He was wearing the same suit he'd had on yesterday and the day before. She was starting to think he kept it in a closet and threw it on whenever he had to talk with her. Weariness radiated from him like he was a medic on the last hour of a 4-day shift. But there was something else in him, something she hadn't seen recently. Excitement, maybe. Hope. That was bad. Lately, hope was a poison. So the report schema, or whatever the hell you call it, could be real, she said. Or it could be the Free Navy trying to fuck with us. Or it could be... what? Nutritional yeast with advanced radioplasts? We've been looking at how the protomolecule was able to grow based on some kinds of ionizing radiation. The rise of inflection at the end made it a question, as if he were asking her permission instead of debriefing her. Non-ionizing too, but that's really easy. Light's non-ionizing radiation, and plants have been harvesting that since forever. But Avasarala raised her hand, palm out. Lay's mouth kept moving for a few seconds, part of him still speaking while the rest was reined in. "I care deeply about all the fine details," she said. "Only actually I don't. Sum it up. If the numbers are right, we could feed maybe 500,000 more people on this base right now. The first runs we did looked really good. But if it's something that doesn't scale and the farms crash, we could lose days cleaning it back out.
And then people starve. Gorman nodded some more. Maybe he didn't mean anything by it. Resetting would definitely mean missing some production goals. She leaned forward, plucked the glass from his hand, and looked into his eyes. Then people starve. We're grown-ups here. You should be able to say it. Then people starve. She nodded and leaned back. The terrible thing was that her back felt better. She'd been at 1/10 of a G for so long, she was getting used to it. When she went back down the well, she'd have to re-acclimatize. When? Not if. Gorman was looking at her, his jaw set, his nostrils flared like a panicky horse. She had to restrain herself from patting his head. She wanted some fucking pistachios. "What's your doctorate in?" she asked. Structural biochemistry? Do you know what mine's in?" He shook his head for a change. "Not structural biochemistry," she said gently. "I don't know anything about whether this magic yeast recipe is bullshit or not. So if you can't tell, I'm less than fucking useless. So what are we here for? I don't know what to do." He looked young. He looked lost. The impulse to snap at him fought with the impulse to hug him. She closed her eyes, and damn it, but they felt good closed. This morning, it had been a coordination meeting with the Lagrange stations talking about refugee loads, then security and resources talking about policing guidelines for the people still coming up the well. Over lunch, reports of an armed uprising in what was left of Sevastopol, people panicking as food and water ran low. It was all bleeding together in her mind, one long, ongoing, weary sense of urgency. She wanted to be angry with Lay, but either she understood his frozen panic too well, or else she just didn't have the energy anymore. "Is it a good bet?" "I think so," he said, almost at once. "The data looks—" "Then implement. If it doesn't work, you can blame me." "That's not what I mean, if a larger-scale production run works here, we should really look at sending this down the well, down to Earth, where they were even hungrier." She opened her eyes. Something in them made Gorman look away. "Yes, ma'am, I'll see that it's done." She rose. The meeting was over. Only when she was out the door and shuffling across the yellow-gray paving toward her cart did she think about giving Lay some kind of encouragement, a pat on the shoulder, a gentle word. She'd backed him down out of habit, not because he needed to be brought into line. She used to be better at this. As the cart lurched forward, she pulled up a connection to Saeed. He appeared in a half-sized window that left room for her calendar and notes, almost too small to make out more than his V-shaped face and high, curly hair floating above a collarless blue shirt. "Ma'am, where do we stand?" "You have a report from Admiral Pychor on the Ensalada situation waiting for review. Is it going to say anything besides, 'The Free Navy fucked off before we got there, and now we have more people we need to feed?' Or do I already have the gist of it?" "That's the gist. There were some casualties on our side. The Edward Carr is also going to need extensive repairs." She nodded. Another fucking battle like trying to grab water in her fist. The cart turned, dipped into an access tunnel. 2 security guards saluted as she passed. The cart turned down another ramp, slotted itself into the high speed toward the government and administration centers at Aldrin, and turned again so that she could look back down the throat of the passageway. Gray walls with white archways retreating back and up. The air like an eternal exhalation. The architecture seemed small in context, insignificant against the tremendous scope of Luna and Earth. She clung to it like a lifeline. Reports from Ceres are that the Rocinante had ambushed, but escaped. It's on course toward Tycho Station. "Small favors," she said. "You also have a personal meeting on the schedule, ma'am." Personal meeting? For a long moment, she couldn't remember what it was, but as the high-speed line lurched, pulled her cart in, and began its acceleration run, she remembered that Ashanti had been asking to see her. Somehow her daughter had wheedled Saeed into putting her on the calendar. "Cancel that," Avasarala said.
Are you certain, ma'am? I don't want to spend half an hour listening to a girl whose diapers I changed lecture me about taking care of myself. Tell her I'm tired and napping. Yes, ma'am. Do you have something you want to say, Mr. Said? Said coughed. She's your daughter, ma'am. Avasarala smiled. It was the first time Sed had pushed back at her. Maybe there was hope for the little fucker yet. Fine, give her the first dinner slot that's still open. That's 3 days. 3 days then, Avasarala said. The high speed stopped accelerating, leaving her rocketing through the evacuated tunnel at however many hundreds of kilometers per hour it went. Enough to take her halfway across the face of the moon in half an hour. A body in motion remained in motion. It was a metaphor as much as anything. Stay in motion, because once she rested, she didn't know how she would bring herself to ever start again. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she'd meditated. It used to be that when things were bad at work, she spent more time sitting, not less, listening to her own breath rattle through the complex spaces at the back of her nose, being with her body in a deep and connected way that let all the shit settle. If she'd been keeping up, she'd have remembered to encourage Gorman Lay, for instance. She hated to guess how many other little fuck-ups she'd passed by without even noticing. The high-speed tunnel curved, pushing her gently against the cart's door. She told herself that between the war and the recovery, there was just too much to do. That was accurate as far as it went, but she'd spent too many years becoming familiar with her own mind to entirely ignore the fact that she was bullshitting herself. Meditation was there so that she could be with herself, experience what it meant to be Christian Avasarala more deeply. And since she was fairly certain Christian Avasarala was a bag of sorrow and glass right now, fuck that. Meditating deeply so that she could really clearly experience being angry and lonesome and hurt and horror-struck never seemed as good as a strong gin and tonic and another hour of work. She could be a basket case later, when things were under control. The high speed had just started slowing down when her hand terminal chimed. Sed looked contrite, but not so much that he'd left her alone. "Priority message for you from the Rocinante, ma'am." The fuck does Johnson want now? "It's not from Colonel Johnson. Captain Holden sent it." She hesitated. In his window, Sed waited. "Send it to me," she said. Sed nodded as she closed his window. She threw the readout to the cart screen. Whatever was going on, she wanted to be able to see it without squinting. The message appeared, flagged with red. As soon as she opened it, she knew. Death was on Holden's face as clearly as if it had been written there. When he spoke, his voice was careful and controlled. Hospital tones. Funeral. He laid out what had happened briefly, not giving any details she didn't need. The Pella had led the attack. They'd managed to fend off the Free Navy. Fred Johnson was dead. And then, as if Holden were having a stroke of his own, he stared for a long moment into the camera, into her eyes, without seeing her. All the OPA groups Fred called together at Tycho are waiting there. "We're on course and starting our deceleration burn, but I'm not sure if we should still be going there, or if there's someone you want to send, or how long they'll wait. I don't know what to do next." He shook his head. He looked young. Holden always looked young, but usually it was young and impulsive. The lost expression around his eyes was new. If it was even there, maybe she was only seeing it because she felt it in her own heart, her own belly. The message ended. The terminal prompted her for a response, but she only sat with it in her hand as the high speed came to a halt, the cart pouring itself into more familiar corridors. She looked at her hands, and they seemed to belong to some other woman. She tried sobbing, but it seemed forced and inauthentic, more like play acting than grief. If she'd been in control of the cart, she might have let it drift into the wall or down any random corridor, all unaware. But it knew where to go, and she didn't think to take it to manual. Fred Johnson, butcher of Anderson Station, hero of the UN Navy, and traitorous voice of the OPA. She'd known him in person and by reputation for decades. He'd been her enemy and opposite and occasional untrusted ally. The part of her that was still thinking noticed how odd it was, how implausible, that his death should be the drop that made her cup overflow. She'd lost her world, her home, her husband. If she'd kept any of those, maybe this wouldn't have destroyed her. Her sternum ached, actually ached, like there was a physical bruise there, and not only emotion left too long pressing at her flesh. She probed it with her fingertips, tracing the boundaries of the pain like a child fascinated by a dying insect. She didn't notice the cart had stopped until Ced opened the door. "Ma'am," he said. She stood. The lunar gravity seemed less like a force of nature and more like a suggestion, as if she could rise against it through simple force of will or the beating of her heart. She noticed Ced again, noticed that she'd forgotten he was there. He looked distressed in an officious, too pretty way. "Please cancel everything," she said. "I'll be in my rooms. Do you need anything, ma'am? Should I get a doctor?" She frowned at him, the muscles in her cheeks seeming to exist at a distance. She was piloting her body like it was a mech with failing controls. What would that help? In her rooms, she sat on the divan, her hands cupped in her lap, palms up, like she was holding something. The air recycler's fan had a little noise to it, resonant and unsteady. Wind passing over a bottle's mouth. Mindless, idiot music. She wondered if she'd ever noticed it before and then forgot it. Her mind was empty. She wondered if there was something coming, some overwhelming flood that would carry her away, or if this was simply who she was now, an empty woman. She ignored the knock at her door. Whoever they were, they'd go away. Only they didn't. Her door slid a few centimeters open, and then a few more. She thought it would be Ced, or one of the admirals, some functionary of governance, come, like Gorman Lay, to ask her to carry the weight of loss and uncertainty for them. It wasn't. Kiki wasn't a little girl anymore. Her granddaughter was a woman in her own right, though a young one. Her skin was deep brown like her father's, but she had Ashanti's eyes and nose, a glimmer of Arjun in the color of her eyes. As much as Avasarala tried to hide it, Kiki wasn't her favorite granddaughter. The girl always had an air of observing judgment that made being with her difficult. Kiki cleared her throat. For a long moment, they looked at each other. "What are you doing here?" Avasarala asked. She'd meant it to drive the girl away, but it didn't. Kiki came in and closed the door behind her. "Mother's hurt that you rescheduled us again," Kiki said. Avasarala twitched her hands, fingers splayed, palms up. Exasperation without the energy behind it. "Did she send you to lecture me?" "No," Kiki said. "What then?" "I was worried about you." Avasarala snorted in derision. "Why would you worry about me? I'm the most powerful person in the system right now. That's why I'm worried about you." "That's not your fucking job," floated at the back of her throat, but she couldn't say it. The ache in Avasarala's sternum sank deeper, pressing in past bone and cartilage. Her vision went blurry, tears sheeting across her eyes with too little weight to pull them down. Kiki stood by the doorway, her face expressionless, a schoolgirl before her principal, waiting to be scolded. Without speaking, she shuffled forward in the scant gravity, sat at Avasarala's side, and lowered her head to her grandmother's lap. "Mother loves you," Kiki said. "She just doesn't know how to say it." "It was never her job to," Avasarala said, her fingers smoothing her granddaughter's hair the way they had her daughter's once when they'd all been younger, some other time, before the world had shattered under them all. "Love was always your grandfather's work. I loved," her breath caught. "I loved him very much. He was a good man," Kiki said. "Yes," she said, running her fingertips through the girl's hair, tracing the paler line of her scalp. Minutes passed. Kiki shifted a little, but only a little. Grandmother and granddaughter were quiet. The tears in Avasarala's eyes weren't thick, didn't fall. When she blinked them away, none rose to take their place. She considered the curve of Kiki's ear, the way she once had Ashanti's when her daughter had been a little girl, and Sharnapal when he'd been a child, before he died. "I do the best I can," Avasarala said. "I know. It isn't enough. I know."
A weird peace seemed to flow over her, into her. For a moment, it was as if Arjun were there, as if he'd spoken some perfect bloom of a poem to her, instead of only her least favorite granddaughter bearing witness to her failures. Everyone had their beauty and their way of expressing it. It was only hard for her to love Kiki because they were so much like each other, exactly alike, if she were being honest. That made loving her too much dangerous sometimes. She knew what being herself had cost her, and so seeing herself in Kiki made her so very afraid for the girl. Avasarala heaved a great sigh, plucked at the girl's shoulder. "Go tell your mother I had something fall through, and we should eat together. Tell Side too. He was the one that let me in," Kiki said, sitting up. "He's a fucking busybody, and he should stop putting his fingers in my shit," Avasarala said. "But this one time, I'm glad he did." "So you won't punish him?" "Fucking right I'll punish him," she said. Then, almost to her surprise, she kissed Kiki's smooth, unlined forehead. "It's just this time I won't mean it. Go now, I have something I need to do." She'd expected her makeup to be ruined, but it really wasn't. A touch of eyeliner and a stray lock of hair tucked down was all she needed to look like herself again. She pulled Holden's message back up, let it play while she composed herself in the eye of her terminal's camera. When the prompt to reply came, she squared her shoulders, imagined herself looking into Holden's eyes, and started the recording. "I'm sorry to hear about Fred. He was a good man. Not perfect, but who is? I'll miss him. What we do next is simpler. You get your sorry ass to Tycho Station and make this work." Chapter 30. Philippe. The Pella limped along at a third of a G. After so long on the float, Philippe felt even that in his knees and spine. Or maybe it was only that he was still bruised by the god-awful forces of the battle now behind them. The battle they'd lost. He stood in the galley, a bowl of Martian-designed rice noodles and mushrooms in his hand, and looked for a place to sit, but the benches were all filled. The Koto had taken it worse than the Pella, a railgun round-holing the reactor and cracking the hull from stem to stern. Most of the ships Philippe had lived on would have died in that same second, but the Martian Navy had built with battle in mind. In a slice of a second so thin you could see through it, the Koto had registered the hit and dropped core, leaving the crew trapped and helpless, with only the battery backups to keep them alive. The Shinsakuto had been driven away from them, hounded and harassed by fighting ships and torpedoes from the Consolidated Fleet and Ceres. If the Rocinante had finished its job on the Pella, the crew of the Koto would still be out there on the float. Or maybe they'd be dead by now, the air recyclers finally failing and leaving them all to gasp and choke and claw each other in their death panic. Instead, they were all on the Pella, hot bunking with the usual crew, taking up space on the galley, and pointedly not making eye contact with Philippe as he looked for his place among them. His own crew was there too, men and women he'd been shipping with since before it all began. Amen, Miral, Wings, Corral, Josie. They were looking away as much as the others. Only about half of them were wearing their Free Navy uniforms. Koto and Pella both had dropped back to the simple, functional clothes that any crew might wear, and some of the ones still in uniform had rolled up their sleeves or left their collars open. Philippe felt his own uniform, crisp and fresh and done to the neck, and for the first time he felt a little foolish in it, like a kid dressed in his father's clothes as a costume. The murmur of conversation was a wall that excluded him. He hesitated. He could just take the bowl back to his quarters. It wasn't really that they were keeping him apart. It was only that they were so crowded now, and stung from having lost a fight. He took a step toward the corridor, intending to go, meaning to, and then stopping and looking back in case there was some slot, some corner of bench that he'd overlooked, some place for him. He caught Miral's eye.
The older man nodded, and Philippe thought with a sigh, shifted to open a little room beside him. Philippe didn't run there like a little boy, but he went quickly, worried that the gap might close again before he reached it. Caral was sitting across from Miral, and all of them sandwiched by unfamiliar bodies. A woman with dark skin and a scar across her upper lip, a thin man with a tattoo on his neck, an older woman, white, close-cropped hair, and a crooked, unfriendly smile. Caral was the only one of them to acknowledge Philippe, and that only with a grunt and a nod. When the older woman spoke, it seemed like she was picking up the thread of a conversation that had been going on before Philippe had taken his seat, but with a studied casualness of someone with an agenda. Con mis koyo, on the Shinsakuto, the Sires, flates, they are forever. Earth away from Earth. Forever's a long time, Miral said, considering the table like he was reading it. Can't think we know what a year, 2 years, 3 years down looks like, aber that's only shit and guessing. Can't see the future, the woman said. Can't see what's there though, no? Philippe took a mouthful of 2 salty noodles. He'd waited too long to start eating, and they were more than halfway to paste. The older woman grinned like she'd won a point, leaned in, put her elbows on the table so the split circle tattoo of the OPA on her wrist showed, almost like she was displaying it. All I'm saying is maybe time we start winning something, yeah? Ceres, ensaladas. Seems like Las Solas cocks we kick anymore are Michio Pa's, and not so much hers even. We beat Earth, Philippe said. He'd meant it to seem like an offhand comment, something thrown into the conversation almost at random. Instead, he sounded shrill and defensive even to himself. The words lay there on the table, like something broken past fixing. The older woman's smile was thin and nasty. Or maybe he only thought it was. One way or the other, she leaned back, took her elbows off the table. When she stood, when she walked away, it was with the air of having made her point, whatever it had been. Caral coughed, shook his head. No te preocupes, Filipito, he said. Why would I worry? Philippe asked around another bite of the noodles. Caral made a circling motion with his hand. All this, and every one. After a fight, it's the story about the fight, yeah? Yeah, Philippe said. Bist bien, I understand. Miral and Caral glanced at each other, and he pretended not to notice. The other crew from the Koto kept their silences to themselves. Oi, Koyo, Miral said, touching Philippe's shoulder. Finish that and come help me with some repair work, yeah? Still tracking down some danga between the hulls. Philippe pushed the bowl away with his fingertips. This is done already, he said. Let's go, us. The strike that had crippled the Pala hadn't been one thing, but a tight cluster of PDC rounds.
If they'd hit straight on, it would have been better. The top of the ship above the cockpit and command deck was angled and reinforced against exactly that kind of impact. Maybe it would have peeled back a section of the hull and made a hell of a bang, but kept the guts of the ship safe. The way it happened, the rounds raking down the side of the ship in a stream, was worse. The housings of the Pellis maneuvering thrusters and PDC cannons, sensor arrays, and external antennas had suffered. It was like someone had taken a scraper along all the exposed parts of the ship and taken off whatever could be removed. The damage had left a blind spot in their PDC coverage, but the torpedo that came through it had malfunctioned. If it had detonated, it could have cracked the ship in two, and the old bitch from the galley would have had to hope for the mercy of the inners to keep her leathery ass from drowning in her own waste air. The torpedo had still hit hard enough to breach the outer hull, though, and the long, tedious work of finding each bit of scrap shaken loose needed to happen. Leaving a handful of metal and ceramic shards to rattle around between decks whenever they fired the maneuvering thrusters was begging for death. So Philippe and Miral suited up, checked each other's seals and bottles and rebreathers, and crawled into the space between the hulls. The Martian designs were elegant and well-ordered, everything labeled along with inspection and change-out dates. In the white flare of light from his lamp, Philippe considered the bent plate of the outer hull, the jagged gash where the stars showed through. The galactic plane glowed white and gold and rose against the black. It was hard not to stop and stare. It was different looking at the stars as stars and not dots on a screen. He'd spent his whole life in ships and stations. Seeing the billions of unblinking lights with just his own eyes only happened when he went outside on a repair or an operation. It was always beautiful, sometimes alarming. This time it seemed almost like a promise. The endless abyss opened around them, a whisper that the universe was larger than his ship, larger than all the ships put together. Humanity could put its flag on 1,300 of those dots and not be a percent of a percent of a percent. That was the empire the Inners were fighting and dying to control. 100 more planets a dozen times over, and less than a rounding error of what was out there staring back at them. "Hoi, Filipito," Miral said on the suit's private channel. "Come around. Think I've got something." "Come." Moment. Miral was crouched down beside the power conduit for the sensor array. His light was playing over a bit of inner hull. A short, bright line showed where something had scratched it. Miral ran his glove over it, and it smeared. Ceramic, then. "Okay, you little shit," Philippe said, playing his lamp down the conduit. "Where'd you go?" "Follow on," Miral said, scrambling down the handholds. When they reached Palace, the crews could do a more complete inspection. There were tools to blast nitrogen and argon into every crease and curve of the ship and blow out anything stuck there. Better, though, to have as much done before they arrived. And, Philippe thought, there weren't any other people out between the hulls. As jobs went, it was the most isolated one that the Pella had to offer. All alone, that was reason enough to work it. Miral's little gasp of victory caught Philippe's attention and brought him down close to where the other man was hunched. Miral took a pair of pliers from his belt, applied himself to a section of conduit where the weld had left a gap, then sat back with a grin Philippe could see through the suit's helmet mask. The chip was the size of a thumbnail, jagged along one side, smooth on the other. Philippe whistled appreciatively. "Big one." "Sino?" Miral said. "Leave us a bastard like bouncing around like shooting a gun in here, yeah?" "One less," Philippe said. "Let's see how many more we find." Miral made a fist and agreed, then tucked the shard into a pocket. "You know, when I was about your age, drinker back then me, spent my time with this Koyo, always talked about fights he'd been in. Got in 'em a lot. Liked 'em, I guess." "Yeah," Philippe said, lowering himself farther down, playing his light across the housing of a maneuvering thruster. He didn't know where Miral was going with this. "This Koyo," he said, "mostly when things spun up, it was from the other bastard getting embarrassed, sa? Maybe didn't want to throw knuckles, but couldn't find a way to push off without his crew seeing him weak." Philippe scowled behind his faceplate. Maybe Miral was talking about what had happened on Ceres? It still bothered Philippe sometimes. Not the violence itself, but little flashes of the humiliation left over from realizing the girl he'd been with at the Ceres bar had gone. It wasn't something he wanted to spend more time with. "Quesa, he said, hoping that would be enough. But Miral went on. "Only saying, a man who's feeling like he lost face, yeah? He'll say things he doesn't mean because of it, do things he doesn't mean." I meant all what I did, Philippe thought, but didn't say. Would mean it again, to do it over. But it had the bright, painful feel of touching a fresh scrape, and he'd already come across like a shitty little kid once today. Better to keep his own counsel. And as it turned out, that wasn't what Miral meant at all. "Your father? He's a good man, belter to his bones, yeah? It's just this Holden bastard's a sore for him. Getting knocked back happens us allies one time and another. Allies talk a little bigger afterward. Not a good thing, not a bad thing, just the way men get made. Don't take it too close." Philippe paused, turned back. "Don't take it too close?" he repeated, making it a question, a demand that Miral say what he meant. "That," Miral said, "your dad doesn't mean what he says." Philippe turned his light on Miral, shining it through the older man's faceplate. Miral squinted, put a hand up to shade his eyes. "What does he say?" Philippe asked.
Marco's quarters were past clean to spotless. The walls shone in the light, freshly polished. The dark smudges that always built up beside handholds nearest the door, evidence of the passage of hundreds of hands, had been scraped away. The monitor didn't carry so much as a fleck of lint. Fake sandalwood from the air recycler didn't quite bury the ghost of disinfectant and antifungal wash. Even the gimbals on the crash couch sparkled in the gentle light. His father, watching the monitor, was also groomed to an eerie perfection. His hair clean and perfectly in place. His beard soft and brown and trimmed so well it seemed almost false. His uniform looked like it had never been worn before, crisp lines and clean folds. The seams set perfectly, as if by his own precision and the force of his will, he could haul all the rest of the ship up to his standards. Like all the control Marco had spread across the system had been concentrated in one place. Not an atom in the air was out of place. Rosenfeld was on the monitor. Philippe caught the words "other eventualities" before Marco stopped the playback and turned to him. "Yes?" Marco said. Philippe couldn't tell what was in his voice. Calm, yeah, but Marco had 1,000 varieties of calm, and not all of them meant things were okay. Philippe was too aware that they hadn't really spoken since the battle. "Was talking to Miral," Philippe said, crossing his arms and leaning against the doorframe. Marco didn't move, not a nod, not a glance away. His dark eyes left Philippe feeling exposed and uncertain, but there wasn't a way to step back from this. Not without asking. "Said you were telling how what happened was my fault?" Because it was. The words were simple, matter of fact. There was no heat to them, no sneer or accusation. Philippe felt them like a blow to the chest. "Okay," he said. "Bien. You were the gunner, and they got away." Marco spread his arms in a quick surgical shrug.
Was it a question? Or maybe you're saying it was my fault for thinking you could do it? It took Philip an extra try to talk past his throat. Didn't drive us into those rounds? Me, he said. Gunner, me, not the pilot. And didn't have a railgun? Yeah. Pinche Holden had a railgun. His father tilted his head to one side. I just told you that you failed. Now you're giving me reasons why it's okay that you failed? Is that how it works? Philip knew the kind of calm now. No, he said. Then, no sir. Good. Bad enough that you fucked it up. Don't start bawling over it too. Not, Philip said, but there were tears in his eyes. Shame ran through his blood like bad drugs and left him shaking. Not bawling, me. Then own it. Say it like a man. Say, I fucked it up. I didn't, Philip thought. It wasn't my fault. I fucked it up. All right then, Marco said. I'm busy. Close the door when you go. Yeah, okay. As Philip turned, Marco shifted back to the monitor. His voice was soft as a sigh. Crying and excuses are for girls, Philip. Sorry, Philip said, and pulled the door to behind him. He walked down the narrow corridor. Voices from the lift, voices from the galley. 2 crews in the space of 1, and he couldn't stand to be near any of them, not even Miral, especially not Miral. He put me up, Philip thought. It was like Miral said. They hadn't kept hold of Ceres, and then Pa had insulted him by breaking away. This was supposed to be the thing to show the Free Navy couldn't be fucked with, and all 3 of their wolves together hadn't been able to stop the fucking Rocinante. Marco had been humiliated, and shit floated against the spin. That was all it was. Still, the space below Philip's ribs ached like he'd been punched. It wasn't his fault. It was his fault. He wasn't bawling out excuses, except that was absolutely what he'd done. He turned on the light in his cabin. One of the engineering techs was hot bunking there, blinking up into the light like a baby mouse. Kiss the man said. I'm tired, Philip said. Be tired somewhere else, the tech said. I've got 2 more hours down. Philip put his heel against the crash couch and spun it. The tech reached out a hand, stopped it, and unstrapped. Fine, he said. You're so fucking tired, sleep then. The tech took his clothes, muttering under his breath, and left.
Philip locked the door behind him and folded himself into the couch, still in his uniform that stank of sweat and the vac suit seals. The tears tried to come then, but he bit them back, pushed the hurt down into his gut until it settled into something else. Marco was wrong. His father had embarrassed himself because Holden and Johnson and Naomi got past them. It was like Muriel said. Men got like that, and they said things they didn't mean, did things they wouldn't do if they were thinking straight. Philip hadn't fucked it up. Marco was wrong, that was all. This time, he just got it wrong. Words came into his mind, as clear as if they'd been spoken. Though he'd never heard her speak them, they came in his mother's voice. Wonder what else he got wrong. Chapter 31. Pa Eugenia was a terrible place to put a base of operations. It was less an asteroid than a complex pile of loose scrap and black gravel traveling in company. Neither the asteroid itself nor the tiny moon that circled it had ever suffered the gravity to press them together, or the heat it would take to fuse them. Eugenia and other Danyayart like it offered nothing solid to build on, no internal structure to shore up. Even mining it was hard, the tissue of the asteroid too fast to shift and fall apart. Build a dome there, and the air would seep out through the ground it was built on. Try to spin it up, and it would fly apart. The science station that Earth had built there 3 generations ago and abandoned was little more than a ruin of sealed concrete and flaking ceramic, a ghost town of the belt. The only things that had to recommend it at all were that it wasn't inhabited already, and its orbit wasn't too distant from Ceres, and the questionable protection of the consolidated fleet. And even that proximity was only temporary. With Ceres' orbital period a couple % faster than Eugenia's, every day added a little bit to the distance between them, stretching the bubble of safety until it would eventually, inevitably, pop. In fairness, if they were still using it to escape the Free Navy when Eugenia and Ceres drifted to the far side of the sun from each other, they'd have bigger problems. Instead of trying to build on the surface of the asteroid, Michio's little fleet had begun assembling a Naklea port that orbited around Eugenia's main body. Shipping containers welded one to another to make passageways, warehouses, airlocks. A tiny reactor was enough to keep the air circulating and enough heat to balance what was lost to radiation. It was temporary by design. Inexpensive, fast to assemble, and made from materials so standardized and ubiquitous that a solution discovered once could be applied in 1,000 other situations. It grew from a seed of 3 or 4 containers, spreading out, connecting, reinforcing, making distance where distance was needed, bringing together where it wasn't, spreading like a snowflake, the white of rotting sealant. There were stories of the poorest belters living in Naklea stations for years, but more often they were used as Michio used them, storage and refueling stations, floating warehouses without taxes or tariffs to bite into the operating budgets of the prospector, hyper-distilled water to give pirates reaction mass, and potables and oxygen. The older siblings to the scattered supply dumps the Free Navy had consigned to the void. On her monitor, it looked like some ancient sea creature, still experimenting with multiple cells. And beside it, the Panchine, compact and sleek. The ship had matched orbits so precisely it seemed motionless beside the port, as if the two were connected. The flares of working lights and welding torches studded the station's skin, and the spidery shapes of mechs shepherded supplies to it from the Panchine. The Connacht had shut down its Epstein hours before to keep from slagging the port and the Panchine besides, and eased into her own gentle orbit on maneuvering thrusters. The deceleration burn was less like thrust-gravity than a suggestion that Michio snuggle into her crash couch. "They're painting us, should I acknowledge?" Evans asked. Everything was a question with him now. Ever since the scare at Ceres Station, his confidence had shattered. It was a problem, but like so many of her problems, she wasn't sure how to fix it. "Please do," she said. "Let them know I'll be coming over." "Yes, sir," Evans said, turning to his monitor. Michio stretched, forcing her blood along its course. She didn't know why she should feel anxious about seeing Azio Rodriguez again. She had known him for years, on and off.
another partner in the ongoing struggle to keep the belt from being used and discarded by the Inners and their allies. Only now he'd taken her side against the Free Navy. This would be the first time she'd breathed his same air since her relief effort had become what it had become. And what did you take to a meeting with a man who'd agreed with you to risk his life and the lives of his crew? A thank you card? Michio laughed, and Oksana looked over. Michio shook her head. It wouldn't be funny out loud. The Punshin acknowledges, sir, Evans said. Captain Rodriguez is on the port. Then the port it is, Michio said, unstrapping herself. Oksana, the ship's yours. Sir, Oksana said, but there was a little disappointment in the word. She'd wanted to come along too, but someone had to keep an eye on Evans, and those two had been coming closer of late. Maybe having some time alone with Oksana would put Evans in a place where he could talk about what was bothering him. Better if the impulse came from him. Ordering someone to disclose their private fears wasn't good leadership.
And no matter how much Michio was his wife, she was also his captain. The Connet came to her place less than a kilometer from the pension in Eugeniaport. That was Oksana showing off a little, but Michio didn't mind. It made her transit short and easy. The vac suit was Martian, armored but not powered. Well made, like everything Marco had bartered for. Bertold and Nadia came with, each carrying a sidearm. They passed out of the Connaught's airlock and into the gap, moving slow to conserve fuel and talking about whose turn it was to cook that night while the stars slid between their feet. Michio felt the unexpected tug of happiness. It was amazing to think that people live their whole lives on a planet's surface and never had even one moment like this one, the closeness of intimate family and a vastness to rival God in the same breath. The airlock was set halfway into one of the shipping containers, the walls cutting off the spread of the galaxy before they reached the door. All three cycled in together. As soon as the indicator went green, Michio checked her suit to confirm and then turned off her own oxygen supply and cracked open her seals. The air inside the port stank of spent oxyfuel and overheated metal. The percussion of someone's music carried farther than the rest of the song, making the port throb a little, a steady mechanical heartbeat. The lights were all unsoftened LEDs, sharp-edged shadows creeping along the ceramic walls as they pulled themselves through the long corridors. Magnetic pallets clung to the surfaces, making no distinction between wall, floor, and ceiling. Old hand terminals had been fixed to each, showing what it contained, where it had come from. A woman in a transport mech shifted away to the side as they passed, the arms of the mech pulling in close like a spider. She saluted to Michio and Bertold and Nadia equally, with an air that said she didn't know who they were and didn't care. So long as they were on the same side, they were good with her. They found Captain Rodriguez in one of the hubs. 9 containers opened their mouths in each of the 6 directions, 54 in all, and were meant to be packed full. Michio could tell at a glance that they weren't. Ezio Rodriguez was a thin-faced man with a trim beard streaked with white, though the rest of his face looked young. He wore his hair cut to the scalp. His suit, like hers, was Martian design. Unlike her, he'd customized it. A starburst blazon on the back between his shoulder blades, and the split circle of the OPA as if it were on armband. Half a dozen other people were moving pallets in the containers around them, shouting to each other through the free air instead of using their radios. Their voices echoed. "Captain Ba," Rodriguez said. "Bien avisé. Been to long." "Captain," Michio said. "The Connaughts come to relieve you. Take our turn building and standing guard, Sasa?" "Welcome to it," Rodriguez said, spreading his arms. "Not much, not nothing." Each of Michio's little fleet, alone or in pair, had taken turns building and guarding the port, while the others hunted colonists or gathered the supplies scattered into space, dodging Marco's ships while they did it. The Solano had taken another of the colony ships, the Brilliant Iris, out of Luna and was escorting it toward Ceres to pay their dues to Caesar. Eugeniaport was too small to accommodate a ship that large anyway.
The Serio Mall, on the other hand, was picking up the dark containers flung off Pallas and Ceres. Those were destined for Eugenia, and from there to wherever they were needed most. Delivering the supplies to Kelso and Ipatus was the most dangerous duty, and Michio reserved it for herself. Worse than that would be not going. "Looks thin, Quay," she said. "Looks because is," Rodriguez said. "Gathering up's been Rollo these last times, not getting what we were before. Some, though." "Enough?" Rodriguez laughed like she'd made a joke. "Got something interesting, though. Something for you." Michio felt the hair at the back of her neck stand up. This felt wrong. "You shouldn't have." "Couldn't pass it by," Rodriguez said, firing his suit's thruster toward an accessway. "Over this way, I'll show." He didn't tell her to leave Bertold and Nadia, which was good. She wouldn't have. But she didn't know whether to be reassured that he hadn't tried to peel away her guards or frightened that maybe they didn't matter. "Bertold," she said as they followed the other captain. "Savvy," he said, his hand on the butt of his gun as if it had only come to rest there. Nadia was the same. They fell into a guarding formation as naturally as blinking. When Rodriguez reached the walls of the port, he landed with a clank, turning on his mag boot and killing his momentum with his knees. The music they'd heard before was gone now, and Rodriguez looked behind them, as if making sure they weren't followed, or else that they were. "Making me nervous, Koyo," Michio said, walking after him. "Something you want to say?" "Bon si, aber not here," Rodriguez said, the lightness gone from his voice and a grim tension in its place. "Smuggled past the smugglers, this one. Not feeling better. You will or you won't. Come Alesla." The container he took them to had a little office built out from the side, scrap welded together with its own airlock. Rodriguez keyed in a passcode. Bertold stretched his arms, blew out his breath, like a weightlifter about to try more than his usual load. "Love you," Nadia said, her voice calm and conversational as if she wasn't saying it in case they were her last words. The airlock opened and a man popped out. Thin frame, dark hair in curls. "Is she here?" he said, and then, "Oh, there you are." A shock of surprise, the uncertainty of whether this was a threat or something more interesting. "Sandrani, Nico, Rodriguez said, pushing Sandrani back through the airlock. "Not here. Didn't sneak through to ass end of nothing to wave you like a flag. Get back safe in." When Sandrani had retreated, Rodriguez turned to Michio, motioning that she should follow. When she hesitated, he lifted his arm to his sides, cruciform. "Got no guns, me. Esta goes bad. La duela can shoot me." "Can," Bertold agreed. His sidearm was drawn, but not pointed. "Not yet." "All right then," Michio said, clomping forward in her boots, the magnets dragging her down against the floors, holding her and letting her go again with every step. In the little office, Sandrani sat strapped onto a stool before a thin desk. Another waited across from him. She didn't see a trap, didn't know what she was looking at. "Are you looking to change sides?" she asked. Sandrani made a deep, impatient cough. "I'm here to tell you why you're killing everyone in the fucking belt. You and Marco both. You two should be on my side." "Does he know you're here? Am I dead already?" "No, he doesn't. That's how desperate I've gotten. I try to talk to Rosenfeld, but he's only talking to Marco. No one knows where Dawes got to. They won't listen." There was a desperation in his voice, high and thin as a bow against a string. "All right," she said, moving to the stool, pulling the belt across her lap. "I'll listen." Sandrani relaxed and pulled up a diagram from the desk's display. A complex series of curves laid over X and Y axes. "We made assumptions when we started this," he said. "We made plans. Good ones, I think. But we didn't follow them." "Dewey," Michio said. "First thing we did," he said, "was destroy the biggest source of wealth and complex organics in the system. The only supply of complex organics that work with our metabolisms. The worlds on the other side of the ring? Different genetic codes, different chemistries. Not something we can import and eat. But that was okay. Projections were clear. We could build a new economy, put together infrastructure, make a sustainable network of microecologies in a cooperative, competitive matrix. Base the currencies on Nico, she said. Right, right.
We needed to start building it all as soon as the rocks fell. I know, she said. You don't, he said. Tears sheeted across his eyes, clung to his skin. No recycling process is perfect. Everything degrades. The colony ships, the supplies, they're all stopgap. They're the measure of how long we have to make a living belt. Look here. This green curve is the projected output of the new economic models. The ones we're not doing, yeah? And this, he pointed to a descending red curve, is the best case of how long the conscripted supplies will last. Equilibrium is here, 5 years out. All right. And this line here, the base we would need between them to keep the present population of the belt alive. We stay above it. We would, Sendrani said, if we'd kept to the plan. Here's where we are now. He shifted the green line. Michio felt her throat tighten as she understood what she was looking at. We're fine now, Sendrani said. We'll be fine for 3 years, maybe 3.5. Then the recycling system stopped being able to meet demand. We won't have infrastructure in place to fill the gaps, and then we'll starve. Not just Earth, not just Mars, the belt too. And once we start, we'll have no way to stop. All right, Michio said. How do we fix it? I don't know, Sendrani said. The Panshin left a day later, taking Sendrani and what little remained of Michio's peace of mind with it. Her crew did their part, building out the port, ringing the new wires. Messages seeped into the Connaught's antennas, some of them for her. Iapetus needed more food-grade magnesium. A collection of prospecting ships had exhausted their filters and needed replacements. The Free Navy poured out what they called news, some of it about how much belter material Shed given over to the enemy. Whenever she tried to sleep, the sense of dread welled up in her heart. When the hard times came, when the starving began, it would come like a ratchet. It was hard to make a new, shining city in the void when the people designing it, building it, living in it were dying from want. When they were dying because she and Marco were at each other's throats instead of following the plan. She had to remind herself that she hadn't been the one to change things. Marco had gone off script before her. She'd made her break because he had. She was trying to help. Only when she closed her eyes, she saw the red line sloping down toward nothing, and no upward grin swoop to answer it. 3 years, maybe 3.5. But to make it work, they had to start now. Had to have started already. Or they had to make a very new plan, and neither she nor Sendrani knew what that was. The others avoided her, giving her food and water and space to think. She woke alone, worked her shift, slept alone, and didn't feel the loss of company. And so she was surprised when Laura came to find her in the gym. "Message came for you, Captain," she said. Not Mitchie, but Captain. So Laura was not her wife then, but her comm officer on duty. Michio let the tension bands slide back into their housings and wicked the sweat off her skin with a towel. "What is it?" "Tight beam relayed through Ceres," Laura said. "It's from the Rocinante en route to Tycho Station. It's flagged captain to captain." Michio considered telling Laura to play it, that they were family and didn't have any secrets. It was a dangerous impulse. She stifled it. "I'll take it in my quarters," she said. When she opened the message, James Holden looked out from the screen. Her first thought was that he looked like crap. Her second thought was that she probably did too. She tucked her sweat-damp towel into the recycler. No recycling process is perfect, she shuddered, but Holden had started talking. "Captain Pa," he said, "I hope this gets to you quickly, and that everything's all right with your ship and your crew and, well, anyway, I'm in kind of a weird situation, and to be honest, I was hoping I could ask you for a favor."
He tried a smile, but his eyes looked haunted. "I'll tell you the truth," he said. "I'm kinda desperate here." Chapter 32. Vanderkost. When the guards got bored kicking him, they rolled Vanderkost into the cell and sealed the door. He lay in the dark for some stretch of time, 5 minutes, an hour, not more than that. When he sat up, his ribs and back ached, but not with the deepness or grinding sensation that broken bones carried. The only light was a single recessed LED at the joint where the back wall and ceiling met. Its dimness stole the color from everything, so the little streaks of blood on his shirt only looked black. With nothing better to do, he took a slow inventory of his body. Bruised ribs and cheek, swollen eye, abrasions at his wrists where they'd cuffed him. Nothing bad, really. He'd suffered worse, and sometimes at the hands of his friends. Wasn't like this was the first time he'd been arrested. Not even the first time he'd been arrested for something he didn't do. It had always been inners that did it before, though. The more it changes, the more it's still the same, he thought. He found a comfortable spot in the corner where he could rest his head, close his eyes, and see if the anxiety was enough to keep him awake. It was, mostly, but he did manage a little doze before the door broke seal and swung open. 2 guards in armor and sidearms, a higher up in armor too, all Free Navy colors. Probably that was good. People didn't generally dress up for a murder. Emil Jakob Vanderkost? Aki, he said. The higher-up was a thick-faced boy with a brown complexion that matched his eyes. Handsome, in his way, but too young for Vanderkost's tastes. He'd come to an age when sex was less about who he fell into bed with and more about who he woke up next to. And the set of people he considered children extended to include men in their early 30s. The pretty child scowled, maybe at Vanderkost, and maybe at how he'd been treated. For a moment, the silence in the room made him wonder if they'd leave again. Lock the door and stick him in the dark? The idea made him aware of his thirst. Agua, yeah. Kommst, the boy said. Vanderkost levered himself up to his feet, his abused muscles shrieking, but not badly enough to stop him. The guards fell in, one ahead and one behind, and the boy leading them like a sad little parade. The room they took him to was brighter, more comfortable, though not by much. A low metal stool was welded to the deck, short enough that sitting on it made Vanderkost feel like he was in some school for children, expected to take a desk meant for a 6-year-old. He'd been questioned by security enough in his life to recognize the little humiliation as the tactic it was. A guard brought him half a bulb of tepid water, watched him drink it, and took it back. The guard stepped out, the door closing behind them. The boy stood at a desk, looking down at him through a floating display. Seeing the display from behind was like seeing someone through a bright mist. Vanderkost waited. The boy took a flat yellow lozenge out of his pocket. Focus drugs, or what Vanderkost was supposed to assume were. The boy put the lozenge under his tongue, sucked thoughtfully for a moment, shuddered. "You missed the battle alert yesterday," he said. "I did. Can you explain that?" Vanderkost shrugged. "Deep sleeper when I'm drunk, me. Didn't hear it. No save what happened before it was over, yeah? Savvy too now? Heard some things, yeah? Let's go over what you heard then." Vanderkost nodded, as much to himself as to the boy. Time to pick his handholds careful. Whatever they were spun up over, this was the time he'd land in it if he spoke the wrong words. Was a bunch of ships came from the colonies, what I heard. 14, 15 ships, all through rings at the same time. Fast, too. Trying to get to Medina before the railguns took them out, yeah? Only didn't so much. What the guns didn't put holes in, station defenses took out. Some debris hits on the drum hull, aber nothing can't be fixed.
The boy nodded, made some notation in the bright air between them. 14 or 15? Yeah. The boy's eyes hardened. Was it 14 you heard, or 15? Vanderkost frowned. There was something about the boy's reaction that didn't sit right. If they'd been playing poker, he'd wait to see if the boy's hand was particularly strong or weak, then spend the rest of the night cleaning him out over that hardness. Only there weren't any cards to come down here. Heard 14 or 15? A phrase? 8 or 10? 6 or 7? Didn't hear a number. What rings did they come through? Don't know. Look at me, the boy said. Vanderkost looked up into the boy's light brown eyes. What rings did they go through? No savvy. I don't know. The boy's eyes flickered, looked away. Vanderkost scratched his arm even though it didn't itch. Just to be doing something. They all came through within 15 seconds of each other, the boy said, and they were going fast. Any thoughts about that, Mr. Vanderkost? Coordinated, he said. Sounds like they've been talking con Alice, sa? Making plans? Which, yes, meant they'd found some way to break light speed, bend time, and locate each other in the vastness of the galaxy. Or else that conversation had been passing through the rings. Through Medina. It meant somewhere on Medina Station somebody had been working against the Free Navy. He'd known that the arrest couldn't just be for missing an emergency shift. Now it came a little clearer what the boy was looking for. Watch the boy, watch him understand. Who told you about the attack? Heard about it in my work group. Jakulski, Salas, Roberts. Just chap-chap over coffee? Yeah? Another notation made. Anything you think of I should know about them? A coldness that had nothing to do with the temperature ran up Vanderkost's back, lifted his skin in bumps. Maybe it wasn't only that he'd slept through the alarm. He'd been drunk. Drunk men could sleep through anything. But if he hadn't made the call and he was near to someone with something worth hiding, Salas had friends in communication, bragged about them all the time, how he knew what was going on with Duarte and Inaros, what kinds of barks and wines were floating through the rings. Someone was coordinating an attack on Medina. Wouldn't they be in communications? Have to be, nay? And Roberts talking about Callisto and proxy wars, how Duarte's people were maybe using them against Earth and Mars, about how much she hated being caught between the powers like that. She'd been the first one Vanderkost knew to squint hard at the advisors from Laconia setting up defenses on the alien station where railgun housings were. Possible that she'd work with the colonies if it meant shrugging off Laconia and keeping Medina independent. And hadn't Jakulski been at the greeting when the advisors came? He said it had been as a favor to one of the other supervisors, but what if he'd been engineering a chance to put eyes on the enemy? Thousands of people on Medina, living and working, all of them belters, more or less. Most of them OPA before and Free Navy now. But there were some that hadn't known what was coming. Maybe some with families still on Earth, dying under the rock falls. He didn't know anything about Jakulski's mother, Salas's siblings, Robert's old lovers. Any of them could just be acting like Free Navy because it was asking for hell to be anything else. The boy cocked his head, sucked at the focus drugs. Vanderkost laced his fingers together and forced out a little laugh. Easy to see how a Koyo could get paranoid. Why don't we go over this from the start? The boy said. It went on for hours, it felt like. No hand terminal, no screens that he could see. All Vanderkost had to judge by was the animal rhythms of his body. How long it was before he got thirsty again, hungry, when he started feeling sleepy, when he needed to visit the head. He walked the boy through his whole night before the attack, where he'd been, who else had been there, what he'd drunk, how he'd gotten back to his quarters. Over and over, pushing at anything he said a little different from another time, pushing him to remember things he didn't really remember, and then coming at him when he got some detail wrong.
The boy asked about Roberts, Salas, Jakulski. He asked about who else Vanderkost knew on Medina, who he knew on the Soul side of the ring, what he knew about Mickey Opa and Susanna Foyle and Ezio Rodriguez, when he'd been at Tycho Station, at Ceres, at Rhea, at Ganymede. They showed him images of the attacks, the ships emerging through the gates all around the great sphere of gates. He watched them die as tactical images, as telescopic records of real people really dying. Then they talked more and showed it all to him again. He had a sense that the readouts were subtly different the second time out, another attempt to catch him out on something, but he couldn't say what the changes were. It was exhausting. It was meant to be exhausting. After a while, he stopped trying to keep his answers safe. He'd known enough about interrogation to see that this, wearying and harsh and dull though it was on the gentler end of that spectrum. He had no reason to protect his friends beyond the vague tribalism of being on a work group with them. If they were innocent, the truth would have to be armor enough. For them, and for him too. They took him back to his cell. No beating this time, just a hard shove through the door that left him sprawling and knocked his cheek against the wall hard enough to split it. He slept for a while, woke in darkness, slept again. The second time he woke, there was a bowl of beans and mushrooms congealing beside the door. He ate them anyway. No way to know how long he'd be there, how long it would all go on, whether it would get worse. When the door opened again, 5 people in Free Navy uniforms came in. The brown-eyed boy wasn't among them, and for a moment that made Vanderkost very nervous, like looking for a friend and not finding them. The leader of the new group was laughing with one of her subordinates, checked her hand terminal by holding it up beside his face without paying much attention to him, tapped her screen. "You should go, Pampa," she said, walking out. "Late for your shift, you." They left the door open behind them, and after a moment, Vanderkost walked out of the cell, out of the security station, into the wide corridors of the drum. His body felt like a rag used for too long. He was certain that he smelled like sick primate and old swat. The guard had been right. It was almost time for his shift, but he still went back to his hole, showered, shaved, changed into new clothes. He spent a few long minutes admiring the bruises on his face and sides. On a younger man, they could have been badges of endurance. On him, they just looked like an old man who'd caught the toes of a few too many boots. So he was late. He had reason to be. Little rebel him. He found Salas and Roberts deep in the service passageways, testing flow on the sewage intake for the backup recycling plant. Robert's eyes lit up as he approached, and she threw her arms around him. "Perdi," she breathed against his ear. "Are you okay? We were worried." "Es doué," Salas said, reaching across the table for the wasabi-flavored soy nuts. "They beat you up a nothing." The shift done, the 3 had retired to their usual bar. The breeze from Spinward was as always was. The thin line of sunlight stretched above them. Vanderkost pushed the bowl towards Salas' fingers. "Security is police, and police are the same everywhere." "Still," Robert said, "why bother pushing off the inners if it's just to have a belterfoot stepping on our necks instead?" "Wouldn't talk like that," Vanderkost said, then drank. "Water tonight. Might be some time before he went for a long, solid drunk again. Anxious times these." "Talk how I want to talk," Robert said, but softly. She turned to her hand terminal.
He could see the green and silver of the station feed, same colors it had been before the Free Navy took over. He wondered why they hadn't changed it. A way to give a sense of continuity, maybe? Anything on the feed would have been vetted, of course. The power of Medina Station was that it was so much not a part of any of the systems on the far sides of the gate. The price of it was that information came from a single source.
Back in Sol System, there would be any number of feeds and subfeeds, some broadcast, some left in storage to be queried and mirrored. Hard to control what got out, maybe impossible. Medina, one set of jammers, blocked every unlicensed receiver and transmitter at once. The server came with his gyro-textured fungus and soybean curd instead of lamb and beef, cucumber yogurt, a sprig of mint. He reached out for it with a little grunt and a sudden ache. It wasn't the worst beating he'd ever suffered, but he'd still be sore for days. "Why they set you out?" Salas asked. "Sprechtela?" "No, they didn't say," Vonderkost replied. "Or that they wouldn't be back. Maybe they just needed someone to keep you two on schedule." He'd missed 2 full shifts and come in during the middle of the third. 3 days, almost, lost in the darkness of the security cell. No lawyer, no union representative. He could have asked for ones, should have by the rules and customs, but the certainty was solid as steel that it would have only meant more bruises, maybe a broken bone. Vonderkost knew enough of history and human nature to know when the rules weren't the rules anymore. He took a bite of his sandwich, then put it down while he chewed. After this, he'd go home, sleep in his own bed. Sounded like the promise of paradise. He traced fingertips over the split circle on his wrist. It had been a statement of rebellion once. Now, maybe it only made him seem old, still taking sides in the last generation's fight. "My friend in comms," Salas said. "You know what they say? Found a hidden dump in the data core. Walled off. Think it was what they used to coordinate with the colonies. Confirmations came in from all the gates just before the attack hit. Only funny thing, 2 ships didn't come through." Salas cranked his eyebrows up toward his hairline. Vonderkost grunted. "Were asking me about how many ships came through? Like they wanted a number. Probably why. See if you knew how many came through or how many were supposed to, yeah? Trip you up if you were in on?" "But didn't have nothing," Vonderkost said, tapping his forehead with 2 fingers. "Bon best for me." Salas put a hand on his arm. The young man looked pained, aching, but not in the muscles and joints. Not the way he was. "You should let me buy you a drink, Koyo. You had a shit week." Vonderkost shrugged. He didn't know how to explain himself to Salas or Roberts. They were young. They hadn't seen the things he'd seen, hadn't done the thing he'd done. Being picked up by security, locked away, beaten, interrogated, they didn't scare him in themselves. They scared him for what they said about how it came next. They scared him because they meant that Medina Station wasn't a new beginning in history. It was and would be as red in the gutter as every place else humanity had set its flags. Roberts sat up, her eyes going wide. "They got." Salas let his hand drop, turned to her. "'Kay. The mole? The coordinator? They got." She turned her hand terminal toward them. On it, station security in Free Navy uniforms were walking, 8 of them, around a broad-shouldered, squat man with dark hair and a scruff of beard. Vonderkost thought he looked familiar, but couldn't place him. The image jumped to Captain Samuels, with John Amash standing behind her on one side. Political power and security service, one beside the other and no light between them. Samuels began to move. "Turn it up," Salas said. Roberts fumbled with her terminal, then shifted around them so they could all see the screen. "Liaisons not only to the settlements that chose aggression against us, but also with regressive forces back in Sol System. He will be questioned fully before execution. While we have to keep eyes open and alert, I am convinced, given all I have seen, that the immediate threat to Medina Station is under control." "Execution," Roberts said. Salas shrugged. "You put the ship at risk, that's what happens. Those colony bastards weren't coming to play dice and make happy." "Least it's over," Vonderkost said. "Is why they let you go," Roberts said, shaking her hand terminal. "Found him. Saw you weren't involved. Or picked someone to play the goat," Vonderkost thought. "Only I got lucky enough it wasn't me." It wasn't the sort of thing you said out loud. Not at times like these. Chapter 33. Holden. The room they were using as an anteroom was larger than the Roxanante's galley. Wide tables with built-in monitors and tall metal stools. Soft, indirect lighting in a manipulated spectrum that reminded Holden of early mornings in his childhood.
He didn't have a rank or a uniform, but the ship jumpsuit had seemed wrong for the occasion. He'd decided on a dark, collarless shirt and pants that echoed the sense of a military uniform without making any specific claims. Naomi, pacing now along the wall by the yellow double doors, had matched him, but he had the creeping sense that they looked better on her. So of the three of them, only Bobby was in uniform, and hers had the insignia left off. The cut and the fitting all screamed Martian Marine Corps, and the people they were going to meet with, the ones gathering right now down the hall, knew who she was anyway. "You keep pulling at that sleeve," Bobby said. "It bothering you?" "It? No, it's fine," Holden said. "I'm bothering me. Do you know how many times I've done this kind of diplomatic work? I've been in battles and I've put together video feeds. But to walk in, look down the table at a bunch of OPA operatives and tell them how they all need to listen to me? I've done that exactly no times. Never." "Elis," Naomi said. "You mean when that one guy killed the other guy in the street and then burned a bunch of people alive?" Naomi sighed. "Yeah, then." Bobby flexed her hands, put them palm down on the table display. The monitor glowed for a moment, waiting for a command, then dimmed again when nothing came. Muffled voices came through the doorway. A woman with a Belter's accent asking something about chairs, a man replying, his voice too low to make out. "I've been in rooms like this before," Bobby said. "Political work. A lot of different agendas and no one saying out loud what they were actually thinking." "Yeah?" Holden said. "It sucked." The Roxanante had decelerated toward Tycho harder than they'd planned, burning off the speed they'd poured on during the battle and pressing them all down a little more than usual, like an illness or a regret. Holden held a little ceremony in the galley, where each of them shared some memory of Fred Johnson, and they let their various griefs blur together. The only ones not to speak were Amos, smiling his amiable and meaningless smile, and Clarissa, her brow furrowed in concentration like it was all a puzzle she was trying to solve. When they broke up, Holden noticed that Alex and Sandra Eep went off together, but he didn't have time or enough moral high ground to worry about fraternization. Every hour that passed had taken them a few thousand clicks closer to Tycho and the meeting there. All of his spare time was in his cabin with the door closed, trading messages across the emptiness of the system. Michio Pa, drummer on Tycho. A man named Damian Short, who'd taken the reins on Ceres. But mostly Christian Avasarala. Every long, heavy day, he traded messages with Luna. Long lectures from Avasarala on how to conduct a meeting, how to present himself and his arguments. More importantly, how to listen to what the others said and didn't say.
She sent him dossiers on all the major OPA players who would be there. Amy Ostman, Micah Aldujaili, Lang Goodfortune, Carlos Walker. Everything Avasarala knew about them, who their families were, what their factions within the OPA had done, and what she only suspected they'd done. The depth of background was overwhelming, group loyalties intersecting and drawing apart, personal insults affecting political agreements, and political agreements shaping relationships. And along with it, Avasarala pouring the distilled insights of a lifetime of political life into his ears until he was drunk with it to the edge of nausea. Strength by itself is just bullying. Capitulation by itself is an invitation to get fucked. Only mixed strategies survive. Everything is personal, but they know that too. They can smell pandering like a fart. If you treat them like they're a treasure box, where if you just tweak them the right way, the policy you want falls out, you're already fucked. They'll misjudge you, so be ready to use that. By the time he walked into the meeting room on Tycho, he intended to have a little simplified version of Avasarala that lived in the back of his mind. It felt like doing a decade of work in a few days, because it sorta was. He got to where he couldn't sleep and he couldn't stay awake. When they finally reached Tycho Station, it was hard to say whether the dread was more powerful or the relief. Walking the habitation ring of Tycho the first time after their return had been eerie. Everything was perfectly familiar. The pale foam of the walls, the slightly astringent smell in the air, the sound of Bhangra music leaking from some distant workroom. But it all meant something different now.
Tycho was Fred Johnson's house, only now it wasn't. Holden kept having the nagging sense that someone was missing, and then remembering who it was. Drummer had done her mourning in private. When she escorted them in, she was the head of security that she'd been before, sharp and aware and businesslike. She'd met them at the docks with a convoy of carts, each one with a pair of armed guards. That didn't make Holden feel better. "So who's in charge here now?" he asked as they paused at the bulkhead that marked the administrative section. "Technically, Braden Tycho and the board of directors," she said. "Except they're mostly on Earth or Luna, never been out here, always pleased to keep their hands clean. We're here, so until someone comes and makes a strong opposing case, we run it." "We?" Drummer nodded. Her eyes got a little harder, and he couldn't say if it was grief in them or anger. "Johnson wanted me to keep an eye on the place until he got back. That's what I planned to do." There were supposed to be 4 people waiting for him. There were 5. He recognized all the faces that Avasarala had prepared him for. Carlos Walker, wide shoulders and face, even shorter than Clarissa, had an uncanny air of stillness. Amy Ostman could have passed for a middle-grade science teacher, but was responsible for more attacks against inner-planet military targets than all the rest combined. Lang Goodfortune, who Fred had only managed to lure to the table by offering amnesty for their daughter, a former OPA hitter still housed in a numbers-only prison on Luna. Micah Aldujaili, with his fat, red-veined drunkard's nose, who'd spent half his lifetime coordinating free schools and medical clinics throughout the belt, whose brother had been captain of the Witch of Endor when the Free Navy destroyed it. The 5th person had the white hair of an old man, pocked cheeks, and a deferential smile that was almost an apology, but not quite. Holden recognized him, but wasn't sure from where. He tried to keep his poker face, but the 5th man saw through the effort without seeming to realize it was there. "Anderson Dawes," the man said. "I don't think we've ever met person to person, but Fred talked about you often, and of course your reputation." Holden shook hands with the former governor of Ceres Station and master of Marco Inaros' inner circle, his mind racing. "I was wondering if you'd be here," he lied. "I hadn't announced myself," Dawes said. "Tycho's a risky place for a man in my position. I was relying on Fred to vouch for me. We worked together for many years. I was sorry to hear about him." "It's a loss," Holden said. "Fred was a good man. I'll miss him." "As will we all," Dawes said. "I hope you don't mind arriving unannounced. Amy reached out to me when she knew she was coming, and I asked her to let me follow along." "Good, great. The more the merrier," Holden thought. But the little version of Avasarala in his imagination frowned. "I'm glad you're here, but you can't be in this meeting." "I can vouch for him," Amy Ostman said. Holden nodded, tried to imagine what Avasarala would say, but it was the old, almost forgotten voice of Miller that came to him. "There's a way we do things. This isn't it. I hope you don't mind waiting outside, Mr. Dawes. Naomi, could you see that our friend here finds someplace comfortable?" Naomi stepped forward. Dawes shifted his weight to the back of his feet, surprised. "This is your house," Avasarala said in Holden's mind. "If they don't respect you here, they won't respect you anywhere." Dawes gathered up his hand terminal and a white ceramic cup, nodding to Holden with a tight smile as he left. Holden took his seat, grateful for the solid and looming presence of Bobby at his side. Amy Ostman's lips were pressed thin. "If you're looking for mutual respect, you can start by asking before you invite people to my secret meetings." It seemed like a rude thing to say out loud. "If you're looking for mutual respect, you can start by asking before you invite people to my secret meetings." Amy Ostman cleared her throat and looked away. "All right," Holden said. "This was supposed to be Fred Johnson's presentation, but he's gone. I know you all came here on the strength of his word and his reputation, and I also know you're all concerned about Marco Inaros and the Free Navy. But I also know this is the first time any of you have met me, and I may not have your full confidence." "You're James Holden," Lang Goodfortune said, in a tone that meant, "Of course you don't have our full confidence." "I took the liberty of arranging an introduction," he said, shifting the message from his hand terminal to the monitors on the table. Michio Pa looked out at each of them.
The command deck of the Connet glowed behind her. "Friends," she said, "as you know, I was not long ago in the inner circle of the Free Navy, and what I saw there convinced me and many of those in my command that Marco Inaros is not the leader that the Belt needs. As the Free Navy has abandoned its original purpose of supporting and rebuilding the Belt and keeping the industry that feeds Belters from shifting out to the new colony worlds, I have stayed true. You all know this. I have lost friends to this effort. I have risked my life and the lives of those I care most deeply for. I serve with the true heroes of the Belt. My credentials are beyond reproach." Bobby nudged him and nodded toward Micah Aldujaili. Tears were shining in the man's eyes. Holden nodded. He saw it too. "Since my parting of ways with the Free Navy, I have been working with Fred Johnson toward a comprehensive plan that will guarantee the safety and well-being of the Belt." Pa paused, took a deep breath. Holden wondered whether she did that every time she lied, or just when it was a whopper. This meeting was intended to be an introduction of that plan, and of Captain Holden as integral to it. Unfortunately, while Fred Johnson was able to see the path forward, he isn't able to make that journey with us. As a dedicated citizen of the Belt and a servant of our people, I'm asking you to hear Captain Holden out, and then to join with us for a living future. Thank you. Everything about her statement had been negotiated.
He'd lost track of the number of times they'd traded back and forth, Pa asking for something, Avasarala explaining what it really meant, him running between the two of them like a messenger, but learning a little more with every pass. Pa would agree to say they'd been working toward a plan, but not that they'd been working on a plan. She would say that Holden was integral to it, but not that he was central. The whole process had been everything he hated, niggling on details and nuances, fighting over turns of phrase and the order information was presented in, fashioning something that, even where it wasn't outright false, was tailored to be misunderstood. Politics at its most political. He looked at the four faces sitting around the table and tried to judge whether it had worked. Amy Ostman looked thoughtful and sour. Micah Aldujaili was still composing himself, moved by the reminder that his brother had already sacrificed himself in the cause. Carlos Walker, still and silent and unreadable as language in an unknown alphabet. Liang Goodfortune cleared their throat. "Looks like Inaros has a habit of losing women to you, Captain," Goodfortune said. Walker chuckled. "They'll try embarrassing you a little to see how you react. Don't try to one-up them, or they'll try to escalate out of conflicts later. Stay on point." Naomi stepped back in, came to sit at his side. "Losing Fred is hard because it's sad," Holden said. "He was a friend. But it doesn't change the situation. He formed a plan, and my intention is to follow it. Fred called on each of you because he felt you had something to offer this, and also something to gain by it." Carlos Walker's eyes shifted, as if he'd heard something interesting for the first time. Holden nodded to him, an intentionally ambiguous gesture. Then he turned to Bobby, her turn to take the floor. "There will be a military aspect to this," she said. "We're not getting through any of this without some risk, but we're confident that it is more than outweighed by the rewards." "You say that as a representative of Mars?" Amy Ostman asked. "Sergeant Draper has worked as a liaison between Earth and Mars on several occasions," Holden said. "She's here today as a member of my crew." That was odd. Bobby seemed to grow tenser at the words, gather herself, sit up straighter. When she spoke again, her tone was almost exactly the same as it had been before, no louder, no rougher, but something about it had grown fierce. "I have experience in combat. I've led teams in battle. It is my professional opinion that the proposal Fred Johnson put together is the best hope for the long-term stability and safety of the Belt." "Find that hard to believe?" Amy Ostman asked. "Sergeant Draper has worked as a liaison between Earth and Mars on several occasions," Holden said. "She's here today as a member of my crew." That was odd.
Bobby seemed to grow tenser at the words, gather herself, sit up straighter. When she spoke again, her tone was almost exactly the same as it had been before, no louder, no rougher, but something about it had grown fierce. I have experience in combat. I've led teams in battle. It is my professional opinion that the proposal Fred Johnson put together is the best hope for the long-term stability and safety of the belt. Find that hard to believe, Amy Ostman said. Looks to me like the captain here's been getting all the women and Inaros has been taking all the stations. Before Holden could answer, Micah Al-Dujaili snapped back. Looks to me like Inaros is as bad at keeping territory as he is at keeping women. Stop it with the women bullshit, Carlos Walker said. His voice was surprising, reedy and musical, a singer's voice. The accents of belter cant were almost absent from it. It's juvenile. He lost Dawes, too. He lost everyone in this room before he even began, or none of us would be here. Inaros has an open sore where his heart should be, and we all know it. What I want to hear is how you intend to change the dynamic. Every time you move toward him, he's pulled you into overreach. Your consolidated fleet is going to be stretched too thin soon. Is that what you want us for? Cannon fodder? I'm not ready to discuss the details, Holden said. There are security issues we all have to address first. Why did you bring us here if it wasn't to tell us what you intended? Amy Ostman said. Liang Goodfortune ignored her. Medina. You're going for Medina. Something will go wrong. Something always does. They'll see something you didn't mean them to see. They'll have a trap set you didn't know to expect. These are intelligent people, and all of them have their own agendas. When it happens, not if, when, the worst thing you can do is panic. The second worst thing you can do is engage. Holden leaned forward. I'd like to give all of you the opportunity to consult about this before we talk about any of the tactical options, Holden said. I've spoken to the security chief. You are all welcome to stay here on the station or else return to your ships. Feel free to talk among yourselves or with anyone you think might be useful. You can have access to the station comms, unmonitored, or if you'd rather use the systems on your own ships, you won't be recorded or jammed. If you are interested in being involved with this, we'll reconvene here in 20 hours. I'll be ready to go through all the details then, but I will expect your loyalty and commitment in return. If you aren't comfortable with that, you have safe passage away from Tycho any time within that window. And after that? Carlos Walker asked. After that, a different country, Holden said. We'll be doing things differently there. Holden, Naomi, and Bobby all stood. The other four rose a moment later. Holden watched how each of them said their goodbyes, or else didn't. When the doors closed behind the four emissaries, leaving him alone with Naomi and Bobby, he slumped down in his chair. God damn, he said. How does she do this all day, every day? That was maybe 20 minutes start to finish, and I already feel like I should dip my brain in bleach. Told you it sucked, Bobby said, leaning against the table. Are you sure it's a good idea giving them free rein of the station? We don't know who they're talking to. We couldn't stop them, Naomi said. This way it looks like a gesture on our part. So theater and palace intrigue, Bobby said. Just for now, Holden said. Just until they buy in. Once they commit, we can get down to our plan. Johnson's plan, Bobby said. Then a moment later, so, just between us, did Fred Johnson really have a plan? I'm pretty sure he did, Holden said, sagging into himself. Don't know what it was. So this one we're selling? I'm kinda making it up. Chapter 34. Dawes. There was no viewing of the body. Fred Johnson, the butcher of Anderson Station, had requested that his body be recycled into the system of Tycho Station. Water that had been his blood was likely already coming through the taps and faucets throughout the station. His chalk bones would re-enter the food cycle in the hydroponics pools. The more complex lipids and proteins would take longer to become humus for the mushroom farms. Fred Johnson, like all the dead before him, fell to his component parts, scattered, and entered the world again, changed and unrecognized. Instead, there were printed images of him on the chapel wall. A portrait of the man as a colonel in the service of Earth. A picture of him as an older man, still strong in his features, but with a weariness creeping in at his eyes. Another of a ridiculously young boy, not more than 10 years old, holding a book in one hand and waving with the other, his face split by a massive and childlike grin. They were the right ears, the right spacing of the eyes, but Dawes still had to work to believe that happy child had grown into the complex man he'd known and betrayed. The memorial was in a small chapel so aggressively non-denominational that it was hard to tell the difference between it and a waiting room. Instead of religious icons, there were sober abstract shapes. A circle in gold, a square in forest green. Intentionally empty symbols meant as placeholders for where something with significance might have been. The Tyco manufacturing logo in the hallway outside held more meaning. The pews were bamboo textured to look like some sort of wood ash or oak or pine. Dawes had only ever seen pictures of live trays. He wouldn't have known one from another, but it gave the little room some sense of gravitas. Still, he didn't sit. He walked past the pictures of Fred Johnson, looking into the eyes that didn't look back.
The thing in his chest, the one making it hard to breathe, felt thick and complicated. "I had a speech ready," he said. His voice echoed a little, the emptiness giving it depth. "Well practiced. You liked it. All about the nature of politics and the finest of humanity being our ability to change to match our environment. We are how the universe consciously remakes itself. The inevitability of failure and the glory of standing back up after it." He coughed out a chuckle. It sounded like a sob. "What I really meant was, I'm sorry. Not just sorry I backed the wrong horse. Am sorry about that. But I'm sorry I compromised you while I did it." He paused, as if Fred might answer, then shook his head. "I think the speech would have worked. You and I have so much history behind us. Seems strange. I was a mentor to you once. Well, feet of clay. You know how it is. Still, I really think you'd have seen the value in having me back. But this Holden prick?" Dawes shook his head. "You picked a shit time to die, my friend." The doors opened behind him. A young woman in an oil-stained Tyco station jumpsuit and a deep green hijab stepped in, nodded to him, and took a place in the pew, her head bowed. Dawes stepped back from the pictures of the dead man. There was more he wanted to say. Apparently, there always would be. He took a seat across the aisle from the woman, folded his hands in his lap, lowered his head. There was a profound mundanity in shared grief, a set of rules as strong as any human etiquette, and they didn't allow for him to keep up his one-sided conversation. Not allowed, anyway. The Free Navy ought to have been a glorious moment for the belt. Inaros had conjured up a full military for them out of nothing. Dawes had told himself at the time that Inaros' failings as a political animal weren't a problem, were an opportunity even. As a member of the Free Navy's inner circle, Dawes could exert his influence, be kingmaker. The cost was high, yes, but the rewards were nothing short of visionary. An independent belt, cut free of the inner planets. The threat of the gate network under their control. Yes, Inaros was a peacock who made his way through life on charisma and violence. Yes, Rosenfeld had always had a whiff of brimstone about him. But Sandrani was smart, and Pa was capable and dedicated. And if he'd said no, it would all have gone ahead without him anyway. It was what he'd told himself, how he'd justified it all. The best would have been that someone besides Inaros had acquired the ships. The second best was that Inaros' circle of advisors and handlers include him. So what was third? After the abandonment of Ceres, Dawes had gone on playing the role of elder statesman for a while, even as Pa's rebellion made it impossible to pretend things were on track.
When Amy Ostman had found him, told him that Fred Johnson was putting together a meeting on Tycho, it had looked like an opportunity to broker peace. If not between Earth and the Free Navy, at least with the remains of the OPA. It had been the perfect way to leverage his relationship with Fred into a place at the table. Another woman came in, sitting beside the one in the hijab. They exchanged soft words. Two men came in together, sat in the back. Change of shift was coming. Mourners would be stopping in on their way to work, or on their way back from it. Dawes felt a twinge of resentment that they should interrupt his time alone in the chapel. It was irrational, and he knew it. And anyway, Fred Johnson had made his wishes clear, even if he hadn't meant to. And Dawes still owed the Colonel something. "Is fucking bullshit, is what it is," Amy Ostman said. "James Pinche Holden can fuck himself." Dawes sipped his espresso and nodded. Holden's first move had been to humiliate her, for reasons Dawes understood. But still, for her to begin by losing face was hard. "Forgive him for it," Dawes said. "I have. You should too." "For?" Amy Ostman scowled and scratched her chin. Her quarters in the station were wide and luxurious. One wall was taken entirely by a screen tied to an exterior camera, the resolution so fine it was indistinguishable from a window into space. The divan was spotless cream, the air scented with volatile molecules that mimicked sandalwood and vanilla. Dawes gestured at it all with his demitasse. "Look at this," he said. "Room for an ambassador, for a president. And, he gave it to you," Dawes said, and took another sip. "Thought it was doing you honor. Best suite in the station." "You spat in your face," Amy Ostman said, pointing index and middle finger at him together like the barrel of a gun. "Kicked you." Dawes laughed, shrugged, invited her to laugh and shrug with him. It bit at his soul, but it was the thing to do. "I showed up unannounced. It was rude of me. Holden was in the right. How would you have been if I'd brought him to the back room at the Apex without telling you first?" She scowled, her eyes tracking low and to the left. "Should have been more polite about it." "Maybe, but he's new at this part." She sat across from him, folded her arms. The clouds in her eyes weren't gone. He wouldn't have expected them to be, but they weren't thick with thunderbolts either. "Maybe," she said, grudgingly, "but I'm not staying. Not after that." "You should reconsider," Dawes said. "If the plan came from Fred Johnson, it will be solid, and better that you be part of it than not." She grunted, but there was a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. That one found home. Dawes leaned into it a little, pressing his advantage. "There has to be a grown-up in that room," he said. "Holden's a puppy. We both know that. We need you there to keep him from fucking everything up." "Holden's the most experienced man in the system," Dawes said. "He's been on Medina. He's been past it to the colonies. He walked off Arrow Station before it woke up. He fought pirates for us. He went on diplomatic missions for us. His ship has berthed at Tycho Station more than any place else since the day he stole it from Mars. Holden has years working with the OPA." "There's OPA," Leon Goodfortune said, turning left down the corridor so that Dawes had to trot to keep up with them, "and there's OPA. Tycho Station didn't have the same breadth and depth as Ceres. Everyone here had a job, or access to one. The brothels were all licensed, the drugs all from a dispensary, the gambling all taxed. But the station was also a home to people who'd lived their lives in quiet rebellion against the inner planets, and that meant a kind of demimonde had existed there too. Workers for an Earth corporation whose first loyalty was to the belt. And so there were clubs where the music had lyrics shouted in belt or cant, where the drinks and food called back nothing to a farmland under the bare sun, where the games were Shostash and Golgo instead of poker and billiards. Leon Goodfortune fit in there like they'd never left. "So it was Johnson's OPA," Dawes said. "He was a good ally. He was useful," Leon Goodfortune said. "That's not saying much. And Holden's just the same. Another Earther for us to rally around? You know better than that, Anderson. Holden's worked for Johnson and Earth. On behalf of the Belt," Dawes said. "UN Navy kicked him to the curb before any of this began. His career was with a water hauler because he couldn't stomach being part of Imperial Earth. Koyo can't change where he was born, where he grew up, but he's lived on float. His lover's one of ours. Savvy? You has loyal to the belt because he's sleeping with Naomi Nagata? Or you think maybe she's disloyal to belt because she's with a squat? That knife cuts from the grip. Holden has been making a one-man propaganda campaign on behalf of the belt, Dawes said, raising his voice over the ambient musical shout of the nightclub. His amateur anthropology feed? It's insulting, you patronizing, you shit, Leon Goodfortune said. It's well meant, and it's more than other people in his position have done. Holden's a man of action.
They came into the larger room, lights swirling around the bar, music thudding hard enough to press his lungs. Dawes had to lean in until his lips were almost brushing Good Fortune's ear. I think if there's anyone in the system better prepared to stand against Inaros, you can't find them and neither can I. Either you make cause with him, or you go hat in hand to the Free Navy and say you're ready to take their table scraps. But do it soon, because I will wager everything I have that even if he has to go to war by himself, James Holden will destroy Marco Inaros before this is done. He can't do it alone, Dawes said, spreading his hands wide. The Desiderata of Bhagavati had been Carlos Walker's ship for 30 years, and it bore the stamp of his peculiar aesthetic sense in every detail. The anti-spalling covers on the walls were gray, but textured to catch the light in smooth curves that rose and fell like the hills of a vast desert or the not quite identifiable skin of nude bodies. The crash couches on the command deck weren't simple utilitarian gray, but a sculpted bronze that had nothing to do with the actual metal and ceramic that made them up. Music played on the speakers so softly it might almost have been Dawes' imagination. Harp and flute and a dry, hissing drum. It felt less like a pirate ship than a temple. Maybe there was room for both. That isn't an argument that I should do it with him, Carlos Walker said, handing over a drinking bulb. The whiskey that flooded Dawes' mouth when he sipped was rich and deep and complicated. Carlos Walker smiled, watching him appreciate it. I came out of respect for Johnson. I am staying out of respect. That respect doesn't extend to dying on Holden's errands. You say yourself that Medina is too well defended. I say it's well defended, Dawes said. The railguns will kill any ship that comes through the ring. Perhaps, Dawes said, but keep in mind this is Fred Johnson's plan, and that Fred had access to Michio Pa and all that she knows about the station defense. Carlos Walker hesitated, though with him it expressed itself only as a slightly longer silence. He shook his head. There's risk in leaving Marco Inaros and his Free Navy to play themselves out. There's danger in taking them on, but only one requires that I drive my ship into railgun fire. I can't agree to it. Not every battle is won on the battleground, Dawes said. I respect your caution, but Holden hasn't asked you to be vanguard, hasn't even asked you to go through the ring gate. Don't assume he's going to demand heroism and sacrifice. I know his reputation, but no one survives the things he's survived without having a deep capacity for thoughtfulness and foresight. And more than that, strategy. Holden comes across feckless sometimes, truth, but he's a thinker. What he's doing, it's all from the head. You think he's not angry? Dawes said. Holden is here as much for vengeance as you are. This is a man who acts from the gut, from the heart, before his head gets in the way. They were alone in the chapel, except for the images of Fred Johnson. It felt wrong to bring talk of violence and revenge into even as milquetoast a holy place as this, but grief came in all kinds of clothing. And this had begun as a moment to show respect for the dead. Micah Al-Dujali hunched forward, his arms resting on the back of the pew in front of him. His eyes were bloodshot. Carl talked to me, he said he couldn't stand by while the belt starved. And Inaros killed him for it. Tried to kill Holden's wife, too, Dawes said. He knew that wasn't quite true, but this was a moment for broad strokes. Not because she was a threat, not because she was of any sort of strategic value, just because she'd embarrassed him, and he could. Inaros isn't who we thought he was. Everyone, they still call him a hero. They look at Earth and they look at Mars and they cheer. They still cheer. Some still do, Dawes said. It was true. All through the system, Inaros had as many that loved him as had turned away. More, maybe. It's not him, though. It's the idea of him. The man who stood up for the belt. Only that man hasn't risen up yet. They only think he has. Will this Holden hurt him? Every time Holden takes a breath, Marco Inaros suffers, Dawes said. And that was probably as close to truth as anything he'd said in the last 2 days. Micah nodded slowly, then stood, wavering drunkenly, and threw his arms around Dawes. The embrace went on longer than Dawes felt comfortable with. Just as he began to wonder if the other man was starting to black out, Micah stepped back, gave a sharp Opa salute, and walked out of the chapel, wiping his eye against the inside of his wrist. Dawes sat back down. It was mid-shift and almost midnight for him. The 3 Fred Johnsons still graced the front wall. The child, the adult, and the man who, all unknowingly, was at the end of his struggles. Fred Johnson, as he had been. The way Dawes remembered him best was tied up and spitting angry the first time they'd met, and the flicker of disappointment in the man's eye when he realized Dawes wasn't going to kill him. They'd fought a hell of a fight together, against each other and side by side, and then against each other again. The clash of empires, only he wasn't sure what the empires were any longer. Everything they'd done had brought them here, one dead, the other living a life he barely recognized or understood. Humanity hadn't changed, but it had. The venality and the nobility, the cruelty and the grace. They were all still there. It was just the particulars he felt shifting away from him. Everything he'd fought for seemed to belong to a different man in a different time. Well, it was in the nature of torches to be passed. Nothing to be sad about in that. Except that he was sad. Well, there you have it, he said to the empty air. The Kingmaker's last hurrah. I hope to hell you knew what you were doing. I hope James Holden is what you thought he could be. It was almost an hour later that the door opened and a young man came in. Tight, dark curls, wide-set, warm eyes, a thin, apologetic mustache. Dawes nodded to him, and the man nodded back. For a moment, they were both silent. Pardon, the man said. No Russian, me. It's only I'm supposed to take this one down now. It's on the schedule. Dawes nodded and waved him forward. The man moved hesitantly at first, then reached a point of commitment where the work was just the work. The corporal came down first, then the head of the OPA. The young boy with the book and the grin stayed until last. There had been a moment when that child had waved into a camera, decades ago, not knowing the gesture was also his last. The boy and the butcher were both gone now. The man took the picture down, rolled it together with the others, and slid them all into a sleeve of cheap green plastic. He stopped on his way out. You all right, Ye? Need something? Fine, Dawes said. I'm just gonna stay here a little longer, if that's all right. Chapter 35. Amos. Sex was one of those things where the way it was supposed to work and the way it worked for him didn't always match up real well. He knew all the stuff about love and affection, and that just seemed like making shit up. He understood making shit up. He also understood how people talked about it, and he could talk about it that way, just to fit in. In practice, he recognized there was power in being with another living body, and he respected it. The pressure built up over the weeks or months on the burn, kinda like hunger, only slower, and it wouldn't kill you if you ignored it. He didn't fight against it. For one thing, that was stupid. For another, it didn't help. He just noticed it, kept an eye on it, acknowledged it was there, the same way he would anything powerful and dangerous that was sharing his workspace.
When they got into port someplace big enough to have a licensed brothel, he'd go there.
Not because it was safe so much, as it was an environment where he knew what all the dangers looked like, could recognize them, and not be surprised. Then he'd take care of what needed to be taken care of, and afterward, it wouldn't bother him for a while. Maybe that was different from everyone else, but it worked for him. The thing was, he'd usually be able to sleep afterward. Really sleep. Deep and dreamless and hard to pull up out of until he was done. And right now, he was mostly just looking at the ceiling. The last girl, the one called Maddie, was curled up next to him, the sheets draped around her legs, her arm under one pillow, snoring a little. One of the good things about getting a room for the whole night is they'd give you a quiet one, away from the front. Maddie was someone he'd used and been used by before when the Rossi'd been on Tycho, and he liked her as much as he liked anyone that wasn't in his tribe. That she felt safe sleeping next to him warmed something in his stomach that usually stayed cold. She had a little gap between her front teeth and skin as pale as anyone he'd ever met. She could blush on command, which was a pretty good trick, and she'd been in the life since she was a kid. Before she'd come to Tycho for the legal trade. His own childhood in the illegal trade meant they had context that made the talk before and after more comfortable for him. And she knew he wouldn't pull any of that "you're better than this" soul-saving bullshit. He also wouldn't start calling her a bitch and being abusive out of shame the way some Johns did. He liked shooting the shit with her afterward, and usually the way she snored just a little didn't keep him from drifting off. Only that wasn't what was keeping him awake. He knew what was keeping him awake. He got out of bed quietly so as not to wake her up. He'd paid her and rented the room for the whole night, and the house wasn't about to give him a refund for leaving early, so she might as well get the rest herself. He gathered up his clothes and slipped out into the hallway to get dressed. A John on his way out passed by as he was pulling on his jumpsuit, made brief and awkward eye contact, nodded curtly. Amos smiled his amiable smile and made room for the guy to go past before he zipped himself in and headed out toward the docks. The Rossi'd had spent more time in Tycho than any other port, usually getting put back together after the last whatever went wrong. It wasn't home. Nowhere outside the Rossi was home, but it was familiar enough that he could feel the differences. It was in the way people talked to each other in the hallways, the kinds of images that played on the news feeds. He'd seen what it was like for a place to change in ways that didn't change back. Earth was like that. Now, Tycho. Kinda like a big, slow wave coming out from where the rocks had hit Earth and spreading through every place humans were. There were people on Tycho who recognized him, too. Not like they knew Holden. Holden, he couldn't walk through a room anymore without people staring at him and pointing and making a fuss. Amos had the sense that was going to be a problem eventually, but it wasn't one he knew how to fix. He wasn't even sure what it implied at this point. Back at the ship, he headed down to the machine shop and his workstation. The Rossi told him that Holden was in the galley with Babs, Naomi was catching some bunk time, and Peaches was at work replacing the hatch seals they'd been talking about. He made a note on his work schedule to double-check them when she was done, even though he knew they'd be fine. Peaches turned out to be a pretty good worker. Smart, focused, seemed to really enjoy fixing things, and never bitched about the stresses of shipboard life. Perspective, he figured. Shittiest ship there was still had to be better than the best cell in the pit, if only because you got to pick that you were in it. He shrugged into his couch, pulled up the technical reports, and spooled through the way he had before. Not that he expected to find anything different, just to see if there was any reaction when he got to the weird bit. He got to it and looked at the data for a while. The torpedoes Bobby had fired off, their trajectories, the error logs, and he had the same reaction. It was bugging him. He shut the workstation down. "Hey, Peaches," said, coming up from engineering with an ARL polymer tank slung over one shoulder. "Hey," he said, "how's it going?" She was still too skinny. The smallest standard jumpsuit still left her swimming in it. They'd had to adjust the code to convince the Rossi that anyone flying on her could be so slight.
Working made her look healthier, though. She thumbed open a storage locker, slid the tank into place, and dropped into her couch. I got the seals replaced, but I don't like the inner airlock door in the cargo bay. It's not throwing errors, but the power's dirty. Dirty? Or inside the error bars, but it pisses you off dirty? Second one, Peaches said, and then grinned. But her grin faded fast. You all right? He smiled. Why do you ask? Because you're not all right, she said. Amos leaned back, shifted to crack his neck. Part of him wanted to talk to her about the torpedoes, but he couldn't picture Holden doing it, and this was kind of a Holden thing, so he only shrugged. Need to talk to the captain about something. Then we're back to the throw ships at 'em until they run out of ammunition plan, Bobby said. Her voice was clear and sharp. Someone who didn't know her might have thought she was pissed, but Amos was pretty sure that was her having a good time. He hesitated in the corridor outside the galley. Truth was, even if they decided to go after Medina like they were stomping snakes to death, they'd be in port for a couple more days. There'd be time to ask the question later that didn't mean putting his elbow in the planning. But he also wanted to get some decent sleep, so he went forward anyway. They were sitting across the table from each other, leaning in like two kids dissecting the same frog. The display between them glowed blue and gold. Holden looked tired, but Amos had seen him looking worse one time and another. Holden was the kind of guy who smoked himself down to the filter if he thought it was the right thing to do. We should talk to Pan again, Holden said, looking up at Amos and nodding. If we go for the station, we risk losing a lot of people. Amos ambled to the food dispensers. They were topped up fresh, so he had a lot of choices. There was a part of him that liked it better when it was just a few. It's called war for a reason, sir, Bobby said. Even though she didn't hit it, the sir had a sting. A reminder that it wasn't just them. We know the fire rate. We know the retrain rate. We can do the math. If we can get even a small team onto the surface of the alien station that we totally don't understand but strapped a bunch of artillery to anyway, Holden said, we can take control of them. The lack of protection on the station is the best shot I have. Amos keyed in noodle suit. The dispenser hummed and chugged for a second while Holden raised his eyebrows. Best shot you have? I'll lead the team, Bobby said. No, look, I'm not getting you into this just because you want to fight. Don't be insulting. Name one other person you know you'd rather combat drop onto a hostile station, and I'll bow out. Holden opened his mouth to reply, then just froze, gaping like a fish. When he finally closed it, his only reply was a shrug of defeat. Amos chuckled. Both of the others turned to look at him as the bowl popped out, steaming and smelling like salt and reconstituted onion. Anyone who can shut the captain up like that wins the ass-kicking contest every time, he said. I'm not the boss of anything, but seems to me like having Babs here and not putting her in the front line. You use a welding rig to weld things. You use a gun to shoot things.
You use a Bobby Draper to fuck a bunch of bad guys permanently up? Right tool for the job, Bobby said, and it sounded like thank you. You're not tools, Holden said, then sighed. But you're not wrong. Okay, just let me consult with Pa and Avasarala and the OPA Council, or whatever we're calling it, in case someone has a better idea. Amos took a spoonful of noodle, sucked it up, and smiled while he chewed. All right, Bobby said, but guideline. A decent idea now is way better than a brilliant plan when it's too late. I hear ya, Holden said. All right, Bobby said. What about this Duarte asshole? What's Avasarala's guess on his reaction? You know, Amos said around his noodles, swallowed. I hate to bust in, but you think I could borrow the captain for a few minutes? Problem? Holden asked at the same moment Bobby said, Sure. Just need to check something, Amos said, smiling. Holden turned to Bobby. You should get some rest. I'll fire off our notes. If we get enough sleep and eat breakfast after, we might even get some replies back. Fair enough, Bobby said. You're going to sleep too, right? Like the dead, Holden said. Just gotta finish the stuff first. Bobby rose up and headed out, tapping Amos's shoulder with her knuckles as she passed. A silent, thanks for having my back. He liked her, but that's not why he'd agreed with her. When you got a nail to drive, use the fucking hammer. Just made sense. Amos sat down in her vacated spot, but sideways, with his back against the wall and one leg running along the bench. His hand terminal chimed. Some update that Peaches had been running sending its system clear message to the team. As he watched, the Rossi updated him. Alex was back on board. Amos shut the alerts off. Holden looked like shit. Not just tired, exactly. His skin got waxy, and his eyes sort of sank back in the sockets when that happened. Not exhaustion, then. Something else. He looked like a kid who just realized he jumped in the deep end of the pool and was trying to figure out whether he should embarrass himself by shouting for help or drown with a little dignity. "You doing all right?" Holden asked before Amos had quite gathered his thoughts. "Me? Sure, Cap. Last man standing. That's me. What about you?" Holden gestured, hands out to the walls and bulkheads, the dock and station beyond it, the universe. "Fine? Yeah, so. Peaches and I were doing the post-fight spit and polish. Yeah? I went over the battle data. You know, usual thing. Make sure the Rossi was doing all the stuff we expected her to do. Didn't need anything pinched or crimped or whatever. And, you know, part of that's looking at the armament performance." Holden's jaw shifted just a little. It wasn't much. Probably wouldn't even lost him a hand of poker, except Amos had known when to look for it, so that was something to remember. He took another spoonful of his soup. "Those torpedoes that Bobby fired off at the end," he said. "One of them scored a direct hit. I didn't know that." "Okay, I didn't check." "It hit," Amos said, "but it didn't go off." A dud is a serious problem, so I started looking at why it failed. "I disarmed them," Holden said. Amos put down his bowl, abandoned his spoon in it. The display Holden and Bobby had been looking over shifted, trying to guess what Holden wanted. "But that was the righteous thing to do," Amos said. He didn't make it a question exactly, just a statement that Holden could agree with or not. He didn't want it to sound like anything was riding on it. Holden ran his hands through his hair. He looked like he was seeing something that wasn't in the room. Amos didn't know what it was. "He showed me her kid," Holden said. "Marco? He showed me Naomi's son. Showed me that he was on the ship right then, right there. And I don't know. He looks like her. Not like her, but family resemblance. In the moment, I couldn't take that away from her. I couldn't kill him. I get that. She's one of us. We take care of us," Amos said. "I'm only asking because those are the bad guys we're planning to go up against again. If we're not willing to win the fight, I'm not sure what we're doing in the cage." Holden nodded, swallowed. The display gave up and shut down the galley just a little bit darker. "That was before we got here." "Yeah," Amos said carefully. "Who your tribe is got kinda weird all of a sudden. If you're the new Fred Johnson, that's gonna change what it means when you decide not to blow people up." "It is," Holden said. The distress in his expression was like the growl of a power coupler starting to fail. "I don't know that I'd do it differently if we were back there, in that same moment. I don't regret what I did, but I know next time can't be like that. Naomi should probably be good with that too." "I was planning to talk to her about it," Holden said. "I may have been putting it off." "So I gotta ask this," Amos said. "Shoot. Are you the right guy for this job?" "No," Holden said, "but I'm the guy who got it, so I'm gonna do it." Amos waited for a few moments, seeing how that answer sat with him. "Okay," he said, and stood up. The soup had gotten cold enough to have a little film forming on the top. He dropped it and the spoon into the recycler. "Glad we got that cleared up. Anything me and Peaches need to put on the schedule? Feeling like we should maybe give Bobby's stuff the once-over." "Pretty sure she's already done that a few hundred times," Holden said, forcing a smile. "Probably true," Amos said. "Well, all right then." He started out the door. Holden's voice stopped him. "Thank you." He looked back. Holden looked like he was hunched, protecting something, or like someone had kicked him in the chest. Funny how everyone else's image of the guy got bigger, and it made the real one seem small.
like there was only so much food to share between the two of them. Sure, he said, not certain what he was being thanked for, but pretty solid this was a good answer. And hey, if you want, I can change the permissions so that you can't disarm the torpedoes next time, if taking it out of your hands would help. No, Holden said, my hands are fine. Cool then. He headed out. In the machine shop, Peaches was putting away her tools and running the closing sequences for her diagnostics. Tested the new seals, she said. They good? Within tolerance, she said, which was as close as she was probably ever going to get to saying they were good. I'll check them again tomorrow when the polymerization's totally done. Okay, the system chirped. She checked the readout, okayed it, and closed the display. You heading out to the station? Nope, Amos said. Now that he bothered to notice, his body was feeling heavy and slow, like coming out of a hot bath he'd stayed in a little too long. He wondered if Maddie was awake yet. If he got there quick enough, maybe he could finish up his night there. Except no, should be going on shift again, about the time he was nodding off, and that'd just be awkward. Unless... He considered intellectually whether he wanted to screw again, then shook his head. Nah, I'm just coming in. Gonna grab some sack time now. Peaches cocked her head. You came back early? Yeah, I couldn't sleep, he said, but I can now. Chapter 36. Fixin' your ship was what it meant to be a belter. Earthers lived lives eating off the government dole and fucking each other into torpor by exploiting the belt. Dusters sacrificed themselves and anyone else they could get their hands on for the dream of making Mars into a new Earth, even while they hated the old one. And Belters, they fixed their ships. They mined the asteroids and moons of the system. They made every scrap go longer than it was designed to. They used their cleverness and resourcefulness and reliance on each other to thrive in the vacuum like a handful of flowers blooming in an unimaginably vast desert. Putting hand to the Pella was as natural and proper as breathing in after breathing out.
Philip hated that he didn't want to do it. In the first days, it was simple on-the-float work. Even then, he felt the eyes of the others on him, heard their conversations go quiet when he came in earshot. Josie and Sarta, welding in the space between the hulls, had said something about the dangers of nepotism, not knowing he was on the frequency, and then pretended they hadn't when he showed up. In the galley, news feeds from the crippled Earth were his best companions. His father didn't call for him or restrict his duties. Either would have been better than this nameless limbo. If he'd been cast down, he could at least have taken some pride in having been wronged. Instead, he woke for his shift, went to help with the repairs, and wished that he could be someplace else. It was only when it came clear that the dead thruster was going to need a new housing that they burned for a shipyard. In other lives, they'd have tried for Ceres or Tycho, but the second-string yards were still decent. Rhea, Pallas, Vesta. They didn't use any of those. When his father's order came down, it was for Callisto. A new escort came, guns bared, to keep the Pella safe from the torpedoes and attack ships of the enemy. But while Earth and Mars and Fred Johnson's OPA probably had their eyes on the Pella, they didn't let themselves be pulled out from their bases and fleets. They were a prize, but not one worth risking for. Lying in his crash couch, watching feeds of neo-Tarab bands from Europa and half a dozen bad sex comedies because Sylvie Kai rolls in them, Philip fantasized that there would be an attack. Maybe a little fleet led by the Rocinante. James fucking Holden and Philip's own traitorous whore of a mother in command, screaming out after him with their railgun and torpedoes. Sometimes the fantasy ended with someone else getting the Pella beat up even worse, and everyone seeing how hard it was to win that fight. Sometimes it ended with them killing the Rocinante, blowing it into glowing gas and shards of metal. Sometimes he imagined that they'd lose and die. And the twin points of light in that last and darkest daydream fit together like a clamp bolt in its housing. It would be an end to working on the ship, and also they would never reach Callisto. The surviving shipyard on Callisto stood on the side permanently locked facing away from Jupiter. Its floodlights cast long, permanent shadows across the moon's landscape and the ruins of its sister yard, a Martian base shattered years ago. Shattered in one of the first actions by the Free Navy. In Philip's first command. The dust and fine stirred up by the actions of human commerce fell slowly on Callisto, giving an illusion of mist where there was no free water and only the most tenuous atmosphere to carry it. He watched the scattering of floodlights on the moon's surface grow larger as they came in, white and bright and random, like a handful of the star field had been grabbed and mashed into the dirt. When the Pella tipped down into a repair berth, the sound of the clamps coming into place was deep as a punch. Philip unstrapped and made his way to the airlock as soon as he could. Josie was there, long graying hair pulled back from his narrow, yellow-toothed face. Josie who'd been on the Callisto raid with him, who'd been under Philip's command. He lifted his eyebrows as Philip started to cycle the lock. "Not wearing two's uniform," Josie said, only the smallest sneer in his voice. "Not on duty? Hast shore leave too?" "No one said no," Philip said, hating how petulant his voice sounded in his own ears. Josie's gaze hardened, but he only turned away. The pressures went equal, or nearly so. When the Pella's outer doors slid open, there was still a little pop. Enough to make Philip feel the change from one place to another, but not so much that his ears hurt from it. A security detail waited on dock, wearing light armor with raw places on the shoulder and breast where the indistinct outline of the Pinkwater logo could still be seen like a shadow. He nodded to them with his hands and walked forward, half afraid they'd call him to stop and half hoping for it. He'd never been to Callisto before his raid, never seen it before he called the strikes down. He didn't know what it had looked like before, and he could still tell that the surviving half showed the scars. Walking past the dock and into the commercial district, Philip could pick out which walls had been replaced. Here and there, a run of decking had a slightly off color, the sealant not as aged as the runs around it. Little scars. He might not even have noticed if he hadn't known to look. It had been justified, though. It had been to get the radar-eating paint from the dusters so that the rocks they threw at Earth would be hard to see. It had been part of the war. And anyway, he hadn't tried to hurt them. It was only they were right beside the enemy. Their fault, not his. Voices wove a rich and shifting murmur through the wide, tall main hall. A cart blatted for people to clear its path. Work crews in gray jumpsuits wore Free Navy armbands and split-circle OPA tattoos on their wrists. The air smelled of urine and cold. Philip found a place against one wall, set his shoulders against it, and watched, like he was waiting for something. Someone to see him, stop, and point an accusing finger. "You were the one who tried to kill the yards. You were the one who cracked our seals. Do you know how many of us died?" He waited for something to happen, but no one took any notice of him one way or the other. He was no one to them. A kid with his back against the wall. The bar he ended up in was at the far end of the shipyard complex, close to the tunnels down to the deeper level neighborhoods and the fast transit to the Jovian Observatory on the far side of the moon. It wasn't only yard hands at the pressed polymer tables. There were girls his own age in bright clothes come up from the residential levels below. Older people in academic-looking rumple hunched over their hand terminals and their beers. He'd known vaguely that there was a good upper university somewhere on Callisto, something associated with the technical institutes on Mars. Somehow never put it together in his mind with the place he'd been set to raid. He sat apart, at a bright pink table with a bowl of living grass as a centerpiece. From there, he could watch the oversized wall screens with their scroll of news feeds muttering to themselves like angry drunks, or else look over the Finch-Bright girls talking to one another and managing to never glance his way. He ordered black noodles and peanut sauce and a stout from the table display, and paid with Free Navy scrip. For a long moment, he thought the table might refuse payment. If it said his money was bad, that would be when the girls looked over at him. But it chimed pleasantly, accepting, and threw up a countdown timer to when his order should come. 12 minutes.
So for 12 minutes, he watched the feeds. The Earth still dominated, even in its suffering. Images of devastation mixed with earnest-looking newsreaders staring into the camera, or else interviewing other people, sometimes earnest as sycophants, sometimes yelling like the other coyotes had been fucking their sweethearts. The bright girls ignored the screen, but Philip's eye kept wandering back to it. A street covered in ashes so deep the woman cleaning it had a scarred snow shovel. An emaciated black bear lurching one direction and then another in distress and confusion. Some official of the half-dead Earth government surveying a stadium filled with body bags. The beer and noodles came, and he started eating without quite noticing that he had. He watched the march of images, chewed, swallowed, drank. It was like his body was a ship, and all his crew were about their work but not talking to each other. The pride and the devastation was still there. Those dead were because of him.
The ash-drowned cities, the blackened lakes and oceans, the skyscraper burning like a torch because not enough infrastructure still existed to extinguish it. These were the temples and battlements of his people's enemy, fallen into dust and ruin, and thanks to him. The raid he'd done here, at this yard, had let it happen. And now here he was, with the end and the beginning, one seen through the other, like two sheets of plastic laid one on the other, like time pressed flat. Still a victory, and still his, but maybe there was a little aftertaste now, trailing just after, like milk on the edge of sour. Say it like a man. Say I fucked it up. Only he hadn't. It hadn't been his mistake. The shining girls rose in a flock, touching each other's hands, laughing, kissing each other's cheeks, and then scattered. Philip watched them walk out with a kind of forlorn lust, and so he saw it when Corral walked in. The old belter could have been a mech driver or a drive tech or a welder. His hair was white and thinning and cut close to the scalp. His shoulders and hands and cheeks showed a lifetime of scars. He stood for a moment, looked around with an air of not thinking much of what he saw, and then lumbered over toward Philip's booth and sat across from him, like they'd planned to meet there. "Hoy," Corral said, after an awkward moment. "He send ya?" Philip asked. "No one send me. Abesse savi I ought to come." Philip stirred his noodles. The bowl was hardly half empty, but his appetite was already gone. The slow, rolling anger in his gut seemed to take up all the space that food might want. No need. Solid as stone me, and twice as hard. It sounded like a boast, like an accusation. Philip wasn't even sure what he'd wanted the words to be, but not this. He ground his fork into the mash of noodles and sauce, shoved the bowl to the edge of the table for the server to take away. He kept the stout, though. "Not throwin' signs, me," Corral said, "but was a time I was your age. Long time, but I remember it. Me and Miss Papa used to have it out sometimes. He'd get high and I'd get drunk, and we'd spend the whole day sometimes yelling at each other about who was the dumbest asshole. Throw punches sometimes. Pulled a knife once, me." Corral chuckled. "He cracked my ass the other way for that one. All I'm saying, fathers and sons, they fight. But you and yours, it's different, yeah?" "If you say," Philip said. "Yada? He's not just Yada. Marco Enaros, leader of the Free Navy. Big man, him. So much on his shoulders. So much he's thinking on, worrying on, planning on. And it's not like Tui lock and scrap it out like the rest of us." "That's not what it is," Philip said. "No? Bist bein' then." "What's it?" Corral said, and his voice was soft and warm and gentle. The anger in Philip's gut was shifting, unsteady, as a scab on an infected wound. The rage and righteousness started to feel less authentic, like a wrap tied around something that wasn't either. That was something worse. Philip gripped his hands in fists so tight they ached, but he lost his hold.
The anger, not even anger, petulance slid to the side, and an oceanic sense of guilt rose up in him like a flood. It was too big, too pure, too painful to even have a single event to focus it. It wasn't that he regretted leaving the ship without permission, or missing his shots on the Rocinante, or killing Earth or wounding Callisto. It was larger than that. Regret was the universe. Guilt was bigger than the sun and the stars and the spaces between them. Whatever it was, all of it was his fault and his failing. It was more than he'd done something bad. Like the fossil of an ancient animal was flesh that had been replaced by stone, whoever Philip had been once had kept his shape, but been replaced by a raw and rising sense of loss. I feel wrong, Philip said, scrabbling for words to describe something so much bigger than language. I feel, fuck, Corral said, breathy and sharp. His eyes were fixed behind Philip, caught by something on the news feed. Philip turned, craning to see the screen. Fred Johnson looked out from the wall, dark-eyed, calm, somber. A red banner beneath him read, "Confirmed dead after Free Navy attack." When he turned back, Corral had already pulled out his hand terminal and was shifting through news feeds as quickly as his crooked fingers could manage. Philip waited, then took his own terminal out. It wasn't hard to find. It was all over the feeds, Belt and Inner Planets both. Sources from Tycho Manufacturing Collective on Earth were confirming the death of Frederick Lucius Johnson, formerly of UN Navy and longtime political activist, community organizer, and spokesman of the Outer Planets Alliance. He'd died as a result of injuries sustained during an ambush by forces of the Free Navy. Philip read it all, aware that there was something to it he wasn't understanding. It was only a wash of words and images, disconnected from his life. Until Corral, across the table from him and grinning, spoke. "Gratulacie, Filipito! Guess you got him after all!" Back on the Pella, music was playing over the ship system. A bright mix of steel drum and guitar and men's ululating voices raised together in celebration. Sarta, one of the first to see Philip when he came down the corridor from the airlock, scooped him up in her arms, pressing his cheek against hers and leaving him uncomfortably aware of her breasts. When she kissed him, briefly but on the lips, she tasted of cheap mint liquor. The galley was packed like a party. The whole crew, it seemed, gathered together in front of the news feeds that announced the death of the butcher of Anderson Station. The heat of their bodies made the room feel stifling. His father was in among them, smiling and strutting and clapping people on the shoulder like the groom at a particularly fortunate wedding. All the sulking and menace were gone from his expression. When he caught sight of Philip across the crowded room, he put his hands together in front of his heart, making a celebratory double fist. This was, Philip realized, the first real victory since the first attack on Earth. Marco had been claiming success after success, but they'd all been for retreats or scuffles, or the disciplined killing of mutineers like the Witch of Endor. From the moment they'd left Ceres, the Free Navy had needed a solid, unequivocal success, and this was it. No wonder even the sober seemed drunk with it. The newsfeed shifted, a Free Navy logo appearing in its place, and the roar of the group grew even louder as each told the others to be quiet. Someone cut the music and put the audio for the newsfeed in its place. When Marco appeared on the screen, more dignified and statesmanlike than the actual grinning man in the room, his voice rang all through the Pella. Fred Johnson claimed to speak for the same people he oppressed. He began his career by slaughtering Belters, then pretended to be our voice. His years as a representative of the OPA were marked by pleas for complacence, patience, and the constant deferment of the freedom of the Belt. And his fate will be the fate of all who stand against us.
The Free Navy will defend and protect the belt from all enemies, internal and external, now and forever. The speech went on, but the crew began cheering so loudly Philip couldn't hear it. Marco lifted his arms, not to quiet them, but to bathe in the noise. His shining eyes found Philip again. When he spoke, Philip could read the words on his lips. We did it. We, Philip thought, as Appaman jostled into him, pressed a bulb of something alcoholic into his palm. We did it. When it was a mistake, it was mine. When it was a victory, it was ours. In the center of the joyful storm, Philip felt himself growing still. A flicker of memory came to him, strong and rich with import, as an image from a dream. He couldn't place its source. A film he'd watched, he thought. Some drama where a stunningly beautiful woman had looked into the camera and in a voice made from smoke and muscle had said, "He put blood on my hands too."
He thought it would make me easier to control. Chapter 37. Alex, "Good morning, sunshine," Sandra Ip said. Alex blinked, closed his eyes, cracked open just the left one. He'd been in the middle of a dream where apple juice had gotten into the coolant feeds on a ship that was both the Rocinante and his first ship back when he'd been in the Martian Navy. The sense that he was supposed to fix something lingered, even as the details faded. Sandra, naked, smiled down at him, and he stopped trying to hold on to the dream. "Hey to you too, Pookie," he growled. The night's sleep left his voice deep and gravelly. He stretched up his arms, palms flat against her headboard, and pressed to stretch down between his shoulder blades. His toes reached out past the edge of the blanket, and she pinched them playfully as she walked back toward the shower. He lifted his head to watch her retreat, and she looked back to watch him watch her. "Where you headed?" he asked, partly because he wanted to know, partly just to keep her in the room a few seconds more. "I've got a shift on the Jammy Rakshasa today," she said. "Drummers making sure all these OPA bigwigs feel like we're taking care of them." "Jammy Rakshasa," Alex said, laying his head back down. "That's a weird name for a ship. I'd think it's some kind of in-joke with Good Fortune's people. Decent ship, though." Her voice echoed a little from the bathroom. "The weirdest ship I ever worked was called the Inverted Loop. Gravel miner made out of a salvaged luxury yacht. The captain had this thing about open space, so they'd cut all non-structural walls and decking out." Alex frowned up at the ceiling. "Seriously? When that thing was under thrust, you could drop a bearing in the cockpit and listen to it hit every deck down to the reactor. It was like flying in a balloon full of sticks. That ain't right." The captain was a guy named Yates Pretconis. He had some issues, but his crew loved him. Nothing like the stupid shit people do for a captain when they're really invested in not seeing how fucked up he is. S'pose that's true. The sound of water splashing against metal announced the shower, but Alex could tell by the music of it that her body wasn't in the flow yet. He looked up again, found her in the doorway, her arms lifted above her to rest against the frame. She was only a little younger than him, and the years showed on her body. Silver ghosts of stretch marks just visible along her belly and breasts. The fuzzy tattoo of a waterfall down the side of her left leg. A jagged scar that puckered the flesh of her right arm. Hers was not the beauty of youth, but of experience, same as his. Still, he could see the girl she'd been in the way she lifted her eyebrows, shifted her weight into her hip. "You want to take a shower, sunshine?" she asked, with false innocence. "Oh, hell yes," Alex said, hauling himself up from the bed. "Yes, I do." Ever since that first night on Ceres, he and Sandra had been spending a chunk of their off hours in each other's company this way. When they'd been on the Rossi, they'd split their time between his cabin and hers. Here on Tycho, her quarters had become their default. She'd been on the station long enough for her seniority and union rules to land her 2 rooms, a private bath, and a bed that was a lot more comfortable for 2 than trying to fit into the same crash couch.
As love affairs went, Alex had been surprised at first and a little wary. Sandra's sexuality was joyful and unrestrained. It had taken him a little time to knock the rust off and join her in it. He'd had a few lovers before he'd gotten married, once shamefully while he was, and a couple dalliances afterward. A woman's full and delighted attention wasn't something he'd ever expected to have again. Once he convinced himself that yes, this was really happening, he fell into it like he was 16. After the shower, they toweled each other dry, and he helped put lotion on her back where she couldn't reach, and a little where she probably could too. She put on her uniform, tied back her hair, then brushed and gargled while he crawled back into the bed. "Another day of sloth for you?" she asked. "I'm a pilot with nowhere to go," he said, stretching his arms out in a gesture that said, "It's not my fault." She laughed. "This is why I'm not one," she said. "Engineers always have something to do. You need to learn to relax." "Well," she said, her voice taking on a low purr that was come on and laughing at the come on both. "You keep setting me an example, and maybe some of it'll rub off on me. Maybe when your shift's over, we could order in." "It's a plan," she said, then checked the time on her hand terminal and grunted. "Okay, I've got to run." "I'll lock up when I go," Alex said. "You'll sleep in my bed all day like a lion." "Or that." She kissed him before she left. He let himself sink into the pillows after the door closed, rested there for a long moment, then stood up and gathered his clothes from the floor. Sandra's quarters were soft and welcoming in a way he wasn't used to. The comforter, wadded and shaped at the foot of the bed, was a pale blue with a pattern of lace at the edges. Sandra had hung draping cloth at the corners of the room to soften the light and disguise the edges. Her desk had a small glass vase with dried roses arranged in it. The peppery smell of spent perfume sank into his clothes when he was here, so that hours later he'd walk through a draft and be suddenly and viscerally reminded of her. The women he'd lived with these last years, Naomi, Bobby, even Clarissa Mao now, weren't the sort for frills and softness. Plush pillows and rosewater. Being around that particular kind of femininity was familiar enough to be comfortable, exotic enough to make this time, this moment, this relationship something all his own. Turned out some part of him had wanted something all his own. Or maybe, pulling on the same sock he'd worn yesterday, it wasn't even that. Maybe it was only that he knew how much the war might take from them all, and Sandra Ip was his chance to refill some cistern of his heart and body that there wasn't going to be time for later. A place of gentleness and affection and pleasure, like a hurricane eye. He hoped she felt the same about him. That they were stocking up good memories, him and Sandra both, against the history that was about to unfold around them. It was getting harder and harder to shrug off the sense of dread back on the Rocinante. The days since they arrived on Tycho had been one endless meeting for Holden. When he wasn't fencing with Carlos Walker about what supplies and support the OPA could provide, he was trading long recorded messages with Mickey Opa about the firing rate of the Free Navy's railgun artillery in the slow zone. When he wasn't reporting to or getting reports from Avasarala, he and Naomi and Bobby were comparing positional maps of the system with Amy Ostman and Micah Al-Dajali. Holden never seemed to lose his temper, never seemed to rest. Every time Alex saw him, Holden smiled and was pleasant and upbeat. If he hadn't spent years with the man, he might almost have been fooled into thinking things were going well. But the man in the meetings, pacing the corridors of the Rocinante or the docks outside them, sitting hunched over his flickering hand terminal, wasn't really James Holden at all. It was like Holden had become an actor, and his role was James Holden. The surface was whatever it needed to be at the moment. That wasn't the man he knew. Alex could feel the howling void of desperation and despair behind everything he said. It showed in the others, too. Naomi had become quieter, more focused, like she was always in the middle of puzzling through an impossible problem. Even Amos seemed on edge, though what it was about was so subtle that Alex couldn't have said for certain if that was even true. It might just have been his own fears projected against Amos's blank slate.
And if Bobby and Clarissa seemed immune from it all, it was only because they were relatively new to the ship. They didn't know the feel and rhythm of the Rocinante well enough yet to hear when she went slightly out of tune. And every story of the Free Navy, another ship captured or killed, another Earth spy caught and executed on Pallas or Ganymede or Hall Station, another rock intercepted before it could hit Earth, turned the ratchet one more notch. The consolidated fleet was going to have to do something, and soon. The little restaurant just off the main hall. Bright lights, a little redder spectrum than the sun. Syncopated harp and dulcimer music, which was apparently in fashion these days. Tall stools around a white ceramic bar. A plate of something not entirely unlike chicken in a vindaloo that was better than it had any right to be. Sandra had introduced the place to him the first night on Tycho, and he'd become a regular since. His hand terminal chimed the connection request, and Alex accepted it with his thumb. Holden appeared on the screen. It might just have been the dim light on the command deck, or the blue of the monitor the captain was sitting in front of, but his skin looked waxy, his eyes flat and exhausted. "Hey," Holden said. "I'm not interrupting anything, am I?" "Thanks for asking," Alex said, maybe a little too heartily. He felt like he needed to haul the energy of the conversation up when he talked to Holden these days, as if he could inject health into the man by being so damn chipper at him. "I'm just finishing some breakfast. What's up?" Holden said, and blinked. For a moment he looked surprised, like what he was about to say seemed a little implausible to him. "We're looking to ship out in about 30 hours. Clarissa and Amos are in the middle of their sleep shifts, but I'm calling an all-hands meeting in 4 hours so we can make sure we've got everything in order." The way he said it sounded like an apology. Alex felt the words land like he was drinking something cold on an empty stomach. "I'll be there," he said. "We're good, Cap?" Alex said. "This is the Rossi. I made sure we were topped up and ready as soon as the docking clamps were in place. We could take off 5 minutes from now and be fine." Holden's smile said he'd understood all Alex's subtext. Still, good to get everyone together and double-check. "No argument," Alex agreed. 4 hours? 4 and change, Holden said. "If Amos sleeps in, I'm going to let him." "See you on board then," Alex said, and they dropped the connection. He took another bite of the vindaloo. It didn't taste as good. He slid bowl and fork to the recycler, stood up, waited a few seconds, just so he wouldn't be going to find Sandra quite yet. He went off to find Sandra. Despite its name, the jammy Rakshasa was an unexceptional-looking ship. Wide at the front, boxy, with a random studding of PDCs and thrusters scattered over her skin in a way that spoke of generations of use and modifications, the design growing and changing and leaving artifacts of its previous incarnations like a house altered by tenant after tenant until the original architecture was all but lost. A belter ship. If it hadn't been for the high security presence, both on the dock and floating around the ship itself, he'd have wondered if he was looking at the right one. He waited outside the utility airlock, holding on to the wall with one hand as he floated. He saw Sandra before she saw him. A cluster of engineers and mechanical techs in environment suits floating together at a wall display. 4 different conversations going among the 7 of them. Her hair was in a ponytail that waved like a flag when she shook her head, impatient with what the man beside her was saying. When she glanced in Alex's direction, she did a quick double-take. He saw the smile start on her lips, saw it wilt. She finished her discussions, pushed herself off, gliding through the air toward him. By the time she grabbed a handhold and pulled herself to a halt, the knowledge was already in her eyes. "Well," she said. "Orders came through?" "Yeah." Her expression softened, her gaze tracing the curves of her face. He looked at her, memorizing the shape of her eyes, her mouth, the little scar at her temple, the mole tucked almost behind her ear. All the details of her body. A bad habit in the back of his head fed him all the wrong things to say.
You should ship out with us, and I can resign and stay here with you, and I'll come back if you wait for me. All the things that would make her feel better right then in the moment and break her trust in him later. All the things he'd said to women he loved before and not meant then either. She laughed gently, like she'd heard him thinking. I was never looking for a husband, she said. I've had husbands. They're never what they're cracked up to be. My track record is I make a pretty shitty one anyway, Alex said. I am glad you're my friend, she said. You make a great friend. You make a great lover, Alex said. Yeah, Sandra said. You too. So how long? Captain's called a meeting in, he checked the time, a little over 3 hours. Says we're heading out in a little less than 30. You know where? I expect he'll tell me when I get there, Alex said. He took her gloved hand. She squeezed his fingers gently and then let them go. So I get a lunch break in about an hour and a half, she said. They were casual words, spoken carefully. Like if she bit down too hard, she might break them. I could take it a little early. You want to meet up at my place? Freshen up the luck one last time before you go? Alex put his hand to her cheek. She braced a leg against the wall so she could press into his palm. How millions of times had people had this exact conversation before? How many wars had put two people together for a moment and then washed them apart? There had to be a tradition of it, a secret history of vulnerability and want, and all the things that sex promised and only occasionally delivered. They were just one more couple among all the countless others. It only hurt this time because it was them. Yeah, he said. I'd love that. The galley of the Rocinante smelled like coffee and maple-flavored syrup. Naomi shifted when Alex came in, making room for him on the bench. Amos sat on her other side, looking into nothing and scooping scrambled eggs from a bowl with 2 fingers. His eyes were still puffy from sleep, but he seemed alert otherwise. Clarissa stood in the doorway, uncertain but present. Alex thought about getting some food, but he wasn't hungry. It would only have been so he had something to do with his hands. A conversation between Bobby and Holden echoed down the lift as they approached, their voices hard and competent and businesslike, maybe even a little excited. There was an anticipation in the air that didn't feel like joy, but wasn't entirely unlike it either. The melancholy in Alex's chest and throat eased a little as they came in, Bobby taking the bench across from him while Holden headed for the coffee. When he'd left Sandra's quarters to come here, he'd carried a sense of loss with him. He still felt it, would feel it for maybe days, maybe weeks, maybe forever. But not as strongly. And his people were here. His crew, his ship. The worst of the sting was already over, and the sweet, he thought, would last. For him. Hopefully for Sandra. It was great sharing a moment with a genuinely good woman. There was a pleasure in coming home again, too. Holden took a sip of his coffee, coughed, and took another one. Clarissa slid in and took a seat behind Amos as if she could hide behind him. As Holden ambled overhead down, expression distracted, Bobby reached across and tapped Alex on the wrist. You good? Right as rain, Alex said. Said my goodbyes. Bobby nodded once. Holden sat down facing them all, sideways on the bench. His hair was unkempt, his eyes focused on something only he could see. The attention of the room, Naomi's, Amos's, Alex's own, turned toward him.
An ancient and barely familiar anticipation shifted in Alex's chest, like a fragment of childhood, beginning of school year. So, Cap, he said, what's the plan? Chapter 38. Avasarala. Avasarala screamed, her breath ripped out of her throat, abrading her flesh as it passed. She tasted bile in the back of her mouth, and her legs trembled, ached, burned, as she tried to push the steel plate another centimeter away. Come on, Peter said, you can do this. She screamed again, and the plate moved away. Her legs went almost straight. The impulse to push through and lock her knees took effort to resist.
It might snap her knees back the other way, but then at least this would be done. That's 11, Peter said. Go for 12. One more. Fuck your mother. Come on, just one more rep. I'll be here to help. You're an asshole and nobody loves you, she gasped, lowering her head. The worst was the nausea. Leg day always seemed to mean nausea. Peter didn't care. He was paid not to care. You're going down the well in 12 days, he said. If you want the leader of Earth, the hope and light of civilization, to get wheeled off the shuttle in a chair, you can stop. If you want her to stride out in front of the cameras like a Valkyrie returned from the underworld and ready for battle, you'll go for 12. Sadistic fuck. You're the one who fell behind on your exercise schedule. I've been saving the fucking species. Saving humanity doesn't prevent bone density loss or muscular atrophy, he said, and you're stalling. One more. I hate you so much, she said, letting her knees bend, easing the steel plate back closer to her. She wanted to cry. She wanted to puke all over Peter's pretty white exercise shoes. She wanted to be doing anything else at all. I know, sweetie, but you can do this, he said. Come on. Avasarala screamed and pushed the steel plate away. Afterward, she sat on the fake wood bench in the locker room with her head in her hands until the idea of moving didn't disgust her. When she did finally stand up, the gray-clad woman in the mirror seemed unfamiliar. Not foreign, precisely, but certainly not her. Thinner, for one thing, with sweat stains at the armpits and under the breasts. White hair that didn't fall to her shoulders so much as flow out, the thin lunar gravity too weak to pull it down. The woman in the mirror looked Avasarala up and down with dark, judgmental eyes. Some fucking Valkyrie, Avasarala said, then headed for the shower. You'll have to do. The good news was that Mars had finally slogged its way through its constitutional crisis, done the obvious thing, and put Emily Richards in as Prime Minister. No, that wasn't fair. There was more going well than just that. The rioting in Paris was under control now, and the racist cells in Colombia had been identified and isolated without any more murders. St. Petersburg had fixed its water recycling problem, at least for the moment. Gorman Lesser's mystery yeast was doing everything it had claimed on the tin, which increased the overall food supply for the survivors, and the reactors in Cairo and Seoul were working again, so they could make use of it. Fewer dead people, or at least fewer dead right now. Next week was always next week, and always would be. The bad news still outweighed the good. The second wave of deaths hadn't slowed yet. The medical infrastructure was saturated. Thousands of people were dying every week from conditions that even a year ago would have been easily treated or cured. The violence over resources hadn't by any means stopped either. There were vigilante raids in Boston and Mumbai, reports of whole police forces going rogue and hoarding relief supplies in Denver and Phoenix. The oceans were being choked. The sludge of dust and debris wasn't sinking as quickly as the models had suggested, and the light-eating plants and microbiota were dying off as a result. If there hadn't been so many fucking human beings stressing the food webs over the last few centuries, the system might have been more robust. Or it might not have been. It wasn't as though they had a second Earth to use as a control. History itself was a massive N1 study, irreproducible. It was what made it so difficult to learn from. After her shower, she changed into a lime green sari, did her hair and her makeup. She was starting to feel a little better. It was the pattern she was noticing. The actual exercise left her miserable, but once she'd recovered, the rest of her day seemed to go a little better. If it was only the placebo effect, that was enough. She'd take what she could get, even if it was only tricks of the mind. When she was almost ready to face the rest of her day, she opened an audio-only connection to Saeed. "Where do we stand?" she said, instead of hello. "The security group from Mars is finishing their meal," Saeed answered without missing a beat. "They'll be in the conference hall in half an hour. Admiral Souther will be there with you if you need him." "Always good to have a penis in uniform in the room," Avasarala said sourly.
God knows they might not take me seriously otherwise. If you say so, ma'am. It was a joke. If you say so, ma'am. There's also a report in from Sarah's station. Admiral Cohen has confirmed that the Giambattista is under burn just the way Amy Ostman promised. Avasarala held a pearl earring to her left ear, considering it. Nice. Understated. Didn't go with the sorry, though. I'm sorry, ma'am? Saeed's voice was confused. I didn't say anything. You growled? Did I? Probably just an editorial comment about how pleased I am that we're trusting the fucking OPA now. Ignore it and continue. That's all you have on the schedule for today, he said, almost apologetically. You did ask me to keep the afternoon clear in case the security briefing went long. So I did, she said, trying a pair of aquamarine studs that were much better. Word from The Hague? They say your office will be ready and the critical staff will be in place. We're on track to move the seat of governance back to the planet's surface on schedule. She imagined she heard a certain pride in Saeed's voice at that. Well, good. He ought to be proud. They all ought to be. Earth might be a pile of corpses and shit, but it was their pile of corpses and shit, and she was tired of looking up at it from the moon. About fucking time, she said. All right, tell Souther I'm on my way, and to bring me a sandwich or something. What sort would you like? I can meet you with... No, tell Souther to do it, she said. He'll think it's funny. The conference room was the single most secure chamber in the solar system, but it didn't wear that on its sleeve. It was small enough for 6 people to sit comfortably. Red curtains on the walls to hide the air recyclers and the heaters. The table was wide, dark, and set just a little low to give a few centimeters more room for the holographic display. Not that anyone ever used holographic displays. Showy, but not functional. The Martian military attaché wasn't here to be wowed by graphic design, and Avasarala liked him for that. The man himself, Rhodes Chen, sat on one side of the table with his secretary and assistant to either hand. Souther was already there too when she arrived, leaning back in his chair and laughing with Rhodes. A small tin plate waited at her chair, white bread and cucumbers. When Chen saw her, he stood, and all the others with him. She waved him back down. Thank you for coming, she said. I wanted to be sure our allies on Mars were entirely up to date on the situation with the Free Navy. Prime Minister Richard sends her regrets, Chen said, taking his seat. Things are still unsettled back at home, and she didn't feel comfortable being physically absent from the government building. I understand, Avasarala said. And your wife, Mikhaila, is she feeling better? Chen blanked. Why, yes, she's doing much better, thank you. Avasarala turned to Souther. Admiral Chen's wife went to the cooperative school with my daughter Ashanti when they were girls.
Not that Chen remembered that, or had even known. In fairness, the girls hadn't been particularly close, but you played the angles the universe gave you. She picked up her sandwich, took a bite, and put it back down to give Chen a moment to hide his discomfort. I'm going to have to ask your staff to leave, Avasarala said. They can be trusted, Chen said, nodding as if he'd agreed. Not by me, they can't, Avasarala said. We won't hurt them. But they can't stay. Chen sighed. His secretary and assistant politely gathered up their things, nodded to Souther and Avasarala, and left. Souther lowered his head, waiting for the system to report whether anything had left anything behind. It would be sad to come this far and have a bug in the room. A moment later he shook his head. Now then, she said, shall we get down to business? Chen didn't object, and Souther pulled up a schematic of the solar system in its present state. The sun and the ring gate as the major axis, and the planets and moons, stations and asteroids, scattered as the laws of orbital mechanics had placed them. As with any tactical map on that scale, the proportionality had suffered a little in favor of visibility. In truth, all of humanity's children lived on scattered stones smaller than dust on the face of the ocean. They hid the fact with graphics and highlighted lists of ship names and vectors. Had the map matched the territory, there would have been nothing to see. Even the Earth, with her suffering billions, would have been less than a pixel. But the Free Navy showed there in yellow, the Consolidated Fleet in red, Michio Paz's breakaway ships and their new OPA, let's call them allies, in gold. It was rough and ugly. Souther pulled up a pointer and drew the room's attention to the ring gate at the system's edge.
Our target is Medina Station, he said, in his oddly high-pitched musical voice. There are several reasons for that, but critically, it's the choke point for passage through to the colony systems, including Laconia, where former Martian naval officer Winston Duarte appears to have set up shop. Whoever has possession of Medina and its defenses controls the ring gates and traffic through them. It will reopen trade and colonization ships for us and cut Inaros' supply lines from his ally. Chen leaned forward, his elbows on the table, eyes glittering with the reflection of the display. He hadn't reacted at all to Duarte's name. Good poker face, and he'd expected to hear it. Richards wasn't trying to deny the Martian Navy's role in this clusterfuck. That was good. She took another bite of the sandwich and wished she'd thought to bring some pistachios. She didn't have much appetite right after lifting weights, but when it returned, she was ravenous. Inaros' method of operation up to now has relied on strategic retreat, Souther continued, stripping and abandoning territory rather than trying to hold it and leaving the support of the people left behind to the consolidated fleet. It has served him well in that we have been reluctant to overextend our defensive force, and the Free Navy has been able to carry out raids and attacks of opportunity on both Earth and Martian forces and dissenting factions on their own side. The pirates, Chen said. The pirates, Avasarala agreed. No need to beat around that particular bush. We believe that strategy will fail with Medina, Souther said. Its importance is too great to abandon. And if we're wrong, and the Free Navy does abandon it, well, then we have all the advantages we were hoping for, and he looks like a joke. He won't abandon it, Avasarala said. What about the railguns? Chen asked. An interesting move, showing that Mars already knew about the defensive artillery. She wasn't quite certain what letting her know they knew that was meant to achieve. Souther glanced at her. She nodded. No reason to pretend ignorance. Our best intelligence on that comes from the defectors from the Free Navy. Captain Pa of the Connaught was one of Inmaros' inner circle. Our understanding is that the railguns set up on the alien station are Medina's first line of defense. The station proper also had PDCs and a supply of torpedoes left by Duarte, but the railguns are set to defend and destroy any unauthorized ships that pass through the ring gates. That seems like a problem, Chen said. Your thoughts on how to overcome that? We're going to send a shitload of ships through the ring gates, Avasarala said, as Souther shifted from tactical to an image of the Giambattista. It wasn't a pretty ship, large, boxy, and awkward. This is a converted water hauler crewed by the Ostman-Jasinski faction of the Outer Planets Alliance, Souther said. It has been loaded with slightly under 4,000 small craft, breaching pods, small transports, prospecting skiffs, a devil's brew. We're calling it our Suriname Toad, but the ship's registered as the Giambattista. That thing has 4,000 reactors in it? Chen said. No, Souther said. Most of the engines are chemical rockets or compressed gas thrusters. Many of them are hardly more than environment suit thrusters welded to a steel box. That is part of the reason they're being carried to the edge of the ring before they're ever deployed. These aren't long-range craft. At a guess, I'd say half of them would be hard-pressed to make the trip from the ring gate to Medina under the best of circumstances. There are also several thousand torpedoes with a mixed but generally low-yield assortment of warheads. So, chaff, Chen said. Cannon fodder. We're not putting people on all of them, Avasarala said. Even the OPA's not that suicidal. Souther went on. A fraction, the best ships, will carry a ground attack group whose mission will be to take control, not of Medina, but of the railgun emplacements themselves. Once our forces control those, we expect Medina Station to capitulate. And since the railguns were intended to defend Medina from more than 1,300 gates, and we're only going to focus on the Sol and Laconia gates, we have reason to expect a relatively strong defensive position, which we can reinforce not only from Sol, but with the colony ships that have already passed through and are willing and able to come to our assistance. All right, Chen said. You sound skeptical, Avasarala said. No offense, ma'am, Chen said, but I'm looking at this, and it doesn't square.
If Inaros has been trying to tempt the fleet into overreach, spreading our forces too thin, then this run out to the edge of the system seems like his dream scenario. Unless you're planning to send it unescorted, in which case you might as well not send it at all. The escort will be a salvaged Martian corvette with a keel-mounted railgun of its own, Souther said. The Rocinante is already burning on an intercept course. It's going from Tycho Station, so it's in the neighborhood, relatively speaking. There are also advantages to having that particular asset in place on Medina when we take it, Avasarala said. Jen's laugh was thin and despairing. Avasarala stretched her right leg, feeling the ache in it. It would be worse in the morning. Lifting weights was an argument against a benign god, as if that needed more evidence. Why bother then? Chen asked. A single escort ship and an old ice hauler heading out to the most sensitive strategic position in the system? I don't mean to be rude, but I have to think you don't like the people in those ships very much. They're going to have the whole Free Navy chasing them out and turning them to slag before they're a million clicks from the ring gate. That, Souther said, remains to be seen. If Chen had been a dog, his ears would have gone up just then. Avasarala saw it in his face and the set of his shoulders. This, she said, is why we need to talk. In private, securely. I need assurances, Mr. Chen, that the rot at the heart of your Navy was well and truly burned out. I trust Emily Richards to look out for her own best interests, and Mars too, in that order. And I've done a deep background check on you.
You've... Excuse me? Avasarala put out her hands, palms facing each other about a meter apart. I've got a report on you this thick. I know every pimple you've popped since your voice broke. Everything. Praiseworthy, shameful, indifferent, everything. I have violated your privacy in ways you can't imagine. Chen went white, then red. Well, he said. I don't give a shit about any of it, she said. The only thing I cared about was whether you had the stink of Duarte on your fingers. You don't. It's why you're in this room. Because I trust you to take this back to Richards and no one else. And I need to know if you trust Mars. The silence in the room was profound. Chen pressed his fingers to his lips. With this? Maybe. I get the sense you're making some kind of request here. You should be very clear and explicit if that's the case. I want Richards to instruct the remnants of the Martian Navy, the ships in the consolidated fleet, and the ones you have in reserve as well, to coordinate closely with Earth and the OPA and the fucking pirate fleet. To do what? Run a distraction campaign, Southern said. Avasarala waved him back, leaned in toward Chen, a smile on her lips. Inaros isn't going to chase after the Giambattista and Rocinante because he'll be distracted by the largest and most aggressive fleet action in history kicking his balls up into his throat. By the time he understands what we were really after, it'll be too late for him to do anything but hold his dick and cry. But I need to know that you're in. Chen blinked. His reserve cracked. Just a little. Well, he said. When you put it like that. Chapter 39. Naomi. The Rocinante burned, but not straight for the ring gate. That would have been too obvious. The intention was to rendezvous with the Giambattista in an ambiguous orbit, leaving it unclear to anyone watching whether they were looking to position themselves in a long burn spinward toward Saturn, turn out toward the science station on Neptune, or make for the gate. Let Marco wander a little bit and be in position when the distraction started pulling his attention away, assuming he was even watching where the Rossi went. Naomi assumed Marco was watching where the Rossi went. She assumed everyone was. She understood how much her old friends hated her now. Even in this moment of relative calm, Jim was spending 10 and 12-hour shifts on the comms. When he wasn't sending out or receiving messages, he'd watch news feeds. The Free Navy presence was growing on Ganymede and Titan. The consolidated fleet splitting its forces in order to send guard ships to Tycho. Angry voices coming off Pallas to denounce the traitors who'd colluded with the inner planets. Not just Michio Pan and her pirate fleet anymore, but also the OPA factions that Fred Johnson had put together.
It was how Jim tried to have control over something he couldn't actually control. The messages he watched and sent out were a kind of prayer for him, though he wouldn't have said it that way. Something that brought peace and the illusion that what they were caught up in wasn't so massively bigger than their own individual wills and hopes and intentions. So even though it set her teeth on edge, she let him go on with it. She got used to falling asleep to the musical voices of Earth news feeds, waking up to the hard cadences of Christian Avasarala and Mishiopa in her cabin. "We will burn after we see the Consolidated Fleet commit," Pa said, her distant, muted voice sliding into Naomi's half-dream. She sounded so weary, it made Naomi want to go back to sleep in sympathy. "I understand that's not a popular decision, but I'm not interested in having my people be the worm on Earth's hook." "I never understood that," Naomi said. Jim closed his hand terminal display and settled the earphones down around his neck, his expression guilty. Naomi shifted, and the crash couch swung under them like one of the hammocks she'd grown up sleeping in. How do hookworms figure into catching fish, anyway? "Not hookworms," Jim said. "Worms, like earthworms, or insects, crickets. You'd put them on metal hooks with a barb on the end, tie a really thin line to the metal hook, and throw the whole thing out into a lake, or a river. Hope that a fish would eat the worm, and then you could haul the fish out with the hook that was caught in its mouth." Sounds inefficient and needlessly cruel. It really sort of is. Do you miss it? The fishing part? No. The standing out on the edge of a lake or being in a boat while the sun's just coming up? That a little bit. This was the other thing he did. Reminiscing about being a boy on Earth, talking about it as if she'd ever had experiences like his. As if just because she loved him, she'd understand. She pretended that she did, but she also changed the subject when she could. "How long was I asleep?" "It's still 6 hours until we're close enough to start docking," Jim said, answering her real question without having to check. "Bobby's down in the machine shop with Clarissa and Amos doing some last-minute fixes to her combat armor. I get the feeling she's looking to suit up and stay suited up until she's on Medina. It has to be strange for her to lead OPA fighters." Jim lowered himself to the gel of the crash couch, one arm bent behind his head. Naomi put her hand on his chest, just under his collarbone. His skin was warm. In the shadows, he looked vulnerable, lost. "Did she say something to you about it?" "No. I was only thinking. She spent so much of her life with Belters as the enemy, and now she's going to an OPA ship filled with OPA soldiers. We aren't her people, or we weren't before now." Jim nodded, squeezed her hand, and then slid out from under it. She watched him dress in silence for almost a minute. "What is it?" she asked. "Nothing." "Jim," she said. Then, gently, "What is it?" When he did his little percussive, surrendering sigh, she knew he'd given up trying to protect her from whatever it was. He pulled on his undershirt and leaned against the wall. "There was something I meant to talk about with you. About the ambush where Fred died?" "Go ahead." He did. Connecting to the Pella, trying to distract Marco, seeing Philip, disarming the torpedoes. He told it all with a sheepishness like a kid confessing that he ate the last bit of sweet. Even when she turned up the cabin lights and started pulling on her own clothes, he didn't meet her eyes. Amos had called him on it, offered to lock him out of the torpedo controls. Jim had said no. His silence was the only sign that he was done. Naomi stood for a moment, watching her emotions like they were objects scattered by an unexpected turn. Horror at the idea of Philip's death. Rage at Marco for putting their child in harm's way. Guilt, not only for Philip, but for Jim too. For the position she'd put him in and the reflexive compromises he'd made on her behalf. All those she'd known to expect, but there was an impatience too. Not with Jim exactly, or herself, or Philip. With the need to mourn again what she'd mourned so many times before. "Thank you," she said, her heart thick and heavy. "For caring, for trying to watch out for me. But I lost Philip. I couldn't save him when he was a baby. I couldn't save him now that he's essentially a man. That's twice, and twice is always. I can't stop hoping that he'll be all right in all this. But if he's going to get saved, he's going to have to do it himself." She pushed away a betraying tear. Jim took a half step toward her. He'll have to do it himself, she said again, her voice a degree harder to keep him from touching her or saying something soft and consoling. Same as everyone. When the Giambattista got into clear visual range, she wasn't a pretty ship. Longer than the Canterbury had been back in the day, thicker through the middle, with a score of massive storage cells open to the vacuum where it had stored the ice harvested from Saturn's rings or captured comets or any of the other sources around the system.
Between the flood-lit work shelves, the external mech storage sheds, attitude thrusters and sensor arrays and antennas, there were so many sources of drag that even the thinnest atmosphere would have ripped the ship to scrap. But no torpedo tubes, no PDCs. There were thousands of tiny boats tucked into the huge ship, and nothing more than a winsome smile and a handgun to protect them. On the command deck, Bobby put one hand on Naomi's shoulder, another on Jim's. "Freaking out yet?" "I'm fine," Naomi said in the same moment that Jim said, "Yes." Bobby's chuckle was warm. She was as happy as Naomi had seen her since she'd come back to the ship. She walked across the deck, mag boots clicking with each contact and release. It made Naomi nervous. If something happened to make the Rossi move suddenly, either the boots would hold the deck and break her shin bones, or they'd release and leave her bouncing against the walls of the ship. Not that the danger was real. It was only that, like Jim, she was probably freaking out, at least a little bit. She watched the Giambattista's braking pathway. The main engines turned off, the plume cooling and speeding away from the ship. It coasted toward them. 6,000 clicks, 5 3/4, 5 1/2. "All right," Alex said across the ship's comm. "Everyone hold on to your feathers. We're maneuvering to dock." To Naomi's relief, she heard Bobby strapping into a couch behind her as Amos and Clarissa announced that they were secure. "Can you knock?" Jim asked. She opened a tight beam connection, waited a long moment, and found herself face to face with a man whose white beard and salt and pepper hair made him look like something out of a children's story about wolves in human skin. "Que ça, Giambattista," she said. "Rassenante wir. Geht es gut alles la?" The wolf grinned. "Bist ben, zera negata sweer. Give us your warriors, girl, and let us kick these coxalenveras a pookies." Naomi laughed, less at the vulgarity of the image than at the glee with which the old man said it. "Bien, prepare for docking." She cut the connection and called up to Alex. "We have permission to dock." Behind him, Bobby was humming a melody Naomi didn't recognize, but it was syncopated, upbeat, even playful. The Rossi lurched, the couches all shifting a few degrees to compensate. They were almost in matching orbit, only a few meters drift, and the thrusters under Alex's care were drawing that down to nothing. "He knew your name," Jim said. "You're not the only one people recognize," she said. As the docking tube extended from the Rossi and fixed itself to an outer airlock on the Giambattista. So close in, the hauler dwarfed the Corvette. A horsefly and a horse. The scale of what they were about to try came home to her then and took her breath away. These two ships were the stealthy, small force, easy to overlook in a system racked with violence. Tiny to the point, they all hoped, of insignificance, and still huge. "Are we going to be knocking around anymore?" Bobby asked. "Because otherwise, I'm going to go get dressed and head over." "You wearing your power armor, just walking across the tube?" Alex asked. "You know how it is," Bobby said. "Never get a second chance to make a first impression." "Awesome," Alex said. "I'll meet you," Amos said. Naomi looked over to Jim. He was frowning. "Say again, Amos?" "Yeah," Amos said. She could hear the smile in his voice. "I thought I'd head over with Bobby. These Opa fuckers are our best buddies and all, but we're still us and they're still them. Someone ought to watch Bobby 6 while she's out among them, English. Besides which, I'm going to be as good as any of them at breaking heads." "Might need you on the Rossi, big guy," Jim said, his voice light.
With the whole heading into battle thing, I'd kinda like to keep my mechanic close to hand. Bobby retreated down the lift tube, pulling herself hand over hand, her floating feet disappearing last. That's sweet, but you don't need me, Cap, Amos said. Peaches here knows the ship as well as I do. Anything you need done, she can do it. Jim grunted, and she put her hand out, grabbing the edge of his couch and spinning it until they were facing. Jim saw the message in her expression. "Copy that, Amos," he said. "Bobby? Make sure you bring enough of him back we can regrow the missing bits." "Roger. Wilco," Bobby said. Her voice sounded close and echoing. She already had her helmet on. Naomi wanted to be reassured by the joy that Bobby took in the anticipated violence, but she couldn't quite manage. All she could do was hunker down and endure and see what happened next. At least she had practice with it. Over the next hours, Bobby and Amos inspected their new allies, the ship's reports and logs, the ships in their berths, the OPA fighters they'd be leading on the attack, while Naomi, watching through Bobby's suit camera, cataloged it all. Racks of guns and boxes of ammunition, the motley assortment of boats and soldiers. Bobby's assessments were calm, rational, professional, and fueled the dread growing in Naomi's gut. Her mind wandered a little bit during the slow moments. Human violence as a kind of fractals, self-similar on all scales, from bar fight to system-wide war. The buildup of insults and lost face that swelled over the course of an evening or a century. The shoving and shoving back, neither side sure they wanted to escalate and uncertain how to back down. All of that was the history of the inner planets and the belt since the beginning. Then Marco had thrown his sucker punch and sent the system reeling back. Since then, feints and evaluations, flurries of violence that weren't meant to end anything, so much as find position, test the opponent. Everything since the rocks fell on Earth had been preparation for this, a counterattack made in earnest and without reservation. Each side hoping to engineer a punch that the other didn't see coming. Forgotten arm. Maybe it was in their blood, their bones, a shared human heritage, the pattern they were exporting to the stars now. It left her tired. "Well, it's not what I'd pick, but it's better than I'd hoped," Bobby said from her new cramped quarters on the Giambattista. In the background, Naomi could make out Amos's voice, lifted and laughing among others, fitting in with the new group. Or, no, that wasn't right. Letting the new group think he fit in. She had a terrible sense that he wouldn't come back on the Rocinante, the empty premonitions of anxiety and impatience. "Do you want to check the boats in more depth?" Naomi asked. "No," Bobby said. "I can do that on the way." "Pull the trigger. Let's get this apocalypse on the road." "All right," Naomi said. "Stay safe." "Good hunting." We say good hunting. Good hunting, then. The words were powerfully inadequate. She dropped the connection, unstrapped, braced herself against the handholds on the wall, and stretched her arms, her legs, worked the kinks in her spine. When she was done, she realized it was the same routine she did before she worked out, preparing for great effort. She went down to the galley, where Alex and Jim and Clarissa were eating together. They all looked over at her as she pulled herself into the room. "Bobby says we're good to go." "Well, shit and yahoo," Alex said. Jim pulled his hand terminal out of his pocket, tapped through a set of commands, including one with a double password, then pressed a button. "Okay," he said. "Signal's out. As soon as the attack's underway, we'll burn for the ring and hope no one notices us." They were all quiet for a moment. Naomi felt like there should have been some kind of fanfare, gongs and trumpets, to announce the coming death and destruction. Instead, it was just the galley, the four of them, the sound of the air recyclers, and the smell of chicken. "Looks like a shit night for sleeping," Naomi said. "I'm going to be up watching the news feeds." Jim didn't say anything. His eyes were sunken with exhaustion, and something else, not fear. Worse than fear. Resignation.
Naomi pushed off,
braced beside him, and put her hand on his. He managed a smile. "I'll bring drinks and snacks. We can watch the fireworks start." "I don't know," Jim said. "It ain't sulkin' if we all do it together, Hoss," Alex said. And then to Naomi, "Count me in." "Me too," Clarissa said, and then didn't add, "if I'm invited." Against the backdrop of the war, it was such a small thing, and Naomi was still glad to see it. "Yeah," Jim said. "Okay." It took hours. All across the system, drive plumes flared. Around Cirrus and Mars and Tycho, the consolidated fleet leaped away from their defensive positions and into the belt. The scattering of Michio Pa's pirate fleet joined in, and the OPA. By the time the last of them reported that they were on the burn, the ships of the Free Navy were starting to react. The Rocinante traced vectors and travel groups, threads of light tangling the emptiness between stations and planets. Battle lines. The news feeds lit up, civilian, government, corporate, and union, all becoming aware that something was happening and leaping to make sense of what it could be. It was just after midnight, ship time, that the Rossi raised the alarm. "What do we have, Alex?" Jim asked. "Bad news. I'm seeing a couple of fast attack ships headed our way out from Ganymede." "Well, so much for not being noticed." "How long before they reach us?" Jim asked, but Naomi had already queried the system. 5 days if they're just buzzing us and looping back, she said. 12 if they try to match orbit while we're on the burn. "Can we take them?" Clarissa said. "If it was just us, might could," Alex said. "Problem is we're guarding this cow. But if we burn hard enough, we might make the ring before they get us." "Figure it out on the way," Jim said. "Right now, we need to get the Giambattista up and burning as hard as it can, and still let Bobby do her inspections." "No plan survives contact with the enemy," Alex said, unstrapping and pulling himself up toward the cockpit. "I'm warming her up. I'll tell our friends across the way to do the same," Holden said, taking comm control. On Naomi's monitor, the thousands of hair-thin lines marked where the battles were and where they were expected to be. On impulse, she took down the tactical display, leaving just the wide scatter of drive plumes all around the system, and then added in the star field. It was the widest concerted attack ever. Hundreds of ships on at least 4 sides, dozens of stations, millions of lives. Among the stars, it didn't stand out. Chapter 40, Prax. The more time passed, the clearer it became how little Ganymede's official neutrality meant. The ships in the docks and orbiting the moon were more and more Free Navy ships, fewer and fewer anything else. The soldiers in Free Navy uniform appeared more often at the tube stations, in the markets, in the public halls and corridors, first with the apparent casualness of citizens, then in larger groups with more aggressive demeanors, then with armored emplacements that would allow them to shoot in safety whoever happened by. Juna had stopped letting him watch the local news feeds at breakfast on the weekends. Too many stories about bodies being found in unfortunate conditions, too many missing people, too many espionage claims, too many reminders from the still official security apparatus that Pinkwater was an unaffiliated corporate entity with no political litmus tests and only the safety and well-being of the citizens of Ganymede at heart. The sorts of things people said because they weren't true. For Prax, the official news and the gun-wielding soldiers weren't the most disturbing things. There were smaller things that he noticed. The way that the girls didn't fight against being home by curfew anymore. The wistful conversations Juna would start about taking positions somewhere else, emigrating off Ganymede entirely, and then end without ever drawing a conclusion. The small things carried more weight. Yes, a dissident circle was killed. Yes, people disappeared. But apart from Carven Dynast, they weren't people he knew. And the change in the station was also changing his family. It was also changing him. Prax went about his work because there was nothing else to do. It wasn't as if things would be made better by hiding in his bed. And the appearance of normalcy was sometimes almost as good as the real thing.
So he went to the meetings in the mornings, worked with his plants in the afternoons. Some of the runs had to be scaled back. Research and development weren't a priority, as much as generating food to resupply the warships. Prax thought that was short-sighted. If anything, disruptions like this were an argument for more research, especially with the radioplast work that Kana and Bryce had under proposal. He tried bringing the point up now and again. He'd even gone so far as to ask whether there was a contact with the Free Navy that the labs could talk to about it. No one was enthusiastic about it, though, so that was something else the occupation had taken away. Under it all, the fear of what he'd done in sending the data to Earth hung over him. It was almost a relief when the security forces finally came. He was in the overflow hydroponics lab at mid-afternoon. Rows of black-leaved plants rose up from the tanks toward the light banks. The roots that pushed through the underlying aqueous gel were pale as snow. Prax was moving from plant to plant, his hands in light blue NBR gloves. He checked each leaf gently, looking for sprays of yellow and orange where the radioplasts were dying. Until the man called his name, his afternoon had been going pretty well. Dr. Meng? There were 4 people, all of them men. 2 wore simple uniforms with the Pinkwater logo on the breast and shoulder. The other 2 were Free Navy. Prax felt his heart thud against his chest as the adrenaline hit, but he tried not to look more than a little uncomfortable. Anyone would be a little anxious when the Free Navy came asking for them, even the innocent. He thought that was right. "Can I help you?" "We need you to come with us now," the taller of the 2 Free Navy men said. "I can't," Prax said, gesturing toward the plants he hadn't checked, as if that were explanation enough. They stepped closer, moving around him. They all had sidearms, handcuffs, canisters of restraint spray. "You have to come with us now," the tall man said again. Do I need my union representative?" he asked, but he wasn't surprised when the shorter of the Free Navy men pushed him in the small of his back. "I could run," he thought. "It wouldn't help, but I could do it." They marched him out through the front office. When they passed Bryce in the hall, she looked away, pretending not to notice. The front desk was abandoned. Everyone suddenly called to the restroom or a coffee break at the same moment. None of the people he worked with would actually see him leave. That's how quickly the right kinds of power could make someone disappear. Walking out the front door for what he had to assume was the last time, it felt like an epiphany. He'd wondered, watching the news feeds, how so many could go missing in a station with people and cameras everywhere. He understood now. All they had to do was make it too dangerous for others to watch. They loaded him into a cart, drove off down the main corridor, down the southern exchange ramp, and into a well-lit concrete hallway. He had the sudden, visceral memory of waiting here back after the mirrors fell, when the survival of Ganymede Station had been an open question. He'd waited in line right there, trying to find May. It would be her turn now to wonder what had happened to him. Symmetry. At the Pinkwater office, they took him to a small, cold room. Green walls, green floor. Everything stank of industrial cleaner, the kind they used to clean up blood and spit, biohazard stuff. A chair bolted in place in front of a cheap plastic desk. Black dots along the wall shifted toward him like the eyes of a spider.
Not cameras, but the same multi-frequency image arrays he used in the labs. They were sensitive enough to pick up his heart rate from changes in his skin and track the heat in every part of his body. He'd used them extensively on last year's soybean experiments, and seeing them here felt almost like betrayal. The taller Free Navy man came in, a dark-skinned woman in a Pinkwater uniform with him. Prax looked up. He'd imagined this moment so many times in the middle of dread-soaked nights that now that it was happening, he was almost curious to see how well it met his expectations. Would they beat him? Threaten him with violence? Would they threaten me and Juna and Natalia? He'd heard that sometimes they would addict prisoners to drugs and then threaten to withhold their supply and let withdrawals do the work. "Dr. Meng," the tall man said, sitting across from him, "did they take focus drugs?" Prax had heard of focus drugs, but he didn't know how they worked.
You were supervisor for Kiana Carvanides. You're on record as identifying her body. I am, Prax said. Was there a way to pretend his way out of this? Would they believe him if he denied everything he could deny? Or would he give himself away? All the black, mechanical eyes on him, and the tall man's pale brown ones too. Only the Pinkwater woman was looking at her hand terminal. I did. Carvanides didn't have family on the station, I think. I'm not sure about that, though. Is something wrong? She was working on proprietary yeast, is that right? That's one of the projects we do, Prax said, nodding. He was being too anxious. They'd know. She was working on it particularly? Prax's mouth was dry, and the cold of the room seemed to creep up his legs and into the base of his spine. What had he done? Why hadn't he kept his head down? But no, that wasn't right. He had reasons for taking every action he took, and he'd known there were risks. Being here in this room was one, even if he hadn't known which room in particular. He wondered whether there were other people watching him, or if the spider eyes fed into some sort of software that analyzed him and fed them the answers. Dr. Meng? Yes, sorry. Yes, she worked on the harvester yeast. It's an organism that harvests a very broad range of electromagnetic radiation, the way that a plant uses light. It's reverse engineered from the protomolecule data. It lets the yeast generate its own sugars from the radioplasts, and then its native systems can convert that into higher complexity nutrients. The two shared a look. He couldn't tell what its significance was. How would me do without him? She was older now, nearly adolescent. She was going to start pulling away from the family unit soon anyway. Maybe that wasn't such a bad time to lose him. Would they put his body back in the recycler? He couldn't think like that. Not now. What can you tell us about H1810? The woman asked, and Prax felt like she was looking through him, seeing his bones and the shape of his blood vessels. He'd never felt more naked. He tried to lean back in his chair, to rock it a little back and forth, but the bolts only grated a little. There were notches and scrapes on the wall he hadn't noticed until now. Painted over, yes, but there. He didn't want to think about what had made them. It's the 10th variation using Protocol 18, he said. It's proprietary. I'm not supposed to talk about that. I'm sorry. Why did you move the H1810 data out of Carvanides' partition? And there it was. They knew. He took a breath, and he could hear it shaking in his throat. They wouldn't need focus drugs or psych computers. He was readable as plain text. It had been a dream that he might avoid the worst. All that was left was watching it play out. He felt a vestigial, unreasoning hope. There had to be a way. He had to get back home, or else who would make pancakes for the girls? I moved it on the request of some of the other project engineers. With Carvanides passing, they needed to have access to the run data. Otherwise, there was no way to move forward. So yes, I put it in a partition where they could reach it. Did you review the permissions on that partition? The information was proprietary, Prax said, clinging to the idea like it was the last waterlogged fragment of the ship that had sunk beneath him. It sounded weak, even to him. The man leaned forward. That data was sent to Earth. We've isolated the tracking data on it, and it came from the partition you put it in. Lies and denials bubbled in his mind. Anyone could have accessed that data. I was sloppy, careless with security, maybe. That's all. I didn't do anything wrong. In his mind's eye, he saw Carvanides again, the wounds on her neck and head. Yes, he could deny her again, but it wouldn't make any difference. They already knew, or near enough. They'd push him, torture him, and he would break. It didn't matter what he said now. He was dead. No more pancakes, no more evenings coaxing the girls into doing their homework, or Sunday mornings waking up late with Juna. Someone else would have to take over his research. Everything he'd loved, everything he'd lived for was gone. To his surprise, it felt less like fear than a sort of terrible freedom. He could say anything he wanted now, including the truth. The thing you need to understand, he said, an irrational, intoxicating courage blooming in his heart. Biological equilibria, they're not straightforward. Never. Equilibria? The man repeated. Yes, exactly. Everyone thinks that it's simple. New invasive species comes in, and it has an advantage, and it outcompetes, right? That's the story.
But there's another part to that. Always, always, the local environment resists. Yes, maybe badly, maybe without a clear idea of coping with novelty. I'm not saying it's perfect, but I am saying it's there. Even when an invasive species takes over, even when it wins, there is a counterbalancing process it has to overcome to do that. And the tall man was scowling, and his discomfort made Prax want to speak faster, to say everything he had in his heart before the hammer fell. And that counter process is so deep in the fabric of living systems, it can never be absent. However well the new species is designed, however overwhelming its advantages seem to be, the pushback will always be there. If one native impulse is overcome, there will be another. You understand? Conspecifics are outcompeted? Fine. The bacterial and viral microecologies will push back. Adapt to those, and it'll be micronutrient levels and salinity and light. And the thing is, even when the novel species does win, even when it takes over every niche there is, that struggle alone changes what it is. Even when you wipe out or co-opt the local environment completely, you're changed by the pushback. Even when the previous organisms are driven to extinction, they leave markers behind. What they are can never be completely erased. Prax sat back in his chair, chin high, breath deep and fast, nostrils flared. You can kill me. You can wipe me from the rolls of history. But you can never change the mark I've made. I stood against you, and even when you've killed me, it won't undo the things I've done. The man's scowl deepened. Are we still talking about the yeast? Yes, Prax said. Of course we're talking about the yeast. All right, the man said. That's great, but what we need to know is who had access to that partition. What? The partition you put the data in, said the Pinkwater woman. Who could have linked to it from there? Anyone with access to the workstations in the research group could have, Prax said. What does that have to do with it? The man's hand terminal chimed, and he pulled it out from his pocket. The red backsplash on an alert made him look almost like he was blushing, but when he put the hand terminal away, his face had gone pale. I have to step back, the Free Navy man said. You finish this, yeah? His voice was tight. Prax thought he was shaking.
The woman nodded and checked her own hand terminal. Prax watched him go, confused, wanting, almost, to call him back and insist that they finish. This was important. This was his martyrdom in the cause of freedom and science. The interrogator couldn't just walk away in the middle of it. When the door closed, he turned to the woman, but she was still looking at her terminal. A news feed with something about the war. She whistled softly, her eyes going wide. When she looked up at him, it was like she was surprised to see him. The yeast data, he said, reminding her. Dr. Meng, you have to be more careful. You can't do that anymore. Do what? The woman's impatient smile didn't reach her eyes. You can't put data that might help the enemy into an open partition. I know it's proprietary, but someone leaked it, and we have an active investigation now into who that might have been. But no, you don't understand. Dr. Meng, she snapped. I know you don't like us coming in and telling you how to run your lab, but these are delicate times. I'm asking you to take a long, careful look at your lab's security hygiene so that we don't have a less pleasant conversation next time. You understand that? Yes, of course. All right then, the woman said with the air of having won an argument. You can go now. Prax didn't know what to do. He sat quietly for a moment, waiting for clarification he didn't know how to ask for. The woman checked her hand terminal, looked back at him, annoyance in her expression. Dr. Meng, we're done for now. If we have any further questions, we'll find you. I should leave? Yes, she said, and so he did. Walking through the halls and up to the public carts felt like moving through a dream. His stomach felt empty. He wasn't hungry. There was just a massive bubble in his gut where something pain, despair, hope, fear was supposed to be. He rented a cart, took it to the tube station. The whole incident had been so brief, his shift wasn't even done. It would be, though, by the time he got back to the lab, so he went home instead. The news feeds on the tube were alive with whatever military action had been on the security woman's hand terminal. He tried to make sense of it all, but the words seemed to lose their meaning somewhere between the screen and his senses. He caught himself staring emptily at a young man sitting across from him and had to make a conscious effort to look away. All he could think was the dark-skinned woman saying, "You can go now." Juna was home when he got there, sitting on the couch with her head in her hands, her eyes bloodshot and her cheeks blotchy from crying. When he stopped in the entryway from the kitchen and lifted his hand in greeting, she stared at him for a moment, stunned, and then leaped up, ran to him, and wrapped him in her arms. After a long moment, he hugged her back, and they stood in their rooms, the way he never thought they would again. "Leslie sent me a message," Juna said, her voice still thick with tears. "She said they came for you at the office, that the security people took you away. I was trying to find a lawyer who would talk to me. I sent the girls to Dorian's. I didn't know what to tell them." "All right," Prax said. "It's all right." Juna leaned back, searching his eyes like there was something written in them. "What happened?" "I confessed," Prax said. I told them everything. And then they let me go." "They did what?" "They said I shouldn't do it again, and that I should leave," he said. "It wasn't at all the reaction I expected." Chapter 41. I've got fast movers, Evans. 5. Wait. 7. "Coming from?" Michio asked, though she was already certain of the answer. The assaults throughout the belt had already pulled the Free Navy's fighters to other conflicts, thinning the defenses at Pallas. She had to give Holden his due. He hadn't tried to use her and her ships as bullet sponges. "Pallas Station," Evans confirmed. "No one's shooting out in the black." "PDCs have them," Laura said. "Permission to fire?" "You have permission," Michio said. "Oksana, evasive maneuvers at will. Let's show these fuckers we can dance." "Yes, Captain," Oksana said, between teeth bared in concentration and joy. A moment later, the Connaught lurched, shifted. Over the system, Joseph howled a wordless battle cry. The 4 horsemen, Foyle called them, the Connaught, the Serio Mal, the Pontian, and the Solano, the most experienced of Pa's breakaway fleet. They fell toward Pallas Station from 4 different directions, spreading the local defenses as thin as they could. If there had been time, maybe Marco would have pulled resources off Pallas too, sabotaged the manufacturing infrastructure, and left anyone who couldn't escape on their own for Pa to rescue or let starve under her name. But that assumed there was some place for the Free Navy to run to. 2 down, Laura announced. 5 to go. "Sooner's better than later," Michio said. Metal and ceramic creaking and singing from the strain, the Connaught turned and accelerated, then cut power and went on the float, whipping around to give the PDCs a wider field of fire. Laura's guns buzzed, vibrating the ship and killing 3 more of the station's torpedoes, even as the Connaught sped in toward them flank first. The surface of the asteroid glittered ahead of them, her target and her enemy, and the home to tens of thousands of the people she'd thrown her safety and career aside to help and protect. "Keep the rounds from hitting the station if you can." "Do my best, Captain," Laura said, but her subtext was clear. If it gets down to them or us, it's them. Michio couldn't disagree. "Pansion's taking fire," Evans said. "Serio Mal too." "Solano?" Michio asked. The Solano had taken the most damage in the raids and scuffles since she'd broken ranks with Marco. Enough that it was chosen to be the sacrifice ship, emptied of her crew and all useful material. It was the hinge point of her battle plan. 3 of her ships to distract and disarm Pallas, to the point that, even if they shot it full of holes, they couldn't scatter the Solano into a debris field thin enough to keep the docks from crippling damage. "Still far enough back, it's not being targeted," Oksana said. 4 more down, Laura said.
That last one's being a booger. Got it, Captain, Oksana said. We're going to need to return to Breaking Burn if we don't want to get very close and personal with the station. Do it, Michio said. I'm taking comms. Understood, Evans said. I've got another wave of torpedoes coming in, and we are nearing effective PDC range. Michio set for broadcast. So close to the station, there'd be no light delay. Everyone listening would hear her almost as she spoke. After so long at high lag distances, it felt odd. She considered herself in the camera as Oksana spun the ship and punched the deceleration. She started the broadcast. This is Captain Michio Pa of the Connaught to all citizens of Palace Station. Be advised, we are here to remove the false governance of the Free Navy and return control of the station to its citizens. Evacuate the docks immediately. I repeat, evacuate the dock levels immediately for your own safety. We call on the Free Navy Administration for immediate and unconditional surrender. If we do not have that confirmed in the next 15 minutes, it will be too late to save the docks and shipyard. For your own safety, evacuate now. The comms display threw up an error alert. Her signal was being jammed. She boosted it as much as the Connaught's transmitter allowed and set it to loop. She hadn't had much hope of a peaceful ending, but she'd tried. The ship lurched again and burned hard, pressing her back into her couch. Laura shouted something obscene, but the ship didn't detonate. They dodged whatever it was. Pansion took a hit, Evans reported. PDC. They look all right. The Solano's still not top of the Palace threat index. He paused, rechecked his monitor. It's working. Thank you, Michio said. Let's start taking out their PDCs. Already on it, Laura said.
Just as long as I can keep these torpedoes from flying up our... She trailed off, lost in concentration. Michio didn't interrupt. This wasn't what she wanted, wasn't what she'd ever wanted. She'd begun this whole fallen, fucked-up process because the dream of a belt for belters, a life that didn't depend on being used and exploited by the larger powers in the system, had meant something. And now, here she was, fighting alongside Earth and Mars, against belters. 3 years Sanjirani gave them, 3.5, and then starvation. And she was about to break the docks at a major port so that James Holden could open the way to the colony worlds again and leave them all behind. This was what she'd agreed to do. It was her part in stopping Marco and trying to save the belt, even if it was the belt 3 years from now. Every step along the way had made sense, except that they ended up here. Everyone she'd allied with her whole life had started by seeming to be good, competent, and loyal. They'd all disappointed. And now she was going to do the same. She'd changed sides so many times she didn't know who she was anymore. If she changed the plan now, if she backed away, fought the oppressor before, still fighting the oppressor now, followed your heart then, still following your heart now. The situation changes, that doesn't mean you do. Fuck. Evans, she said. What's the status of the Solano? On course, Captain. Do we have control of it? Evans looked over at her. His eyes were wide and uncertain, panicky. I have telemetry, yeah. Slow it down, she said, pulling up tight beam connections to the Pansion and the Serio Mall. Give us more time to kill the defenses. Captain Foyle accepted the connection first, then a moment later, Rodriguez. In the separate windows of her display, they looked like negative images of each other. His pale skin, her dark, but with the same thinness and close-cropped hair. The images shook under different strains, as the Pansion and the Serio Mall suffered their own separate evasions. We have a change of plan, Michio said. The Solano isn't ramming the station. We're going to park it, ass end at the ports, inside safety range, warm up the Epstein, and melt anything that comes out to slag. Blockade. Foyle's eyes could have been cast iron for all that her expression changed. She'd be hell at the poker table. Con qué? Rodriguez said, his lips narrowing.
Is late a difficile plan? Late's better than too late, Michio said. The Belters of Palace aren't the enemy. I'm not going to make them the enemy. I need slow passes from both of you. Every PDC gets dusted. Every gun and torpedo emplacement we break. Then sensor arrays. I need this station blind and declawed. For a moment, neither one of her captains spoke. She could hear all the objections in her own voice. She was tripling the risk of the mission. She was spending an order of magnitude more ammunition, torpedoes, and PDC rounds than a simple escort of the sacrifice ship required. She was putting them, her commanders and their crews and their families, at risk to preserve a station that was actively trying to kill them all. I need you to trust me, she said. A loud pop announced a stray PDC round had holed the Connaught. Oksana shouted something about sealing the deck. Michio didn't look away from the screen. Let them see these were her risks too. Dewey, Foyle said in her whiskey and cigar voice. You say it, Boss Mang, and we get it done. Rodriguez, shaking his head, muttered something obscene, looked into the camera with tired eyes. Fine. She dropped the connection. When she checked in with fire control, Laura had already changed the profile. On the display, every weapon on the face of the station was marked in red, targeted for destruction. But not the docks. Evans was out of his couch and pouring sealant on the hole where the PDC round had punched through the holes. The slug had passed through the command deck maybe a meter from her head. She could have died. Any of her people could have died. Knowing it was like being two different people at once. One horrified at the idea that it could have hit Laura or Evans or Oksana. The other shrugging away what hadn't happened. This was the work. This was the choice she'd made, and it was the right one. For 2 long hours, the Connaught dodged, strained, poured rounds down onto the surface of Pallas. What had originally been a fast, sharp attack turned into a long, bloody bout, more about endurance and supplies than clever tactics. The Pansion and the Serio Mall matched her blow for blow, hammer strikes against an anvil. The jammers were set too deep in the stone for even her torpedoes to reach, and every time the curve of asteroid cut off her line of sight to the other ships, Michio was afraid something would happen, that she wouldn't see them again. And once, the Pansion emerged from a long pass with a bright scar and section of her hull peeled back. Slowly, a blind spot appeared around the docks. Parts of space leading to Pallas weren't. Evans brought the Solano into it kilometer by kilometer, then meter by meter, until it had locked to Pallas orbit with only an occasional little push from the maneuvering thrusters. They're going to find a way to kill it, sir, Oksana said. May take them days, may take them hours, but this isn't a blockade that can hold for long. Get me line of sight on the Pansion, Oksana. Sir. Rodriguez, when he appeared on the screen, was grinning, so that at least was a good sign. How's your ship, Captain Rodriguez? Michio said, returning his smile despite herself. Está bent, broken, fucked, flustered, and far from home, Ezio said, laughing. Got a couple in the med bay and one in the morgue, but we done the thing, que si? Pulled a whole station's teeth and half their eyes, too. ¿Acanto son los champions? I think we are, Michio said. I'm going to need you to stand guard on this. Pull back far enough that you're out of range of anything Pallas puts together. Take control of the Solano. Babysit? Rodriguez said. Got your hull pulled back like a condom wrapper, Ezio. I'm not putting you in at Titan. God bless the man, he looked disappointed. Bist bien, he said. Well, hold the line. But you and Foyle take the torpedoes we've still got, yeah? Stock up. Anything we do, we can manage con PDCs and my winning smile. Won't say no to that, Michio said. Que tu trigger, he asked. When do I light it up and slag the fuckers? When you know it's free Navy you're burning down. Not if just people. Lose the ship before you hurt civilians. Killing people because they got in the way is inner planet's bullshit. It's free Navy bullshit. We're better than that. Damn right we are, Rodriguez said and signed off.
When he saluted, he had blood on his fingers. She pointed a tight beam connection request at one of the less damaged comm arrays, unsure if it would do any good. Even if the equipment was limping along well enough to function, there was no reason for the connection to be accepted. Only it was. A familiar, dark, pebbled face appeared on her monitor. From what she could see behind him, he was in a well-appointed office, brightly lit, and probably somewhere deep enough in the station that she couldn't have reached him without nukes or a reactor set to critical and crashed into the station. "Captain Pa," he said, "you seem to be moving from one shitty decision to another." "Rosenfeld," she said, "when you broke with Inaros, I understood it, respected it even. I was disappointed when you turned to Fred Johnson. But this? Playing marionette to Christian Avasarala and Emily Richards? And Holden?" He shook his head. "Something happened to you, Michio. You've changed." "Context changed," she said. "I'm still the same. And here's what happens next. I have a live, warmed-up Epstein drive pointed at the docks. If I see any activity there, I slag them. If I see any shuttles or boats taking off from the surface, I'll shoot them down and slag the docks."
If I see anything that looks like an attempt to sabotage the Solano, I'll slag the docks. If any free Navy ship comes within 100,000 clicks of Palace, I'll slag the docks. You will find yourself governor of an old, broken station that can't move supplies in or out. "Duly noted," Rosenfeld said dryly. There didn't seem anything more to say, but she didn't kill the connection. Not yet. And then, "Use this. Excuse me, you're a political animal. Use this opportunity. I'm giving you an excuse to drop out of the fighting. You can tell Marco that I pinned you down. You won't even be lying. Even if he beats us all, you know he can't govern the system. And your plan? My plan? What plan? The one where you're the man behind the throne? The real power, while Marco's the public face and figurehead? That won't work either. He can't be controlled. He can barely be predicted. I'm not blaming you. I made the same mistake. I saw what I wanted to see in him. But I was wrong, and you are too." Rosenfeld's face was unreadable and still. Michio nodded. "Do you know the magic word?" "No," he said, his voice rich with disdain. "What's the magic word?" "Oops." "You should say oops, Rosenfeld. Own it that you made a mistake. That ship I have with its ass pointed at you? It's your chance to do something about the fact that you picked the wrong side. You want me to thank you for that? I want you to make sure all the people in there get food and water, and I want you to keep them safe until this is over. And when's that going to be?" "I don't know," she said, and dropped the connection. For a long moment, she rested in her couch, held in place by the straps and the familiarity of the voices and sounds around her. Her jaw ached where she'd been clenching it. She had a bruise across her collarbone, and she couldn't remember which maneuver might have caused it. She closed her eyes, letting it all wash over her. Laura talking through the headset with Bertald about how many PDC rounds they had left. Oksana and Evans laughing over nothing, releasing tension, quietly celebrating that, on some level, by some measure, they'd won. The smell of the portable welding rig burning off the emergency sealant and closing the punctures in the hull. Her home. Her people. She filled her lungs with them all. The comm display chirped. A request from the Serio Mall. She accepted it. Susanna Foyle appeared on her monitor. "Captain Pa," she said. "Captain Foyle. Rodriguez tells me we're not taking 3 ships to Titan after all." "That's right. Used up a lot of ordnance on this mission," Foyle said. "Also true," Pa agreed. "Going to leave us outnumbered and outgunned." It wasn't an accusation, just an observation. "We won't be the only ships there," Pa said. "We'll have backup." For the first time, Foyle's face lowered its dignity to have an expression. "Squats and dusters? No one we can count on." "We're all in this together," Pa said,
and Foyle coughed out a single laugh. As long as you're going first, we'll follow. Didn't get this far by taking the easy way. We've got our patches in place and our bandages on. You're ready to burn? Then so are we. Thank you. Foyle nodded, dropped the connection. Pa pulled up a system-wide tactical map with all the fighting that was going on throughout the system. A cluster of updates from Vesta. A chase between Free Navy fighters and a dozen Martian warships as Marco's forces tried to loop around toward Mars itself. The guard force left behind at Ceres, tracking 4 Free Navy ships. The orbital defense of Earth on high alert, most of its patrol ships away from their posts and on the attack. The sum of all of humanity's presence in the solar system, bent on violence and spectacle. And at the edge of the display, almost off it, almost forgotten, the Giambattista and the Rocinante, already decelerating toward the ring gate. Good luck, you bastard, she thought, putting her hand over the tiny gold dot marked Rocinante. Don't make me sorry I trusted you. And then, over the ship-wide system, all stations report. We've got another fight to get to. Don't want to be late. Chapter 42. Marco son Koyo, son Todd! Micah Aldujaili shouted out from the screen. You and all your Titi Soldat! I am here for you, Inaros. What you did to my family. Marco muted the broadcast. Somewhere nearby, someone else was watching it. Aldujaili's rant still nattering in the distance as the Pella rose off Callisto, a half-dozen ships arrayed behind her. Do we have target lock? Josie lifted a hand in affirmation, his eyes firmly on the monitor. They were only at a single G, but Marco felt a headache beginning at the base of his skull. It didn't matter. It was only a little pain, after all. There'd be time to take something for it when his enemies weren't wasting good air. Around him, the command deck of the Pella was tight and bunched. Josie with weapons, Corral at the comms, Miral muttering into his headset to someone down in engineering. They were wolves, a band of predators ready to strike. Aldujaili shouted something about vengeance, something about betraying the belt in the name of glory. Let's shut this fucker up then, Marco said casually. Fire everything. The warning had come to the Jovian system in time for him. Earth, Mars, the traitor Michio Pa, Holden, Naomi, all his enemies had lit their torches and hoisted their pitchforks for him and taken to the road. Marco wasn't surprised. He'd known to watch for them, and when they came, he was ready. True, he hadn't expected it to come from every place at once the way it had. The consolidated fleet had come boiling out of Ceres, up from Earth and Mars. They'd burned hard and taken some of the nearest of the Free Navy's forces by surprise. But space and distance were Marco's natural allies. It took time to burn across the 500 million kilometers from Mars, and the Jovian system was Belter's land. And Belters meant Free Navy, no matter what yapping little pups like Micah Aldujaili and Amy Ostman wanted to pretend. By the time their Earther allies made it to Aldujaili's side, the man would be a corpse, and all the ships traveling with him dead at his side. Firing now, Josie said. The Pella rang with the mechanisms of torpedo and PDC, the vibrations traveling through the hull and making the whole ship chime like a war bell. Marco could taste the sound, sulfice and copper. It was beautiful. Hoy, Captain, Corral said. Got messages coming in. Other ships cue Savi if they should be firing too? Yes, Marco said. Tell them all to open fire. The ones Kumtigana Mead to? Not in effective range, them. Marco shifted to stare at Corral. The ache in his brain grew a degree worse. He'd known Corral for decades, trusted him. In his voice now, though, Marco heard doubt. More than doubt. Insolence. All fire. Let Aldujaili spend his rounds plucking their torpedoes out of the black. It'll shut his nattering mouth. Dewey, Corral said, turning back to the comms, and speaking in a voice too low and urgent for Marco to bother listening. It was happening everywhere. Vesta, Pallas, Titan, Hygeia Station, Visby Yards, Europa. Large targets and small, the enemy was coming at him thinking they would wash the Free Navy aside like a wave. And there was damage, yes. Palace blockaded, Vesta fallen. The battle forces burning toward Titan alone might make one of the largest in history, and he couldn't say how decisive his victory there would be. It almost didn't matter. The important thing was that he had goaded them into action, into reaching out in anger and fear. It was a recipe for overreach. After the careful, turtle-meek response of Earth and Mars to this point, it was a relief. Let them come. Let them win their little victories. The Free Navy would hold what it could, scatter into the dark where that was wiser, and loop back to crush the unguarded targets left behind. It was the mistake he'd known they would make.
The inner planets, with all their centuries of dominion, still dreamed that they could fight a war and win. Marco knew better. War was never won and never lost. Until now, until him, Earth and Mars had thought they were at peace because the violence had all poured out on the belt and not back at them. Their fault, their short-sightedness. They'd had their age of victory. It was over now. And this paroxysm, this grand mal seizure of a battle plan, promised 1,000 more like it to come. The belt would take its hits, but it would never take them passively again. That was his victory. First wave's down, Josie said. They got all our torpedoes. No hits? Try again? No, Marco said. We wait. Let them think they can handle us. Then crush them. Bien, Josie said. Corral muttered into the comms, passing the word along. Without the weapons fire, the ship still wasn't quiet. It only felt that way. Marco stretched his neck, craning it to try to relieve the tension there, but everything in him was straining out toward Al-Dujali. He'd killed Fred Johnson with his own hands already, and now all the OPA factions that had been stupid enough to follow an Earther would see what crop they'd sown. He pulled up the tactical display. The 8 enemy ships, led by Al-Dujali's Torngarsuk, were scattered enough to make taking 2 down with a single torpedo impossible, but near enough that their PDC fire could reinforce each other. For all Al-Dujali's ranting and venom, he hadn't lost his temper enough to abandon good sense. The Pella and the 6 other Free Navy ships from the Callisto shipyards held a looser formation, but a wider surface. Outnumbered for the moment, but with 10 Free Navy ships on hard burn from Ganymede, they wouldn't be for long. Marco grinned. Cut to a quarter G, he said. Tell the Ganymede ships to coordinate braking burns and watch close. If the enemy waits, we outnumber them. If they attack now, be ready to turn. Draw them out of their formation. Bien, Josie said. Aber, they're firing. Go! Marco shouted, willing the Pella like it was part of his body, like he could bend its path with pure force of his intention. At a quarter, Corral yelped, and Marco shouted wordlessly and grabbed the pilot's controls. Under his command, the Pella leapt forward, pushing him back. The hull creaked and groaned, but he saw Josie's targeting solution feed in, heard the great and glorious rumble of the weapons, watched the arcs of PDC fire, still too distant to pose a real threat, but near enough to disrupt the enemy. And then the spread of torpedoes. And the spreads from the others in his group. And far distant, but drawing close, a woven cluster, thick as a rope, torpedo tracks from the Ganymede ships. All converging, all falling into the enemy. Fire and metal and blood. It was like joy, like music. He bent the Pella's course, firing thrusters at 100% or not at all, feeling the glorious torque of the turn in his blood and the aching pressure of his crash couch trying to hold him. Someone shouted, but Marco was past listening now. This was battle. This was glory and victory and power. A proximity warning, and the Pella's PDCs shifted automatically, splashing an enemy torpedo that had been lost among the cloud of converging fire. Marco laughed. His other ships had taken his cue, turning toward the Torngarsuk.
One of Al-Dujali's ships misjudged, took a torpedo from the Ganymede ships in her side, and crumpled, venting air. One of Marco's ships lost a thruster to a torpedo, and 3 of the remaining enemy coordinated to mow it down with PDC fire like lions descending on a crippled gazelle. Even in that moment of loss and rage, Marco felt the joy of the fight. It was ugly, brutal, direct. They were past clever solutions and elegant traps now. This was toe-to-toe, throwing punches until someone fell to the ground. This was the urge that had put mankind on the battlefield with stones and lengths of wood, beating each other blood on blood on blood, until only one side remained. And that side was Marco's. The Free Navy, and fuck all the rest. The Torngarsuk died last, dancing around arcs of PDC fire while Al-Dujali shouted defiance and obscenity over the radio. And then didn't. The Torngarsuk lost power, drifted, and detonated. Its own tiny, brief sun. Marco fell back into his crash couch, aware for the first time and he couldn't say how long of the thrust gravity pulling at him. The tactical display showed 2 of the enemy ships fleeing. He hadn't noticed when they'd left, but it hadn't been recent. They were already far outside his effective range. Farther and faster with every breath. He smiled, noticed the taste of blood on his lips. He'd bitten his cheek. He didn't remember that either. Slowly, his consciousness seemed to broaden, not just his monitor and his couch and his body. There was an alert sounding somewhere, a smell of smoke and the bright scent of fire suppressants. His headache had bloomed without him noticing into a throbbing unpleasantness, and his hands felt like his fingers had bent backward and were only just coming back to true. He looked around the deck. Josie and Miral and Corral all looking back at him. He lifted a fist. "Victory," he said, and coughed. But the victory came at a price. 2 of his reinforcements from Ganymede were done, the crews dead, the ships hardly more than scrap. 3 of the ships from the Callisto yards would need repair. The Pella had suffered a breakdown in the air recycler that was annoying but trivial, enough that they had to land in the shipyard again for a few days while it was repaired and tested. Johnson's Lickspittle Opa had taken worse, died in greater number, but still, this wasn't the sort of success Marco could afford many more of. And add to the insult of being lectured by Nico Sangiorani. "This has to stop," the little economist said from the screen. "The damage to infrastructure is getting worse, and the more the curve deflects, the harder, the more nearly impossible it's going to be to pull it back up." Marco, in the office he'd appropriated for Free Navy's command on Callisto, leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes. The message had been sent with heavy encryption, its origin path and return hidden in layers of mathematics. All he knew for certain was that Sangiorani was far enough away that the light delay and the limitations of equipment kept him from a real-time conversation. For that, Marco was profoundly grateful. "I can resend the analysis," Sangiorani whined, "but this situation is making things worse than the numbers show. Worse. Whatever it takes to stop it, you need to do that. If we don't start building a separate exchange economy soon, and by soon I mean weeks or months ago, we may have to reimagine the whole project. We may not be able to get away from interplanet-backed scrip at all, and then we can be as politically independent as we want, only it will still devolve back to financial constraints by the inner planets, which was what we were trying to get away from in the first place." Sangiorani looked tired, stressed. There was an ashy tone to his skin, and his eyes seemed sunken. Given that he was holed away somewhere safe from battle, it seemed more than a little histrionic. Marco stopped the message. There was another 20 minutes in the spool, and composed his reply. It wasn't a long one. "Nico," he said gently, "you give me too much credit. None of us have the power to control what atrocities Earth and Mars and their misguided allies in the belt will commit. We can only hold to our principles and our dreams. We will absolutely prevail, in time. When the Inners put down their arms and leave the belt in peace, we will have the power to end this. Until then, our only options are to defend ourselves or let our people die. I won't compromise on that, and I know you won't either. There, 30 seconds to answer 30 minutes of alarmist maundering. That was what efficiency looked like.
He sent the message back on its looping way, checked the news feeds. The battle at Titan was entering a second day, with heavy casualties on both sides, and still too early to know what he'd won or lost in it. And the work reports on his ships. The Pella was ready to launch, but not with any size of escort for at least another 3 days. And then heaved himself up and walked through to the meeting room. Whatever it had been before, engineer's workspace, security building, storage, the room was now the War Council of the Free Navy. Corral, Wings, Philip, Sarta from the Pella, Captain Lister from the Coin Silver, Captain Chow from the Lena. They sat on white upholstered chairs, their uniforms lending them a formality. They stood and saluted when he entered the room, except for Philip, who nodded as a son to his parent. "Thank you for coming," Marco said. "We have plans to make. This assault must not go unanswered. We have to mount a counterstrike and show the Inners that we aren't intimidated. Show our strength." A murmur of agreement passed through the room, no one actually speaking loud enough to be heard, only not to be out of line. Except, to his surprise, Philip. "Another one," his son said. "The last grand gesture did so well, Kay?" Marco froze. The anger in Philip's voice, more than anger, contempt, was like being slapped. All around the room the others went silent and still. "Something to say, Filipito?" Marco asked, his voice low and calm and rich with threat. But Philip chose not to hear it. "Yeah, something. We had this conversation before, yeah? Walked away from Ceres and said we needed to plan a show of strength, counterattack, keep them afraid of us. We did this before, and now we're here again." Philip's face was flushed, his breath fast and heaving like he'd run to get here. Only last time it wasn't a Koyosla, was it? It was Dawes and Rosenfeld and Sundrani. And Pa, yeah? Inner Circle, heart of the Free Navy, part of the plan. "You're tired, Philip," Marco said. "You should go rest." "How does this get different from last time you said it?" Philip said. Rage rose up in Marco's breast, filling his head with heat and fumes. He could smell it like a chemical fire. "Want to know, me?" Philip said, voice trembling. "This plan we've got, and the last plan before it, and the one before that. Which one's the real plan? Is there? Or are we just falling down and pretending we meant to?" Marco smiled. When he stepped toward his son, Philip braced against a blow, jaw tight, hands in fists. Marco tousled his hair. "Boys, eh?" he said to the others. "Boys and their tantrums. Captain Chow, can we hear your report?" Chow cleared his throat. "We have a few targets might serve," he said, pulling up his hand terminal and sending a data file to the wall screen. "Depends how it fits with the larger strategy." Philip went white, his jaw jutting out. Chow went on talking, gesturing at the wall screen as he listed his suggestions and plans. Marco kept his gaze on his son and let the others pretend nothing was happening but the meeting. "If you act like a child, you will be treated like a child. Embarrass me, and I will embarrass you." Philip swallowed, turned and walked out of the room, shoulders back and head held high. Marco laughed as the door shut, just loud enough he was certain Philip would hear him. He turned to the wall screen. "You don't list Tycho," he said. "Why not?" Chow looked at his list, then back at Marco. "You want to take Tycho?" "Why not?" Marco said. "These battles we're fighting now, they're the Enners turning us against each other.
tricking us into killing our own, belter against belter. And for what? We can never win Earth and Mars over. They'll never see us as people. But Amy Ostman, Carlos Walker, they should be on our side. Would be, if they weren't still stuck in a past that's gone. 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 Yeah? You say it, Chow said, nodding but dour. Tycho has always been a jewel of the belt, a source of our pride, and a symbol of our success. It's why Fred Johnson squatted on it all those years. Now another Earther who thinks he's the savior of the poor, backward belt? Why should we let James Holden keep what was never his? Marco grinned and let the syllables drip out of his mouth. Tycho Station. Gather up all the ships we can and burn there in force before the inners can regroup. We're faster than them, smarter. And when we reach Tycho, we will see them rise up to greet us and toss Holden out the airlock. I will guarantee that. Lister cleared his throat. Rocinante's not on Tycho, though. Marco frowned. A little stab of confusion and resentment pricked his heart. What? Those dose ships we sent after Ostman's ice hauler, Giambattista? No transponders, but came close enough they got drive signatures off the escort ship. Esas la Rocinante. The room was silent. Marco felt something crawling up the back of his neck. All the years he'd kept quiet track of where Naomi was, what she was doing, and now she and her lover had slipped away without his knowledge. It felt like a threat, like a trap. The Rocinante, he said, speaking each word carefully, is running escort on Ostman's old broken-down ice hauler? Looks like, Lister said. Something was wrong with the air mix. Marco wasn't getting enough oxygen. His heart was beating fast, his breath coming faster. Where are they going? Chapter 43. Holden inertia was one problem. Location was the other. The Giambattista was a massive ship, hard to bring up to speed and hard to slow down. A testament to the inconvenience of mass and Newton's first law. It was already braking toward the ring gate, pouring out energy and reaction mass in order to bring it to an orbit matching the gate. Between those two data points, where it was going and how quickly it was shedding momentum to get there, the fast attack ships knew within a narrow range of possibilities where they would be and when they would be there. Holden's calculus was built from unknowns. How many Gs could the Giambattista endure during a hard break? How many of the ships she carried in her vast belly would fail under that strain? The cold equations of velocity, energy transfer, and relative motion could draw idealized curves to describe any number of scenarios, but experience added on a permanent and indelible unless something unexpected happens, and then who the hell knows? Best guess, Alex, Holden said. What are we looking at? Alex rubbed a hand over his thinning hair and made a distressed chuffing sound under his breath. The galley smelled like chamomile tea and cinnamon, but Naomi and Clarissa were both empty-handed. The Rossi's deceleration was about a G&a-half, matching the Giambattista. It made Holden feel like he was tired even though he wasn't. If I was them, Alex said, I'd plan to overshoot. Time my braking run so that I'd go by just before that big bastard out there got to the ring. Group both ships together, because there's an attack opportunity during that pass. Drop a shitload of torpedoes that could use my velocity as a boost. Hope I got a few good hits in. Once I'd passed, my torpedoes would be fighting against my velocity instead of building on it, so I'd likely save my powder until I could kill off what was left of my speed. Then come back to finish up anything that survived that first pass. Sounds plausible, Naomi said. And what would you do if you were us? Get to the ring as quick as I could, Alex said, more quickly this time. Make them hurry to catch up to us so that the loop back took as long as possible. Then use whatever that window was to get Bobby and her forces in through the gate. Let her take over the railguns and get our butts into the slow zone so she could splash those bastards when they got back. Going to be unpleasant trying to keep the Giambattista alive once they get back, Clarissa said. 2 of them, 1 of us. That boat's a big target. All right, Holden said. What about their drive plumes? If they're braking toward us, how big a threat are they?
Alex shook his head.
The speeds we're looking at, if we get in their plume, we'll be in their laps. Clarissa's voice was small, calm. If it's a suicide mission? Alex sobered. Well, then, yeah, that would suck. If we break the Giambattista with too hard a burn, Naomi said, we can still stage the attacks from out here. We're already unloading the first wave from outside the gate. There's no reason we can't launch the second one from here too. The command crew can't be much larger than the Canterbury's was. We'll evacuate them on the Rossi if we have to. Unless whatever we break interferes with us deploying the boats, Clarissa said. Then Naomi and I are out there with welding torches trying to pop Bobby's stuff loose when the attack ships get back, and everyone has a bad day. It was weird hearing Amos' idiom spoken in her voice. The two had spent a lot of time together, though, so maybe it wasn't. Holden rubbed his palm across the cool surface of the table. The weight of the moment pressed on his shoulders. I'll talk to Bobby and Amos. They're there. They can make our case. Cut the deceleration now. Go on the float until the last minute, and then burn like hell to break. Make them chase us. Gonna be hard selling that to belters, Naomi said. My people aren't fans of high G. Alternative being torpedo strikes makes a compelling argument, though, Naomi shrugged. It does. After that, the hours stretched. Sleeping would have been a good idea, but it wasn't possible. He hit the gym, pulling against resistance bands until the ache distracted him from the attack ships bearing down on them. But as soon as he stopped, it flooded back in on him. Wondering whether the enemy would target the Giambattista because it was the larger target, or the Rocinante as the bigger threat. If the plan to take Medina would work, if it would work in time. What the Free Navy would do if it worked, if it failed. If they won and the passage to the colony worlds opened again, what it would mean for the Belters, for Earth, for Mars. What the shape of human history would look like if the Free Navy beat them. Anticipation soured to anxiety and fear, and then impatience, and back to anticipation again. Usually, the Rossi was comfortable as an old shirt. Under the guns this way, he felt closed in, claustrophobic. He couldn't quite forget, the way he usually could, that they were a bubble of air and metal in an unthinkably huge emptiness. Naomi found him in their cabin after his exercise. Her hair was tied back, away from her face, and her eyes were calm and serious. "Was looking for you," she said. He waved a little gamely. "Present? You doing all right?" "I don't know. Yes?" He held out his hands, a gesture of helplessness. "I don't know why I'm having such a hard time with this. Not like it's the first war I've started." Her laugh was rueful and warm. She launched across the room, caught onto the handholds where she could look over his shoulder at the monitor. The two enemy ships on approach. The Giambattista and the Rocinante. A red field where the braking burn would start. A white line where the Rossi thought the attack would come. The first attack, violence reduced to spare and well-presented graphic design. "You didn't start this one," Naomi said. "Marco did that." "Maybe," Holden said. "Or maybe Duarte did. Or the proto-molecule. Or Earth and Mars over the last couple of centuries of not giving a shit about the belt. I don't know anymore. I feel like I understand what I have to do in the next, I don't know, 5 minutes, maybe 10. Then after that, things get muddy." "Next is enough," Naomi said. "As long as you always see the next step, you can walk the whole way." She put a hand on his shoulder, her palm warm against his skin. He laced his fingers with hers and braced as she pulled herself down beside him. A simple maneuver they'd done 1,000,000 times before. The long practice of trivial intimacy. "I keep wondering if this was inevitable," he said. "There are so many things we could have done differently. Maybe we could have kept this from happening. We, you and me, or we humanity? I was thinking humanity, but you and me too.
If you'd killed Marco when you were kids together? If I'd kept my temper and not gotten kicked out of the Navy? I don't know, if any of the things that got us here hadn't happened, would none of this be happening? Don't see how it could. On the screen, the two enemy ships ticked closer to them, while they shifted, not as quickly, toward the red warning of the hard burn. I keep thinking it would have, though, Holden said. If it wasn't me or you or Amos or Alex, if it wasn't the Rosie, it would be someone or something else. The belt didn't get screwed because of you or me. Whatever it was that made the proto-molecule didn't throw it at us because of anything that we'd done at the time, right? The details would be different, but the shape of it all would be the same. That's the problem with things you can't do twice, Naomi said. You can't ever know how it would have gone if it had been the other way. No, but you can say that if we don't do something different, it'll happen again, and again, and again, over and over, until something changes the game. Like the proto-molecule. It didn't change anything, Holden said. Here we are, still doing all the same things we did before. We've got a bigger battleground. Some of the sides have shifted around, but it's all the crap we've been doing since that first guy sharpened a rock. Naomi pulled herself closer, tucked her head against his shoulder. Probably people had been doing that since the dawn of time too, just not in freefall. You've changed, she said. The man I met on the Canterbury wouldn't have said that it was everyone's business, that whatever anyone did counted. Well, I've had really a lot of people shooting at me since then. And you've grown up some. It's all right. I have too. We're both still doing it. That's not something you stop. Not until you're dead. Holden said. Then, so I'm guessing this kind of thing doesn't bother you. Nature of history? No, it doesn't. Why not? He felt Naomi shrug against his body, familiar as if he'd done it himself. I know what I need to deal with next. I've got 2 attack ships crawling up my ass ready to kill me and all the people I love most in life. And if they manage it, my evil ex-boyfriend may very well grind all human civilization in the system into a new dark age. Yeah, that guy's an asshole. Yup. They watched it coming, knew it would come. It didn't make it any less frightening when it came. Alex put the Rosie just ahead of the Giambattista's nose, offset enough not to melt her with their exhaust, but close enough to maybe stop the enemy torpedoes before they hit. The 2 incoming plumes were like stars, fixed and steady. Holden remembered being a boy in Montana, learning to catch a baseball. The way that the ball seemed to float, almost motionless when it was coming straight for him. This was the same. Status, Holden said. 63 seconds to effective range, Naomi said. Rosie's watching them, Holden breathed out. The captain of the Giambattista insisted that her ship wouldn't suffer more than 3.5 Gs, so that's what they were at. The enemy was slowing at a little over 8, but still going so fast that they would only spend a fraction of a second in range. 40, Naomi said, and coughed. A painful sound that made Holden aware of the weight on his own throat. Maybe they should have gone on the juice after all. Behind them, the ring gate would have been visible to the naked eye by now. Even a very low power scope would be showing the weird, almost organic, moving but stationary non-material of its frame. Signal was leaking through the bare 1,000 kilometers of its diameter, distorted like ocean waves seen from beneath. Radio, light, all the electromagnetic spectrum, only warped and made strange. And beyond that, the railguns waiting to kill them all. Starting to think this may not have been a great plan, he said. 5 seconds.
4. Holden braced. Not that it was going to help, just that he couldn't keep from doing it. On the external cameras, the enemy drive plumes grew larger, thicker, brighter, and then, in a blink, faster than the frame refresh, they were gone, and the Rocinante bucked hard around him, slamming him into his crash couch like it had fallen off a ladder. The ship rang like a struck gong, deafening. For a confused second, he thought they'd been thrown around by the enemy's wake, that they were going to capsize. The Rossi steadied. An alarm was sounding, brash and demanding. "What have we got?" Holden shouted. "I don't know," Clarissa shouted. "I haven't been looking at this any longer than you. Just, all right, looks like we ate a couple PDC rounds. No, hold on." The alarm shut off. The silence seemed more ominous. Maybe the shaking hadn't been the Rossi's maneuvering thrusters getting them out of the way. They'd been hit. They might be spewing out their spare air into vacuum. "Doesn't make sense is not good, Clarissa," he said, trying to make his panic sound cheerful. "Something that made me feel like we weren't dying would be really nice." "Well, we got a little beat up," Clarissa said. "I thought it was PDCs, but no, we took out a torpedo close enough that we caught some debris. They launched 4 torpedoes at us and 2 at the Giambattista," Naomi said from behind him. "We got them all, but there was a little damage to both ships. I'm waiting to get a solid report from Amos." In that blink, Holden thought, that moment of shaking had been a whole battle, too abrupt for a human mind to follow. He wasn't sure if that was amazing or terrifying. Maybe there was room for both. "Not dying, though," Holden said. "Not any faster than usual, anyway," Clarissa said. "I'll need to swap out some sensor arrays and plug a couple holes on the outer hull when we get a chance." "Alex," Holden said, "what's it look like up there?" "I got a bloody nose," Alex said. He sounded affronted, like bloody noses were something you got when you were a kid and beneath his dignity now. "I'm sorry about that, but I was thinking more about the ships that were trying to kill us." "Oh, right," Alex said. "Like I said, that first window's closed. Anything they throw at us now we can knock down easy, and it doesn't look like they're changing much about their burn." "How long does that give us?" Alex sniffed again. "Well, we'll get to a matching point beside the gate in a little less than an hour. If our little friends do a straight-line burn to come back to us and don't change their burn rate, we'll have 6.5 hours. If they loop around so they can come at us from different directions, a little more." "What's the most?" 8, Alex said. "Best case scenario, we're going to need to get all our folks through that gate and under protection of our shiny new railgun artillery inside of 8 hours. 7's more realistic. 6 would mean we didn't have to sweat it. Amos is saying they got knocked around a little, but only lost some plating in the storage decks and maybe half a dozen boats," Naomi said. "Bobby's calling it a win, and they're scrambling the first wave." Between the 3.5 Gs and the violence of the Rossi's defense, Holden's jaw and back ached. He couldn't imagine how unpleasant this had to be for Naomi and the Belters in the Giambattista, including the first wave team that Bobby was about to lead down the enemy's throat. One wave to take the railguns, then a second to secure Medina. By then, maybe he'd know what he needed to do next. If it didn't work out, they'd try to keep the Giambattista and the OPA soldiers still on her alive long enough to come up with some other plan. The ring gate grew larger on the scopes, looming up until they were so close it dwarfed the ships. 1,000 kilometers from one side to the other, and beyond it, the weird non-place of the slow zone, the other gates, and the ruins of a 1,300-world galactic empire that humanity aspired to salvage. Naomi was right. It didn't matter whether they were servants of some greater historical movement or individual disconnected lives suffering the consequences of their own choices. It didn't change what they had to do. The Giambattista reached a minimum in their vector curve and shut down their drive. A few seconds later, the Rossi did the same, but by then, the sides of the giant ship were already sliding open. In the starlight, the thousands of tiny, cheap boats looked like spores being thrown to the wind by a dark fungus, visible more by the starlight they blocked than by any actual color or shape of their own. This close, the ring gate dwarfed them. He couldn't keep from seeing it as a massive, milky eye, staring blindly down at a sun that was hardly more than the brightest star among billions.
The connection request came to his monitor. Bobby Draper. He accepted, and her face appeared on his screen. Her powered armor made her unhelmeted head seem small. Voices behind her spoke in belt or cant so fast that he couldn't make out the words. "First wave's ready to go," she said. "Permission to deploy?" "Granted," Holden said. "But Bobby, really don't die out there." "No one lives forever, sir," Bobby said. "But as long as it doesn't compromise the mission, I'll try to live through it." "Thanks." One by one, and then in ragged groups, the small, weak chemical rockets began to ignite. All of them together didn't have the power of the Rosie's reactor, but they didn't need it. Their whole lives were the space from the ring gate to the station in the center of the slow zone. For most of them, less than that. And only one of them had Bobby and Amos and their ground force. As Holden watched, the boats shifted like a flock of starlings, became a single moving shape on an imaginary tactical wind, and burned toward the gate. And then through it. Chapter 44. Robert's Shed. She'd known it was coming. Even before they'd pried the specific information out of Yokosuka, she'd known something was coming. It was a feeling that came up like a bad dream she couldn't shake. A premonition, or just the kind of fear that seeped through any time she had something important, and too clear in imagination, about how it would be to lose it. Knowing that the war was coming to Medina was almost a relief. At least she knew in broad strokes what to be afraid of. The fear had made small changes feel large. When Yokosuka brought them the news that their work schedule was shifting, Roberts couldn't keep from interpreting each change like tarot cards. Tracking down the signal drop on the interior of the drum was pushed off for a month, so maybe Captain Samuels thought it wasn't important for defense from the invasion. The retrofit of the water supply for lower G moved up, so maybe they wanted extra capacity ready in case the environmental systems were damaged. They spent a day installing redundant comm lasers so that they could always have a tight beam line to Montemayo and the rest of Duarte's advisors on the alien station. Everything that she could fit into the idea of fortifying against coming violence became more evidence that her fear was justified. The more evidence she had, the easier it became to see things as further proof. It wasn't only her either. The others in her work group were all suffering from the same dread. Yokosuka was gone more often than not now, not supervising them except to tell them at the start what to do and ask at the end if they'd done it. And when he did come out after shift, he left early without giving any excuses beyond, "Things need doing." Salas was drinking more, showing up for shift hungover and angry, and then not wanting to head back to his quarters when the day was done. Vanderklost, well, ever since the false alarm with the mole, Vanderklost had been a smaller man. Not in his body, but the way he moved through his life. Careful, amenable, tucking into himself like a snail.
Once, just after they'd heard about the ice hauler burning out toward the Soul Gate, they'd been in the bar when some young Koya, drunk off her ass, had started off shouting about how the colony planets didn't deserve aid or attention. They don't like being treated that way. They shouldn't have done it to us. And they're just as bad as Mars, only with the stones to back it. And come back 5 generations from now and maybe we'll be close to even. Vanderkost had finished his drink fast and left without saying goodbye. Anything political got his back up now, even if it was something they all agreed with. And still, Roberts found she needed the company. When the leaks and rumors got bad enough that Captain Samuels had to make an announcement, enemy ships associated with OPA factions outside the Free Navy are sending a large cargo ship and escort. We don't know their intentions. The Free Navy has dispatched fighters to back Medina up, but with the fighting so hot in the system, it is a minimum force. Roberts was almost relieved. At least they could talk about it all openly now, and not get Jakulskas's balls in a vice. When the enemy was on close approach to the far side of the ring, all the work on Medina ground to a halt. There were schedules and lists and work reports, but there were also enemies at the gate.
Jakulskis didn't show up to give them their daily orders, and even their freedom seemed ominous. They shifted to a bar where the wall screens were set to a local security newsfeed, the latest on the siege of Medina Station as it happened. Diagrams of the positions of enemy ships and their Free Navy defenders. Analysis of who Amy Ostman and Carlos Walker were and why they hadn't joined the Free Navy. Confirmation that the escort ship was James Holden's Rocinante. Beer. Dried tofu with wasabi powder. The camaraderie of the mob. It felt almost like gathering up to watch football, except their home was the pitch, and loss would mean the deaths of more than only people. The autonomy and freedom the Free Navy promised was balanced on the head of a pin. Did they get them? Salas asked breathlessly. Did we kill them? Roberts reached across the table, grabbing his hand and squeezing, waiting for the feed to update, for fresh information to come through. There wasn't any romance in the gesture, not even a sexual invitation. There just wasn't a better way to express hope and fear and, oh, holy shit, all at the same moment. Across the bar, 36 people, maybe more, stared at the thick, confused images bleeding through the gate. If it hadn't been a live image, it could have gotten cleaned up, almost to where the gate's weirdness didn't show at all. But jagged and bent right now was better than clear as nothing later on. A flash of the Rocinante, blooming fire bright. The whole room took in its breath, waited. But when the glow faded, the enemy was still there. Salas spat out an obscenity and let her hand go. On the feed, the Free Navy attack ships were already gone, carried off into the black by their own rush to get to the Giambattista and Rocinante before they'd reach the gate. For all the fucking good it had done. SBN, yeah? Vanderkost said. Took a shot, bruised them. Make them rush is the thing. Keep them from going slow, being careful. You don't know what they've got on that ship, Roberts said. Could be anything. Vanderkost nodded, took a bit of tofu between his finger and thumb, and squeezed it until it cracked. Whatever it is, we'll put railgun rounds through it until it's dust. He held out his green powdered thumb like he was demonstrating the idea of dust. She nodded so tight and fast it was more like rocking back and forth. Dewey, she said, wanting to believe it, needing to. On the feed, the looming mass of the ice hauler had come to a relative stop on the far side of the gate and just off to the side where the railguns couldn't fire through at it, so they knew that the defenses were there and to keep their heads down. That was too bad. What are they doing? Salas said, not expecting an answer. In the feed, 100 faint new stars bloomed around the ice hauler, wavering and inconstant. Then 1,000. Then double that. Roberts felt some part of herself step back, shock pulling her away from herself. Meoskopar? She breathed. Are those drive plumes? The dots of light surged, all moving at once. A swarm of bright wasps, swirling, curving, and passing through the ring gate and out into their space. Her space. Here and there, a light flickered and died, one of the thousands sputtering and dying, but most flowed around each other, flight systems taking in the situation, their position, the alien station, Medina, the rings. There were safe spaces where the railguns wouldn't fire, not behind cover, because apart from Medina itself, there was nothing in the slow zone to hide behind. But the railgun rounds wouldn't stop once they passed through the tiny attacking ships. Any of the enemy that could put themselves between the end of a railgun and the ring of a gate or Medina itself would be safe, at least until the PDC and torpedoes of Medina Station could reach it. Like slivers of iron showing a magnetic field, the swarm burned for the lines defined by geometry and tactics. Or most of them anyway. The few that had failed spun helplessly in the void, threatening no one. And others... Those fast movers aren't ships, Salas said. Those are torpedoes. Robert's hand terminal alerted in the same moment as Vanderkost's and Salas. She was the first to pull hers from her pocket. The screen was red-bannered, the battle alert. She acknowledged, reporting her position. The assignment put her in a floating damage control team,
Jakolski and the rest of the higher powers and technical were waiting to see where they were needed, where the damage came. It was worse than a hard assignment because her blood was fizzing with the need to flee or fight, and there was nowhere to go. If she could have run to a post, she'd have been able to pretend that she was doing something, that she could affect the wave of destruction flying toward her. "Ah," Vanderkost said, "there we go." On the wall screen, the railguns had opened up. At first, it was only motion, the emplaced barrels, her barrels, the ones she'd put in their housings, squivering. Then the newsfeed overlaid the paths of the rounds, bright lines that vanished as quickly as they appeared. And with each flicker, one of the enemy died. Roberts felt her jaw starting to ache from clenching it, but she couldn't relax. Salas grunted, his expression dismayed. "Qu'est?" Roberts asked. "Wish we weren't doing, that is all," he said. "Doing what?" He gestured to the wall screen with his chin. "Sending stuff out past the gates, to where it goes away." She knew what he meant. The starless nothing, not even space, on the other side of the gates was eerie when you thought about it too much. Matter and energy could be converted into each other, but not destroyed. So when something that went out beyond the sphere of the slow zone seemed to vanish, it had to go somewhere, or be changed into something. But no one knew what. "No option," she said. "Estas koyos maken us." "Yeah, it's only long, terrible minutes stretched." Roberts fell into something half panic and half trance. The lines flashed on the feed. Another dead enemy, another slug of tungsten accelerated out of reality and into the blackness stranger than space. Now that she saw it through Salas' eyes, it made her nervous too. It was so easy to forget the profound strangeness all around them. They lived there, it was their home, so of course they had to defend it. But it was also a mystery they lived inside. The timelessness of her attention and focus broke as a shudder passed through the incoming swarm, and her heart doubled its beat. A swirling motion that went through the drive plumes even as they winked out. The muttering in the room got louder. "How fast they burnin'," Vanderkost said, awe in his voice.
He switched his hand terminal from the alert screen to a tracking program, streaming the data into it. S can't have crew on. Jelly and smash if they were, juice or no juice. Medina shuddered. The vibration was small but unmistakable. The first of the enemy were inside effective range. On the feed, the flicker of the railguns was joined by slower, sweeping arcs of PDC fire, the bright pinpoints of Medina's own torpedoes. Roberts found herself muttering curses like they were prayer, and didn't know how long she'd been doing it. The flickers of enemy drive plumes began to thicken and coalesce into a single bright shaft, drawing a line between the alien station and Medina. "They're getting between us," she said. "They gotta stop them. They're getting between us. They're going to get here. They're going to board us." "No one on 'em to board us," Vanderkost said again. "No S-ships, those. Fists with engines to push them is all. Rams." "We're still picking them off," Salas said. "Look, railguns, still firing." It was true. The shots were careful, dangerous. They slid past Medina's drum so close, Roberts imagined she heard them hiss on the way past. But the enemy kept dying, exploding into scrap and vapor. The wave of enemy torpedoes was already gone, turned to debris and bad intentions. And the ships, closer and closer, but fewer every minute, were taking hits, Vanderkost said, glowering into his hand terminal. Roberts pulled up her own terminal. Pressure loss on the outermost layers of the drum. Not everywhere, but scattered. A hull here, a warehouse there. A water reservoir was holed, throwing mist and ice out in a pinwheel as the drum spun it away. The Mormons had built the outer parts of the drum thick against the hard radiation of space, but no one was dying. Not yet. How are they hitting us? Dead scraps, Salas said. It's the debris from the torpedoes. It's nothing. It might have been true that it was only debris, but it wasn't nothing. As she watched, another alert opened, was flagged, assigned out. Her team wasn't called yet. Wouldn't be, she thought, until the bombardment stopped, or something important enough to be worth risking all three of their lives took a hit. Around them, the other people cheered, and she looked up to see a spreading sphere in among the fading swarm. They got a big one, and the detonation had been enough to knock out a few of its nearest neighbors. The thousands of wasps were fewer now, 2, maybe 300, and fading by the moment. The ones there were diving hard for Medina, dodging arcs of PDC fire, fleeing from the torpedo strikes, slipping outside their corridor of safety and being ripped apart by the railguns. As the glittering lights fell to black, Roberts felt something in her gut and her throat. The laughter came out as barely a chuckle, but warm and full as tears, and grew to something deep. They had come to take Medina, and they were failing. Yes, the station was taking its hits. Yes, they would be bloodied, but they would not fall. Medina was Free Navy now, and it would be Free Navy forever. Solace was grinning too. All around them, cheers started to go up with every railgun strike that plucked away another invader. Of them all, only Vanderkaust seemed uncertain. "Que ça?" Roberts asked him. "Vise, like you're trying to rub your asshole with your elbow." Vanderkaust shook his head. Another flicker from the railguns, another light gone out. "Keep drifting them," Vanderkaust said. "Vise, they're in the shadow, ja? Stations far enough away, the railguns can cover them, and us, with the same thumbnail. But then they drift. Get where the railguns can pick them off. What for they drifting? Who cares as long as they all die?" Solace said around a mouthful of grinning. "Maybe they want to get killed," Roberts said, joking. She'd only been joking. The words hung there, floating over the table like smoke pooling when the luck was about to turn. She shifted her attention back to the screen, her joy and relief gone like they'd never been there. Cold washed her lungs and heart, a totally different fear than the tenseness and anxiety of the run-up. Another ship that should have died under Medina's PDCs or torpedoes died to a railgun instead. "What am I looking at, Vanderkaust?" Roberts said, her voice hard but trembling. Vanderkaust didn't answer, but hunched over his hand terminal, working it furiously with his thick workman's fingers. Another ship, another. Less than 100 of the enemy left, and they were peeling away like a flower blooming, not even trying to keep course for Medina. All around, the room erupted in shouts and celebration. Over the cacophony, she barely heard Vanderkaust say, "Shit." She asked the question with her hand, and he passed the hand terminal to her. Already, the start of the battle looked like something out of history, the thousands of drive plumes flooding through the ring gate. Most, almost all, falling hard toward Medina. Almost, but a few failed. Their drive stuttering, maneuvering thrusters blinking, throwing them into rough, cartwheeling spins. She remembered seeing them, discounting them. The enemy was so many, so cobbled together, so, among the thousands, there were a few malfunctions. It only meant a handful they didn't have to worry about. Except Vanderkaust had flagged one. It glowed blue on his display as the battle proceeded. The railguns turned toward the torpedoes that threatened Medina, the round spitting out, the enemy dying, but not the little green malfunction. It drifted, tumbling and dead. Until it didn't. When its drive burst back into life, it wasn't flying for Medina or retreating back for the Soul Gate. It darted toward the alien sphere, the blue, faintly glowing artifact at the center of the slow zone where all their guns were placed. Roberts was trembling so hard now that the green dot seemed to dance in her hand, leaving bright traces behind it, a jittering afterimage of how they'd been tricked. Thousands of boats and torpedoes arcing through the vacuum like a magician's gesture meant only to pull the eye. And goddamn, but it had worked. She handed back the hand terminal, plucked up her own, put in an emergency connection request to Jakolski. Every second he didn't answer felt like another clod of dirt landing on her coffin. When he did appear, he was in the administration offices, outside the drum, and on the float. His sated grin told her that even Captain Samuels hadn't figured it out yet. "Que hast, Roberts," Jakolski said, and for a moment she couldn't talk.
The longing to be in the world Jakolski and all the others around here were in, the world where they'd won, was a lump in her throat. The words wouldn't fit past it. And then they did. "Get a tight beam to Mondragon," she said. "Who? No. Shit. Montemayor. Whatever La Coyola's name is. Duarte's people. Warn him." Jakolski's brow furrowed. He leaned closer to the camera, though where he was there was no pole to lean into. "No Savi," he said. "Consolidated Fleet Jodiaz just landed on the other station. They were never after Medina. They were coming for the railguns." Chapter 45. "Wreck coming along?" Bobby asked, shouting over the noise of the boat. Amos, across from her, shrugged and shouted back, "Nah, it's all right if the Cap and Peaches get a little time together. Helps them get used to each other. Besides, this is fun too. Only if we win. That is more fun than losing," he said. And she laughed. The boat was crap. Once it had been a cargo container. Not a real one either. Built to standards for a mech or an automated dock to handle, along with thousands of others with the same dimensions and handholds and doors. This had been a custom job, cobbled together in the belt out of equal parts scrap and ingenuity. The second hull was added later, the welds still bright at the corners. The crash couches weren't actual couches, just thick sheets of gel glued to the walls with straps like climbing harnesses to hold their bodies against it.
Add to that the fact that they had no active sensors, that they were on the tumble, that the dozen men and women with them were indifferently trained, that probably more than half of them had been involved in conspiracies against Mars and Earth in the not-so-distant past, that their weapons were old and their armor a collection from half a dozen different sources, and, of course, that if the enemy railguns took notice of them, the first warning they'd have was that they were all dead. Bobby should have been in a panic. She felt like she'd just lowered herself into a warm bath. The anxious gabble of the soldiers might be in the mishmash polyglot of the belt. She might only be able to follow half of it. She knew what they were saying. Anti-nausea meds kept the complex spinning of the boat from turning even less pleasant, and their bitter aftertaste was like coming back to a house she'd lived in when she was young, one rich with good memories and familiar places. She liked the Rocinante as much as any place she'd ever been since Ganymede. They were good people, and even in a weird way, they were her friends now. The soldiers all around her weren't, and would never be that. They were her command, and even if it was only for a moment, she felt like she was exactly where she belonged. Her suit speakers chirped. Communications were the one active thing she'd decided would be worth the risk. Now, it was time to find out if that had been a good call. She accepted the connection with her chin. A burst of static, followed by a weird fluting sound, like wind blowing across the mouth of a bottle. Static again, and then Holden's anxious voice. "Bobby, how's it going in there?" 5 by 5, she said, checking the exterior cameras to make sure that was true. The blue glow of the alien station rose up from the bottom of her visual field and curved off to the left. A glittering star field of rockets. A glimpse of Medina Station looking smaller than a beer can. The proximity readings had a dual countdown. One for the moment they passed inside the arc of the railgun, the other for when they'd slam into the station itself. They were both spooling down quickly. "Well, we'll be on the surface in 3 minutes. Are the troops ready?" Bobby chuckled and added the group channel in. "Hey, you assholes ready to do this?" The cheer that came through maxed out the speaker. She slid back to the connection to the Rocinante. "Good answer," Holden said, but tightly. The fluting sound again, distortion from the ring. She hadn't felt anything moving through it, no discontinuity or sense of vertigo. It did manage to fuck with sensors, though. "The mission's on track, sir," she said. "Well, we'll get control of the guns and get you in here. Alex is saying the attack ships have vectored past 0. They're heading back in our direction now." "We'll do it quickly," Bobby said. "I know," Holden said. "Sorry. Good hunting." "Thank you," Bobby said, and the connection dropped, the comm indicator going to red.
She went back to the exterior cameras, switched to a corrected view. The image was steady this way, the tumble of the boat only showing in 3 jagged blind spots that sped through it like cartoon bats. There were fewer of the decoy boats now, but not none, and they'd made it in close enough that the station was blocking all but 2 of the railguns. As long as those 2 didn't decide they were as interesting as the torpedoes and empty landing craft speeding toward Medina, they'd be fine. Except, she grabbed the image, enlarged it. There, at the base of the nearest railgun emplacement, a dozen meters from the massive sky-pointing gun, a low, gray structure. Round as a coin, and sloped so that no matter what angle debris or outgassing struck it from, it would be pressed more firmly in place. It was a design she knew inside and out. She waited for the fear to come, but all that showed up was a grim kind of determination. "Amos," she shouted, sending him a copy of the image. "Take a look at this." The big man looked at his hand terminal. "Huh," he said. "Well, that complicates things." She popped the group channel open. New information. The intelligence we had that the railguns weren't guarded may have been faulty. I'm looking at an MCRN-designed troop bunker right now. If there's one, there may be others. A chorus of alarm and regret. Bobby switched the channel controls, killing all the mics but hers. No whining. We knew this was a possibility. If you don't want to participate, feel free to leave now. Otherwise, check your seals and weapons and be ready for a fight when we hit surface. Our job is to get control of those guns. She enabled their mics in time to hear a ragged chorus of yes sirs and one woman's voice calling her a bitch. If there'd been time for a lesson in discipline, Bobby might not have ignored it. But hey, it was a high-stress environment and the OPA soldiers weren't Marines. She'd work with what she had. Following her own advice, she ran a weapons check. Her arm-mounted Gatling gun read a full mag, 2,000 rounds of mixed armor-piercing and high-explosive. A single-use rocket launcher was hooked to a hardpoint on her back and slaved to her suit's targeting laser. Powered armor at full charge. She didn't doubt that she was the single most dangerous thing on their little landing craft. That meant she'd be taking point. The boat informed her that they'd passed beneath the railgun emplacements range. The computer started the maneuvering thrusters on their correction burns to stop the tumble and lit the main drive. The braking burn pressed her hard into the gel. Her vision started to tunnel, and she had to remind herself to tense her legs and arms, force the blood out of her muscles and into her brain. They still called it the slow zone, but the only actual speed limit there now was not getting crushed to death by the energy of stopping. The boat hit hard, bounced, and hit again. Before it had stopped sliding, Bobby had pulled her straps off and hit the button that blew the door completely off the ship. They wouldn't be using it to leave, no matter how things turned out. The landscape outside was as surreal as something in a dream. A plane of blue, purer than a Terran sky, featureless and glowing. It cast shadows up across the ship, across her soldiers. Everyone's legs and crotches bright, their faces and shoulders in darkness. A thick band of metal and ceramic, almost a meter high, stretched out ahead of her like a low wall, disappearing over a much too close horizon. The railgun, its base hidden by the station's curve, rose up toward an eerie starless sky. She could hear the throb of its firing as static on her radio, feel it like a change in the air pressure or a sickness just coming on. Bobby had seen video feeds from the slow zone. She hadn't been prepared for her own sheer animal rebellion at how uncanny it was. Even in the most designed architectural spaces, she'd seen Epping Cathedral on Mars, the UN building on Earth, there was a sense of nature. The station and the ring gates out beyond it weren't like that. They were like a ship, but unthinkably huge. It was that combination of size and artificiality that brought the hair up on the back of her neck. There wasn't time for it now. "We've got no cover," she barked. "Spread out. Make it hard for the bastards to get us all. Now, go!"
They jetted forward in a broken line, their suit thrusters more than enough to defy the barely perceptible gravity of the eerie blue sphere. Good tactics, moving in a hard-to-predict, ragged line like that, even if it came more from a lack of discipline than from a plan. Ahead of them, a dark line on the horizon, a second wall to match the first, converging at the railgun. Just beyond it would be the low blister of the bunker. She could hope they hadn't noticed her make landfall, that she could get her engineers to the base of the railgun and cut into the control systems before the enemy knew she was there. "Heads up," Amos called.
The first enemy fire came when they were still 20 meters from the corner where the walls converged. Enemy troops in what looked like Martian light armor crouched low to use the wall as cover, aiming down at them. Bobby's heart sank. The enemy knew she was there and were in position. Charging the walls, getting to the base of the railgun. They'd be killed before they managed it. "Fall back," she snapped, then squeezed off a few hundred rounds along the top of the wall. The faces peering over disappeared. Some dead, some ducking. No way to know how many of each yet. The OPA soldiers followed orders, though. No one tried to stay behind and play the hero. The only cover she could be sure of was the curve of the station itself. Bullets flew past her. Where they struck the station, the blue showed streaks of yellow, bright as sparks that faded slowly back to blue. The railgun was still spitting. Once the station's curve had hidden the far wall, she jetted to a stop near the boat they'd landed.
The radiation monitor flashed a red trefoil alert at her. But what fed her raw animal panic was the wind. A thin, fast whistle of gas rushed past her, pushed her off from the surface. When, seconds later, the faceplate cleared, a glowing cloud was expanding out from just beyond the horizon, a nebula slowly going dark. The surface of the station wasn't blue, but an angry acid green. Oh, Bobby thought, as the station began to strobe green to white to black to green again. This might have been a really, really bad idea. To her left and right, the steel bands around the station were wrong. At first, she wasn't sure how, but then she made out the gap between the steel and the surface, like a ring a size too large for the finger it was on. She switched to magnetic and IR, but they'd both burned out in the backsplash from the reactor failure. The station shifted slowly back towards blue. She had the irrational sense that it was aware of her, that she'd annoyed it and had its attention.
She used the suit's thruster and the thin microgravity drift to pull herself back down to the surface, half expecting it to grab her and haul her inside to be punished, but it didn't. Her radio was hardened enough to work. "This is Sergeant Draper," she said. "Is the railgun still firing?" "The fuck did you do?" a man's voice screamed, high and frightened. She cut off all their mics. "That's what I'm asking, soldier," she said, then switched over to private. "Amos? Don't know what you did, Babs, but it fucked things up in all the best ways. Railgun looks powered down, the few remaining assholes are pulling back toward Assholeville, and I think these metal bands that everything's stuck to are moving a little. Yeah, I may have popped those loose." "Impressive," Amos said. "Hey, look, I gotta go shoot somebody." "No problem," she said, and opened the channel to the Rocinante. "Okay, you guys still out there?" "Bad guys are getting really, really close," Holden said. "Tell me you have good news." "I have good news," Bobby said. "You can come through the ring. In fact, if you could get over here and get us some air support, it would be much appreciated." There was a general whooping, made strange and uneasy by the interference of the ring. Was it her imagination that it was louder now? "You got 'em?" Holden said, and she could hear the grin on his face. "You took the railguns? We control them?" Her suit sensors showed the wall of steel nearest her was starting to shift, just a few centimeters, but there was definitely movement. It was broken. It was all broken.
The railguns weren't going to defend anyone anytime soon. We don't, she said, but at least no one does. Chapter 46. Holden, you know what I'd like? Alex yelled down from the cockpit. If we could get out of here, Holden yelled back. If we could get out of here. At this rate, we're going to be sitting here with our jumpsuits around our ankles when the bad guys get back, Alex said. There's a reason they don't call those things slow attack ships. Even though Naomi was strapped into the couch beside Holden's, she answered over the headsets so she at least wasn't shouting about it. The Giambapattista's a big ship, Alex. You're just spoiled because you haven't had to drive a cow like that in years. Shit, Alex said. I could have spun the Canterbury around in half the time this is taking. Naomi's sigh was as close as she was going to get to agreeing with them. Well, you were good at your job. On the screen, the Giambattista slid slowly sideways toward the ring gate. The damage from the attack ship's first run had done something to unbalance the maneuvering thrusters, so a lot of the piloting involved rotating the ship and then waiting until the working thrusters spun into the right position to fire. The plumes of the returning attack ships were already visible. It wouldn't be long before the torpedo barrage would kick in again, unless the Free Navy was going for a wait-till-you-see-the-whites of their eyes approach. The enemy had split, curving back toward them in an almost 100-degree spread. It wasn't quite as bad as it could have been. If they'd taken the time to bring their attacks from opposite directions, defending the Giambattista with the Rossi would have been almost impossible. But it would also have taken enough time to play the vectors and get in position that the Giambattista would have cleared the ring gate before they arrived. It was like they were all being forced to find a min-max point in a complex curve of inertia, acceleration, and a lot of dead people. The Giambattista's main drive fired, the plume dwarfing the ship, and Alex crowed in celebration. About time, Naomi said. I'm matching course. We'll be through in 20 minutes. Holden opened a connection to Bobby. The seconds stretched out long enough that he started to feel his gut tighten. The connection came through, dropped, then re-established just as Naomi said, one of 'em's burning to pass through the gate with us. He'd get right back to that. We're looking at 20 minutes to get through the gate. Where do you stand? The weird interference of the gates made her reply thick and creepy. She was breathing hard, and until there were words with it, he was picturing her gut shot and on the float, or drifting down onto the surface of the alien station. He was reaching to switch over to Amos when she spoke. Amos holding position against the enemy, she said. I'm almost back to them. Suit ran out of propellant mass, so I'm hoofing it with the mag boots. You're running back to the fight? Well, call it a fast shuffle, Bobby said between breaths, but it's fine. They put in a big metal road, goes right to 'em. Okay, well, get some backup to you as soon as we can. Just don't get killed before we get there. No promises, sir, Bobby said, and he would have sworn from her voice she was smiling when she said it. A blast of static and the connection dropped. Okay, Holden said. What have we got? They're both shooting at us, Naomi said. You sound calm about that. She looked over at him. Her smile was sudden and bright and made his heart ache a little bit. It's all Hail Mary bullshit. It's not even an attack so much as an opportunity to let us screw up. Okay, so not worried about that. What are we worried about? Naomi flipped the drive analysis of their pursuers over to his monitor. The nearer of the ships had altered its path, and the projected curve put them through the ring and into the slow zone 5 minutes after the Rossi and Giambattista made the transit. They weren't breaking off. That was too bad. Do we have a plan for dealing with that? Alex answered over the shipcom. I'd vote for shooting them. And a moment later, Clarissa. Seconded. Holden nodded to himself. It still felt weird hearing her. Maybe it always would. Okay, let's lay in a targeting solution. Did it while you were talking to Bobby? Naomi said. The PDCs chattered for a moment, then went silent. Cleaning up the Hail Mary attacks. Holden rubbed his hands on his thighs, tapped his fingers together. pulled up the tactical to see the ring and the alien station, Medina, and the fast attack ships. We'll have enough to defend everything even if both ships follow us in, right? Hush, Naomi said. Looking through the exterior cameras, the ring seemed to wipe away the stars as they passed through it. Alex did a short, hard braking burn, turning their nose toward the gate and the narrowing circle of stars beyond it. The Giambattista twisted and burned and twisted again, its remaining hatches opening. Pinpoint drive plumes streaked out from it, less than fireflies compared with the wide, glowing burst of the hauler's Epstein drive. Holden watched as a handful, and then a dozen, and then 100 poured down toward Medina. The OPA, coming to finish the job. The remaining landing boats spread out, a wide, diffuse target. At this distance, Medina's PDCs were useless, and the Rossi could probably take out any torpedoes. But even if they did fire, they'd only take out a handful of soldiers and leave an army still behind. He tried opening a tight beam to the incoming attack ship, but the interference from the ring was too thick, so he switched to broadcast. "Attention, incoming attack ship," he said. Naomi looked over at him, a question in her eyes. Not concern or worry, though. She trusted him. "This is James Holden of the Rocinante. Please break off your approach. We don't have to do it this way." He waited. The tactical display was thinner than it had been. All they knew of what was happening in the solar system was what leaked through the gate. The Free Navy's attack ship didn't answer, but dove toward them. "He ain't thinking this through, Haas," Alex shouted down. "What do you want me to do?" "Give 'em a chance," Holden said. "And if they don't take it?" "Then they don't," Holden said. The ring grew smaller as they fell away from it, like looking up at the circle of a well from down in the water. The attack ship was braking hard toward the ring.
Just as the first of the Giambattista's second wave ships were about to reach Medina and the alien station, the attack ship passed through the ring, launched a half-dozen torpedoes, and exploded in a star-bright failure of their drive's magnetic bottle when Alex fired the Rocin's railgun through it. Holden watched in silence as the expanding cloud of gas that had been a ship full of men and women spread out and began to fade. He tried to feel some sense of victory in it, but mostly it just seemed absurd. The slow zone, the gates, even the merely human ships that had carried them out so far, they were miracles. The universe was filled with mysteries and beauty and awe, and all that they could manage to do with it was this: chase each other down and see who was the faster draw. Everything in the slow zone, the Giambattista, its cloud of attack boats, Medina Station, the Rocinante, seemed to pause for a moment. A connection request from Bobby interrupted him, and he accepted it. "We're secure down here," Bobby said. She was still breathing hard. "Enemy has surrendered." "We took them alive?" "Some of them," Amos said. "They put up a hell of a fight," Bobby said. "We lost some too." "I'm sorry," Holden said, and was a little surprised to notice how much that was true. Not just something you said at times like this. "I wish there'd been another way." "Yes, sir," Bobby said. "I'm going to oversee putting the prisoners in a transport, but there's something you should know." "Yes?" "These aren't Free Navy down here. The people defending the railgun network were Martian." Holden let that sink in. "The ones from the coup? Duarte's people? They're not saying anything, but that's my assumption. This could be important." "See they're kept safe and treated well," Holden said. "Already," Bobby said, and dropped the connection. Holden shifted his monitor to the exterior cameras and shifted the view until he could see the Giambattista, the alien station, and, far enough away that it hardly seemed like more than a shaving of metal, invisible without the Rocinante enhancing it, Medina Station. He folded a hand over his mouth, turned on identification markers for all the landing skiffs and jerry-rigged boats, watched the display vanish under the cloud of pale green text, turned them off again, and stared into the blackness. His eyes felt gritty.
It was like all the anxiety and tension that he'd built up during the burnout to the ring had collapsed, turned into something else. "You all right?" Naomi asked. "I was thinking about Fred," he said. It's what he did. Lead armies, take stations. This is what his life was like. This is what he retired from," Naomi said. "When he decided to start trying to get people to talk things out instead of shooting people, this is what he left behind." "Well, let's see how that works," he said. He set up the camera, considered himself on his screen, and ran his fingers through his hair until he looked a little better. Still worn out, still tired, but better. He set the system to broadcast. "Medina Station. This is James Holden of the Rocinante. We're here to take administration of the station and the slow zone and the gates back from the Free Navy. If you really want, we can spend a while shooting your PDCs and torpedo arrays until they don't work, and then land all these boats. We've got a lot of people with guns. I figure you do too. We could all kill a bunch more of each other, but I'd really prefer that we do this without losing anyone else. Surrender, lay down arms, and I promise humane treatment for the Free Navy's command structure and any other prisoners." He tried to think of something else, something more. A sweeping speech about how they were all one species after all, and that they could shrug off the weight of history if they chose to. They could all come together and make something new, and all it would really take was doing it. But all the words he could think of sounded false and unconvincing in his mind, so he cut the feed instead, and waited to see what happened. Naomi slipped out of her crash couch, floated to the lift, and down. She came back a few minutes later with a bulb of tea, slipped back into her couch, waited. If it went on much longer, Holden knew he'd have to launch the attack. The boats weren't built for much more than scooting from one ship to another. They'd start running out of air and fuel before long. But maybe a few minutes more. The response came. Clear, unencrypted radio signal, as open as his demand had been. The woman in the Free Navy uniform was on the float, in a very familiar room. The religious images on the wall behind her were like symbols from a recurring dream about violence and blood and loss. Only maybe this time would be different. "Captain Holden, I am Captain Christina Huang Samuels of the Free Navy. I will accept the terms of your surrender on the condition that you guarantee the safety and humane treatment of my people. We reserve the right to record and broadcast your boarding action to assure that all of humanity will bear witness to your behavior. I do this out of necessity and loyalty to my people. The Free Navy is the military arm of the people of the Belt, and I will not sacrifice the lives of my people or the unaffiliated civilians of Medina Station when there is no profit to be had from it. But I myself will stand, now and forever, against the tyranny of the inner planets and their exploitation and slow genocide of my people." She saluted the camera, and the message ended. Holden sighed, started up his broadcast again. "Sounds good," he said. "We'll be right over." He killed the broadcast. "Seriously?" Alex called from above. "Sounds good. We'll be right over." "I may kinda suck at this job," Holden called back. The voice over the ship's comm was Clarissa's. "I thought it was sweet." The fall of Medina Station took 20 hours from the first Opay ship's docking to the last Free Navy operative being locked in a cell. Medina's brig wasn't anywhere near big enough, so it was reserved for the higher officials, the command staff, the department heads, the security officers, and agents. The others, mostly technicians and maintenance, were confined to their quarters with the doors locked by the station system, which meant, in the end, by Holden. He couldn't help feeling like he'd just sent 1,000 people to their rooms to really think about what they'd done. He set up his command post in the central security office in the drum. The spin gravity wasn't so high it would bother Naomi, and there was something restful about being able to collapse into his chair while they watched the news feeds from Earth. Bobby Draper, now the acting head of security for Medina, sprawled at her desk, legs up, hands behind her head, looking as relaxed as he'd seen her since she and Amos had come on board the Rosie again. One sleeve was rolled up, and a bright, blistered burn ringed her elbow in the shape of a vac-suit seal. She rubbed it gently, caressed it. There was something unnervingly post-coital about her response to violence. Alex and Amos were in the next room, where Naomi was combing through the station logs with an OPE engineer named Costas, arguing about something that involved yogurt and black beans. Only Clarissa hadn't come on the station, and Holden hadn't asked why. His memories of the behemoth were bad enough. He couldn't imagine hers. On the news feed, The Hague looked like a battered, sepia-soaked version of itself. The sky above the UN building was white with haze, but it wasn't dark. And Avasarala stood without a podium. Her bright orange sari looked like a victory banner. The liberation of Medina means more than freeing one station from violent tyranny, she said, reaching the crescendo of the half-hour-long speech. It means the reopening of the path to all the colonies and all the worlds that the Free Navy tried to lock away. She saluted the camera, and the message ended. Holden sighed, started up his broadcast again. "Sounds good," he said. "We'll be right over." He killed the broadcast. "Seriously?" Alex called from above. "Sounds good. We'll be right over." "I may kinda suck at this job," Holden called back. The voice over the ship's comm was Clarissa's. "I thought it was sweet." The fall of Medina Station took 20 hours from the first OPE ship's docking to the last Free Navy operative being locked in a cell. Medina's brig wasn't anywhere near big enough, so it was reserved for the higher officials, the command staff, the department heads, the security officers, and agents. The others, mostly technicians and maintenance, were confined to their quarters with the doors locked by the station system, which meant, in the end, by Holden. He couldn't help feeling like he'd just sent 1,000 people to their rooms to really think about what they'd done. He set up his command post in the central security office in the drum. The spin gravity wasn't so high it would bother Naomi, and there was something restful about being able to collapse into his chair while they watched the news feeds from Earth. Bobby Draper, now the acting head of security for Medina, sprawled at her desk, legs up, hands behind her head, looking as relaxed as he'd seen her since she and Amos had come on board the Rosie again. One sleeve was rolled up, and a bright, blistered burn ringed her elbow in the shape of a vac-suit seal. She rubbed it gently, caressed it. There was something unnervingly post-coital about her response to violence. Alex and Amos were in.
It means the reconnection to the motive force of history and proof that the spirit of humanity will never bow to fear and cruelty. And yes, since you've all behaved so nicely, I'll take some questions. Takeshi? A thin reporter in a gray suit stood up, a reed among the ranks of his professional fraternity. "Shit," Alex said from the doorway. "Are there reporters anywhere else, or does she have all of them?" "Shh," Bobby said. "Madam Secretary General, you said that the attack on Earth was not an act of war, but the lashing out of a criminal conspiracy. Now that you've captured prisoners, how will they be handled?" "The conspirators will be brought to Luna and introduced to their lawyers," Avasarala said. "Next question. Just the ones from Medina, or Palace and Europa too? Won't that create a burden on the court system?" the gray man pressed. Avasarala's smile was sweet. "Oh, that guy's fucked," Bobby said. "Oh yeah," Holden agreed. "It will take some time to process everyone," Avasarala said, "but I have to put some blame for the delay on the Free Navy itself. If they wanted a faster trial, they shouldn't have leveled so many courthouses. Next question. Lindsay? She shouldn't be milking this so much," Bobby said, while a blonde woman stood in the gray man's place and asked something about reconstruction and the role of the OPA. "It's gonna bite her." "It's the biggest unambiguous victory we've had against Inaros," Holden said. "Everything else he stripped to the studs and walked away from. Or left for us to crawl over, disarming his booby traps. Even the thing at Titan looks like it cost us as much as it got back. Earth needs a win. Hell, Mars needs a win. I'm just glad it's one that had belters fighting on our side too. But if she builds it up too much, it's just gonna be worse when we lose Medina again. Holden looked over. Why do you think we're going to lose it? Because I had to kill the railguns, Bobby said. Holding on to this place assumed we could take over the defenses. We didn't. We broke them. If we can get a dozen ships in here with guns like the Rossi, or maybe a pair of Doniger-class battleships, we can hold it. But that means getting them here. And we have to assume Inaros is throwing every spare grenade and bullet into whatever ships he has to burn here and kick our asses. And that's if his patron out past the Laconia Gate isn't already sending the MCRN ships he stole to clear us out. The knot in Holden's gut that had loosened a couple notches since he'd stepped onto Medina tightened back up. Oh, he said. So, do we have a plan to address that? Fight like hell and hope the bad guys spend so much time killing us they can't finish rebuilding before whoever Avasarala and Richardson next gets here. We've been screwed since the minute I blew up that reactor. Doesn't take away from the essential dignity of the situation. And this is a fine hill. What? Bobby looked over, surprised he hadn't followed the idiom. Fine hill to die on. Chapter 47. Philip. What was it like? Philip asked, trying to sound casual. Her name was Marta. She had a wide face with a scattering of moles along her jawline, like she'd been splatted by something. Her hair was lighter than her skin. Of all the people in the club, she was the one who seemed to have the most patience with the new guy. When the karaoke was going, she'd offered him the mic, even though he hadn't taken it. When the club had gotten crowded, she'd let him sit at the end of her table. Not with her, but not with her either. She'd grown up in Callisto, born here, worked for one of the warehouses doing compliance checks. She was about a year older than him. She'd been 16 when it happened. She narrowed her eyes and tilted her head. What was the attack like? Four? Wondered, he said with a shrug. The club was dark enough she probably wouldn't see him blushing. Heard about it since I came. Marta shook her head, looked away. Someone jostled against Philip's back on their way toward the bar. He was about to apologize, was finding the words for it, when she spoke. Wasn't a day, ya? Woke up in the morning, same. Got ready for school. Mom made hash and coffee for breakfast. Just eine day, same like Otra. Was talking with some friends in the common room, and everything shakes. Yeah, just once. Just a little bit, but everyone feels it. We all ask each other, and everyone feels it. Then the teacher come in all Raputaminin and says we have to get to the hard shelters. Something going on over a lost Martian yards. Figured a reactor blew. Knew it was bad, though. We're hardly in when the next one comes, and it's worse. Lot worse. All the hits were on the Martian yard, though, Philip said. Same rock, Marta said with a shrug and a laugh. Not like you can kick half a ball. Anyway, alarms are going off, there's everyone's crying. And then, when they let us back out, it's just gone. Martian Yard's Delenda, and half of ours, too. It was just, no say. It was just everything before, and then everything after. But you were okay, Philip said. Marta shook her head, just a little. My mom died, she said with a fake lightness. Shelter she was in cracked. Philip felt the words in his sternum. Sorry, they said it was fast. She wouldn't have known even. Yeah, Philip said. His hand terminal chimed for the 4th time in the hour. You sure you don't want to answer those? Marta said. Your girlfriend's wanting you pretty solid. No, it's all right, he said. And then, I don't have a mother either. What happened to yours? Broke up with my dad when I was a baby. Dad always said he hid me away because she was crazy. But I don't know. I met her the first time a few months ago, but she's gone again. Did she seem crazy to you? Yeah,
Philip said. Then, no, seemed like she didn't want to be there. Harsh. She told me that the only right you have with anyone in life is the right to walk away. Marta coughed out a disbelieving laugh. Kind of bitch says that to her kid. The doors to the club were built like an airlock, with inner and outer doors either side of a short hall, but to keep the brightness of the common corridor out. A bright streak and a few silhouetted bodies showed both sets of doors opened at once. Philip wondered whether he should tell the girl more. I thought I watched her kill herself, only it turns out she didn't die. She was only leaving again. It was true, but it wouldn't seem like it. Some things you couldn't talk about, except with people who'd been there. His hand terminal chimed again. Someone shoved him, hard. Philip's stool tilted, and he grabbed the table to stop his fall. Marta yelped and stood up, shouting as she did. Berman, que ça? Philip turned slowly. The man who'd shoved him was his own age plus maybe a year or two. Deep green jumpsuit with the logo of a shipping company on the sleeve. His chin jutted, his chest was pushed forward, his arms pulled back. Everything about him said he was looking for violence, except that he wasn't hitting Philip. Ken Namen, the new man demanded. Philip, he answered. He was aware of the mass of the gun in his pocket like it was calling to him. Calmly, slowly, he put a hand against the grip of the pistol. Marta shoved her way between them, her arms wide. She was yelling about how Berman, who had to be the guy with the chin, was out of his mind, how he was stupid, how she was just talking with Kanyo, and Berman was out of his head jealous, and fucked up too. Berman kept shifting his head to stare at Philip around her. Philip felt his own rage boiling up, like fumes off a fire. Draw the gun, level it just long enough for the Kanyo to know what was coming, then bang, and the kick in his wrist. He was Philip Inaros, and he'd killed billions. He'd killed Marta's mother. It's okay, Philip said as he stood. Misunderstanding. No harm. Sasa? Pinche asshole better run, Berman shouted at Philip's back, and then Marta shouting some more, and Philip was in the fake airlock and pushing through to the common corridor beyond. It was bright there.
The smell of liquor and old smoke stayed around him for a few seconds before the gentle breeze from the recyclers pulled it away. He was shaking, trembling. His hands ached with the need to hit something or someone. He started walking without any idea where he was walking to, just needing something to let him move. Let whatever beast was running through his bloodstream work itself out a little. Callisto passed him as he went. Pale corridors, wider than most of the stations and ships he'd been on, with a honeycomb pattern on the curved walls that made him think of a football. Banks of heaters made irregular tapping sounds as they glowed down from the ceilings, radiating at the top of his head the way that the cold of the moon's body crept up from the floors. People walked or rode bicycles or carts. He wondered how many of them had lost family in the attack on Callisto. In the story he'd told himself about the attack, it had all been dusters that died, soldiers whose work was to keep the belt's head underwater until it drowned. And in his story, his father was the leader to unite the belt, to lead it against everything that was bent on destroying their futures and erasing their pasts. And he still thought that. Even while he doubted, he believed. It was like everything in his private world had doubled. One Callisto that had been the target of his raid, his critical victory that led to the bombardment of Earth and the freedom of the belt. Another Callisto that he walked through now, where normal people had lost their mothers and children, husbands and friends in a disaster. The two places were so different they didn't relate, like two ships with the same name but different layouts and jobs. And he had two fathers now. The one who led the fight against the Inners and who Philip loved like plants love light, and the one who twisted out of everything that went wrong and blamed anyone but himself. The Free Navy that was the first real hope the belt had ever had, and the Free Navy that was falling apart, swapping out generals and leaders faster than air filters.
They couldn't both exist, and he couldn't let either version go. His hand terminal chimed again. He plucked it out of his pocket. The connection request came from Corral and the Pella. It was the 12th he'd made. Philip accepted. "Filipito," Corral said. "Hell have you been, Koyo?" He was on the command deck and wearing his uniform. Even had the collar done, which he usually didn't. It didn't make him look like he was military, though. He looked like himself, but in costume. "Around. Around," Corral said, shaking his head. "You gotta get back to the ship. You gotta come." For. Corral leaned in close to the screen like he was going to whisper a secret. "Battle analysis leaked out of Medina, yeah? The railguns are down. Medina has one ship guarding it. One. And it's Rocinante," Philip said. "Seen all? Every ship with more than half a hull, Marcos putting them together, retaking Medina like we're putting out a fire, us." "Yeah," Philip said. "Getting fresh juice, topping up the reaction mass, and then we're gone. Meeting up with the rest of the Navy on the way. But your father, I've never seen him like." A voice came from the hand terminal, snapping Corral's attention away from him. "You found him?" "Kinnell," Corral said, but not to him. The image jumped, cutting from one camera to another. An empty crash couch with a vague shadow along one edge. The shadow fell back, gained resolution, became his father. Philip braced for abuse, for contempt, for all the condescension he'd been suffering. Say it like a man. Say I fucked up. His stomach was tight. Marco beamed at him, eyes bright. "Did you hear? Did Corral tell you? About Medina? And the ship there?" For some reason he couldn't explain, he didn't want to say the name Rocinante out loud. He felt it would be like bad luck. "This is our moment, Filipito. It has all come together perfectly. We bit them and bit them and bit them and faded into the dark until they went mad with it. They've pushed out past their defenses, and now we can come down on them like a hammer. Them." He didn't mean Earth and Mars. He didn't mean the governments of the inner planets. Whether he knew it or not, Philip was certain as he'd been of anything, that James Holden and Naomi Nagata were them. "That's good then," he said. "Good?" his father hooted. "This is it. This is the opportunity we've been waiting for. This is how we break them. All the half-loyal cunts in the OPA who trotted wherever Fred Johnson led them, Pan and Ostman and Walker, all of them. They all fell in with Holden, and we will take him away from them, just the way we killed Johnson. We will punish them for their disloyalty." Philip felt a little thrill of excitement. The idea of victory, resounding, triumphant, and final, was intoxicating. His father's joy bore him up, promised to wash away all his anger and his doubts. But there was another Philip, a smaller and less emotional one, who watched the swelling enthusiasm with disgust. Luring Naomi and her lover out to Medina to be killed was the plan now. But more than that, it had always been the plan. They'd killed Fred Johnson as part of it. They'd abandoned Ceres, too. The Consolidated Fleet's massive and coordinated attacks had been them falling for his father's brilliant strategy to lure them out. And if it failed, if something went wrong, that would always have been the plan, too. His father's new generals would change, getting better with every purge. And when it got so foul there was no way to pretend it into victory, it would be someone else who had failed. Maybe Philip. "Highest burn we've ever done, but it will be worth it," Marco was saying. "It will carry rewards greater than anything before it. Only there isn't time to waste. We're launching inside the hour. All hands, all ships, everyone. We'll melt the fucking ring with our breaking burn and char Holden to ash." Marco clapped his hands, delighting in the prospect. Philip smiled and nodded. "As soon as we're supplied," Marco said, growing a degree more sober, "we're gone. Be back to the ship in half an hour, yeah?" "All right," Philip said. Marco looked out of the screen and into his eyes. There was a softness in his expression, a kind of sensual pleasure almost indistinguishable from love. "This will be glorious," his father said. "They will remember this forever." And then, like an actor having delivered his final line, Marco dropped the connection. Looking up from his hand terminal felt like coming out of a dream. He'd just been someplace, with someone. And now he was here again, in this corridor. If he turned around, he could go back to the club he'd been in. It seemed strange in a way he couldn't quite explain, that his father's glorious battle plan and a common corridor of Callisto Yards should exist in the same universe. Maybe because, in a way, they didn't. The docks weren't far. There was a tube station that could have gotten him in 5 minutes, but half an hour was more than he'd need to walk the distance. He put his hand terminal back in his pocket, where it clicked against his pistol, a nearly inaudible tick with every step. Moving from the residential corridors to the docks had 1,000 little signals. There were none of the teenage girls here, and more of the people drifting through the intersections were wearing jumpsuits and tool belts. The air smelled different. Even if they used the same filters, the docks would always smell of welding and synthetic oil and cold. He still had 20 minutes. The concourse between the military and civilian yards was shaped like a massive Y. Where the paths met, someone in the station had decided it would be a good idea to put a statue of something that looked like a wide, abstract minotaur fashioned out of brushed steel. Directly above the weird art, a screen listed the berths and the ships in each of them.
On the military side, there were 7 free Navy ships, an Earth transport they'd captured when they took the station, and 3 empty berths. He looked at the word Pella for a couple breaths, as if it were as much a piece of art as the uncomfortable man-bull beneath it. On the civilian side, almost a dozen ships. Prospectors, miners, transport, an emergency medical relief ship. He imagined there would have been more if there wasn't a war on. Against the wall, another screen showed the exchange rates for 50 or 60 kinds of scrip: corporate, governmental, cooperative, commodity-based. A small gray rat scampered along the floor underneath the screen and squeezed itself into a hole Philip hadn't even noticed was there, like it was falling into shadow. His hand terminal chimed, but he ignored it. The docks were right there. Just down the corridor to the civilian docks, there was a waiting area with 6 rows of uncomfortable ceramic chairs facing each other and a bright orange recycler at the end of every other row. An old man in a fake leather coat and grimy pants stared blankly in Philip's direction, seeing him but not seeing him. A row of grimy kiosks dug into one wall. A noodle stall, a public terminal, 2 union offices, employment and housing brokers. Philip looked at them all with the same detachment he'd felt looking at the berth displays. His hand terminal chimed again. He took it out without looking at it, switched it to his offhand, and drew out the gun. The old man's stare was less blank now. He watched as Philip walked toward the chairs and fed first the gun and then the hand terminal into the recycler. Philip nodded to the old man, and after a long moment, the old man nodded back. The employment broker's kiosk had bright marks of wear at the edge of the counter, worn into the metal by millions of tired elbows. The bulletproof glass had pits in it, tiny as stars. The woman behind the glass wore her gray hair in a buzz cut. The place smelled vaguely of piss. Philip walked to the counter and rested his elbows on the edge. "I need work," he said, like someone else was saying it. The gray woman flicked her eyes up at him, then back down. "What can you do?" "Environmental maintenance. Machining. Both or either. Anything. I just need work." The counter lit up, a virtual keyboard and a form. He looked at it, his heart sinking. "Put in your employment ID," the gray woman said. "I don't have an employment ID." The flicker of her eyes was longer this time. "Union waiver? I'm not in a union. No ID, no waiver. You're fucked, kid."
There was still time. He could run. He could catch the Pella before she left. His father would wait for him. They would burn out to Medina. They would take back the belt for belters, and it would be glorious. His heart started racing, but he put his hands on the edge of the counter, squeezed like he was holding himself in place. Please, I just need work. I run a clean shop, kid. Please. She didn't look up. He didn't move. The right corner of her mouth corked up like it was somehow independent of the rest of her face. The counter blinked, and a shorter form appeared. Prénom, nom de famille, résidence, âge, coordonnées. I'll see what I can do, she said, not looking up. He put his finger on coordonnées. I don't have a hand terminal. You can come back tomorrow, she said, like it was a common enough problem. Prénom, Philippe. Nom de famille. You okay, kid? The hard eyes on him. He nodded. Nom de famille. Nagata. Chapter 48. Pa. The light of the sun was strong enough to turn the tangerine-colored haze to its midday twilight. A bright patch showed its place. Saturn hung on the far side of Titan's atmosphere somewhere, along with the debris that had been 100 or more ships. Michio remembered a moment in the chaos of the battle, seeing Saturn on her screen. It had seemed so close, she could make out the complexity of the rings. She remembered it, but it might not have happened. Her memory of the violence was spotty. The resort was astounding. The dome rose up 50 meters above the ground, a swirl of titanium and reinforced glass with ivy dripping down like hanging gardens. Terraces rose in curves, designed to create breathtaking views out of a featureless, hazy sky. Finches darted here and there, flickers of color, as artificial and foreign to the moon's environment as she was, as any of them were. From where she sat, Michio could look down on swimming pools and courtyards of fake brick and ferns. Bright foil emergency shelters were propped up next to luxurious wet bars. The wounded slept on chaise lawns and deck chairs because the hospital beds were full. The dome resorts had been built decades ago for the wealthy of Earth and Mars, a place for the captains of finance and industry to rest while they worked on building up the settlements on Saturn's moons and hauling ice from its rings. An exotic sight for tourists to come and pretend they'd experienced life in the outer planets without ever having to experience it. They had done a good trade ever since, and not only among the inners. For Belters, the resorts were as close to experiencing life on Earth as they would ever reach. Open air, a real free-flowing atmosphere to look at, if not to breathe. Food and liquor imported from Earth and Mars. And so it had become a kind of halfway point, a haven for Earthers in the outer planets, and a version of Earth that Belters could enjoy. She wondered whether an Earther would find it as unlike Earth as she found it unlike the Belt. Maybe what they really had to share was its lack of authenticity. She had never been here before, and if she had her way, she would never come back. Footsteps sounded on the terrace behind her. She turned, winced, and then kept turning despite the pain. The burns on her back only itched now if she kept still. She was afraid, despite all the doctors had said, that she'd scar up and lose her ability to move if she didn't keep stretching the wounds. Nadia's smile was weary, but real. She carried fresh bandages and a white tube of cream in one hand and a hand terminal in the other. Michio grimaced, then laughed ruefully. "Is it that time again?" she asked. "Such," Nadia said, "such are the joys. I brought you something to take your mind off it, though. Something good?" "No," Nadia said, taking a seat behind her. "The Earther woman wants to talk to you again." Michio shrugged off the paper robe from the hospital and leaned forward. Nadia passed the hand terminal to her and began examining the edges of the false skin that covered her wounds. The nerves that let her experience light touch were smothered by living bandage. The ones that reported pain were terribly sensitive. It was like being numb and skinned alive at the same time. Michio gritted her teeth, waited. When she had made the full circuit, across Michio's back and down her left side and arm, Nadia sighed.
"It looks good," Michio said. "It looks terrible, but it's healing well. Basal growth all the way around." "Well," Michio said, "thank God for small favors." Nadia made a small sound in the back of her throat, neither agreement nor dissent. Michio heard the soft crack as Nadia opened the medicated lotion. Michio scooped up the hand terminal, opened her message queue. The new message from Earth was waiting for her, flagged as critical. Christian Avasarala, the leader of Earth, and the greatest enemy Michio Pei had ever had. And yet, here they were. "We did this wrong," she said. "What?" Nadia asked. Michio lifted the hand terminal for Nadia to see. "We're working with the people we used to be fighting against." "We'll fight them again later," Nadia said, like she was promising a sweet to a child, but only after she ate her real food. "Are you ready?" Michio nodded, and Nadia smeared on the first fingerload of ointment. The pain was bright, like she was burning again. She started the message, tried to focus on it. The old woman appeared, sitting at a desk.
It wasn't the first time Michio had gotten a message directly from her or from the new Prime Minister of Mars, but more often she'd heard from generals or functionaries. They only seemed to include Michio when they were asking for something big. It very much gave her the sense of being the least important person at their table. "Captain Pa," Avasarala said, and if there was an undertone of contempt in the words, it was only to be expected. Nadia moved lower on her back, new pain blooming just as the first swath began to fade. "The situation on Medina has gone pear-shaped. Holden and the OPA forces have succeeded in taking the station, but saw fit to annihilate the railgun defenses, which leaves them undefended. The Free Navy has deployed what appears to be every functioning ship they have left, 15 in all, burning hard for the gate. The good news is that Inaros has essentially retreated from every other port and base in the system. The bad news, of course, is that he'll get Medina back, his supply lines to Laconia re-established, and in a defensible position. Unless, of course, we find a way to stop him." Avasarala took a deep breath, looked down, and when she looked up again, something had changed in her face. She looked wearier, older, more determined. "I am very, very sorry for the loss you suffered. It strikes close to home. I lost a spouse to this war as well. I can't imagine how devastating it must be to lose two. I would not ask this if it were not critical, but if you have any ships or influence with any factions that can help us to stop or slow Inaros before he reaches the gate, we need your help now. Nothing I can offer you will address the sacrifice you have already made, but I hope you will walk this last kilometer with me, and that we can end this together. Please let me know as soon as you can. The Free Navy is already burning." The message ended, and the terminal dropped back to her queue. Nadia moved on to her side, and Michio flinched. "Almost done," Nadia said. "This is the second time one of our enemies has called me to pull them out of a fire. Can we do it again? All we did last time was burn ourselves trying." She'd known going in that there might be a price for leaving the Pantheon behind. Titan was the largest of Saturn's moons. The Free Navy had its strongest presence outside the Jovian system there, projecting threat toward Enceladus, Rhea, Iapetus, Tethys, the icebuckers in the rings, controlling the space without occupying it. The Connaught and the Serio Mall burned in spinward, looping up out of the ecliptic to come down on the Free Navy ships from an unexpected angle. The burn hadn't been as hard as Michio had hoped. There hadn't been a chance to add reaction mass, and she'd had the sick fear that they'd end up losing the fight at Titan and not be able to retreat. 15 Free Navy ships had been stationed there. For most of her life, that wouldn't have been a very large number, but after so much war and so many people taking their ships out through the rings to new systems, it was respectable. It was more than the 9 that the consolidated fleet threw at it.
But then, the point of all the attacks wasn't to win. It was to keep Marco's eye off the two ships skinning off toward Medina. The Martian Congressional Republic Navy had taken point in the battle, engaging early and trying to pull the Free Navy ships out of position in hopes that her own attack from the side would come unexpectedly. She remembered Oksana getting the tactical display. 15 of the enemy, 9 friendlies. Oksana made a joke about how every ship in the battle had probably been built in the same shipyard. Evans had laughed, then sobered and said they were getting painted. After that, Michio's memory became less reliable. She'd gone over the logs. Things hadn't turned on her that early, but the strike, when it came, was like a shotgun blast in her life. It took out a massive hole, but stray pellets had traveled forward and back in time, made smaller holes in her experience. She remembered giving the order to retreat and Joseph saying they'd lost core, but she didn't remember the hit that had made her decide to run. She remembered the smell of her clothing and hair burning. But the long, terrible moments between identifying the torpedo that cracked the Connaught's back and the actual impact were gone. What she knew from the logs was that the Serio Mal and the Connaught had fired down into the heart of the Free Navy formation, drawing the enemy fire and scattering their position to open up corridors and blinds where the enemy PDCs weren't reinforcing each other. The Martian ships, being closer, had fired a massive barrage of torpedoes that managed to disable 2 Free Navy ships. She didn't know if the round that took out her drive was from the Free Navy or from a stray from the MCRN, but an enemy torpedo had managed to thread its way through their defenses and blow hours out of Michio's consciousness. She had the strong impression of a broad-shouldered man with a shaved head and dark skin telling her he was going to make the pain stop, but she had to put down the knife. She couldn't place when that had happened. She vividly recalled waking in a hospital room and then waking there again without any sense of having fallen asleep in between the two. The beginning of what she thought of as after was when she came to and found Bertold sitting at the edge of her bed, massaging her feet and singing a low dirge under his breath. She'd asked about Laura first, which in retrospect made her think she'd known something was wrong with her. Bertold said Laura had been hurt, was in a medical coma. They'd need to regrow part of her liver and one of her kidneys, but Laura was the wife of the pirate queen, and the doctors promised she'd be fine, given time. Then he'd told her about Evans and Oksana, and they'd cried together until she slept. The quarters they'd assigned this new, smaller version of her family were beautiful. 3 bedrooms with wide, soft beds, enough like crash couches that they were comfortable and different enough to seem like luxury. A food station with a narrower range of options than they'd had on the Connaught, and brighter chrome. What the resort called a conversation pit that looked like a long, curved couch that had burrowed into the floor. Skylights open to the dome, boasting natural light. A soaking bath big enough for 2. Bertold, Nadia, and Joseph the only ones to share it with her. Everything about it seemed too large and too small at the same time. She waited until the ointment had soaked deep into her new artificial skin, then put on what she called her captain's uniform. Nothing really more than a formal shirt and a jacket with a vaguely military cut. She pulled on pants and boots, even though they wouldn't show in the message she sent back. Her mind was still fuzzy from the pain medications, and she didn't understand quite why being formal about the message felt so important to her, until she sat down, framed herself, and began her recording. It felt important because it was a surrender. Madam Secretary General, I am very sorry to say that I don't have any aid to give. The ships I had to command are either dead or broken or scattered so far from the ring gate that they couldn't catch up to the Pella without killing everyone on board before they got to it. The version of her on the screen looked tired. Bertold had cut her hair short so that the places where it had burned didn't stand out. She didn't like how it looked. A wave of grief washed over her, the way they often did now, the way they would on and off for the rest of her life. Thank you for your kind words about our casualties. They knew the risks when we took up this work.
They were willing to die for the belt. I wish they hadn't. I would like them here with me. I wish I could have done more. There was nothing else to say, so she sent the message. Then, like prodding at an infected wound, she pulled up a tactical report.
The whole system lay before her. The Pansians still lived, and a handful of others. The Nauclei at Eugenia. And there, vector mapped from the Jovian system out toward the ring, the Pella, the remnants of the Free Navy. 2 other smaller dots were on intersecting paths, but when she checked their estimated course, it was clear they were all on the same mission. Marco and his loyalists would pour through the gate together, an unstoppable force. If the railgun defenses had still been in place, it still would have been a hell of a fight. Without them, it would be a slaughter. Then, station by station, ship by ship, she scrolled through the system. It was the equivalent of the grease pencil grid shed in some other lifetime on a ship that was scrap and bad memories now. All of the things that people needed. Filters, hydroponic supplies, recycler teeth, centrifuges for refining ore, centrifuges for testing water, for working with blood. She wondered if there were any colony ships still hiding out there in the emptiness, dark and watching in horror as humanity tore itself apart. She remembered the doctrine of the one ship, remembered thinking of all the vessels in the belt as being cells of a single being. She couldn't see it that way now. At best, they were all their own desperate bacteria floating on a vacuum sea that didn't care if they lived and didn't notice when they died. And if Sandrani was right, a worse collapse was only clearing its throat. The door to the common corridor opened, and Joseph slouched in. Nadia kissed him on her way to bed. Those were the shifts now. One to sit with Laura, one to sit with her, and one to sleep. A cycle of shared grief. Joseph went to the food station, slid open a panel she hadn't noticed, and poured himself a glass of whiskey before he came to sit in the pit across from her. "Skull," he said, raising his glass. The rim clinked against his teeth as he drank. For a moment, they sat there together in silence. "Oops," she said. Joseph raised his eyebrows. "La magic word, la." "It was me," she said, wiping at her eyes with the cuff of her shirt. "I did what I always do, and I drove us straight to hell with it." Joseph's eyes were sunk back into his head. Exhaustion showed in his skin and the angle of his shoulders. "Don't follow your mind, Mio. I find someone, and I put my faith in them, and I go where they lead. And then all the gold turns to shit. Johnson and Ashford and Inaros, and now Holden. I don't know how I didn't see it coming, but I fell into it again with him. And now, Joseph agreed. And the stupid thing," she said, her voice rising a little, growing thin and sharp as the drone of a violin, "is that I look at all this, I look at everything I was trying to do, and none of it happened. Wanted to make the belt for belters, and it won't be. I wanted to build a place where we could live and call our own, and there isn't one, isn't a way to build one even. I don't even remember now why I thought I should be on Holden's side. To open the gates again, get the flow of colony ships freed up, make sure that none of the people I cared about would live?" Joseph nodded, his expression thoughtful and distant. "What would it mean if you dreamed it?" Joseph asked. "Dreamed what?" Michio said, shifting until her back hurt and then shifting some more. "This," he said, "that you'd fought for Inaros and then for Holden, that you'd lost people precious to you and ended in a place of luxury and healing? It wouldn't mean shit," Joseph grunted. "Could be prophecy. Could be that the universe doesn't give a shit about us or anything we do, and your mystic bullshit's just a way we try to pretend otherwise." "Could be that too," he agreed, with an equanimity that made her ashamed she'd said it. He took another drink of his whiskey, then put the glass on the floor and lay out full on the curving couch, his head coming to rest in her lap.
His smile was warm and beautiful and filled with a humor and gentleness that made her heart ache. Don't follow Holden us. Standing against Marco put Holden beside you, yeah, but you were never his. We didn't fight Marco because of Holden. We fought because Marco said he was the champion the belt needed, only turned out he wasn't. Yeah, she said, stroking his hair. He closed his eyes in exhaustion. Ah, Bear. God damn, but we're still gonna need a champion. Chapter 49. Naomi Medina's system logs were huge, larger than anything Naomi had expected, and, what was worse, not very well organized. It was an artifact of history in a way. The physical design had been intended for a generation ship cruising through the still unknown ocean of interstellar space, but the logic systems came from Fred Johnson's military refit, which had then been repurposed when the ship went from battleship to permanent city in space. The old security systems hadn't all been cracked when the Free Navy took over, so there were partial records here and there, scattered by a variety of engineers trying to force their will on an already complex system. Like cities back on Earth where era had built on the era before, the systems of Medina were shaped by long-forgotten forces. The thinking behind each decision was lost now in a tangle of database hierarchies and complex reference structures. Finding something interesting was easy. It was all interesting on some level. Finding some particular piece of information and knowing whether it was the most recent or complete version of the data was very, very difficult. She used her office in the security station like it was a medieval monk's cell, only leaving it to go back to the Rocinante to sleep, then coming back to it when she woke. Instead of copying ancient texts with pen and ink, she spelunked the datasets, poked through file systems, asked Medina to find things, and then watched to see where it didn't search. Anything that seemed like it might be useful, she copied or stripped out and then sent back. Work report logs from the days under the Free Navy's control, sent back to Earth and Mars. Landing papers outlining the supply flow in, from, and back out to Laconia. Accident reports from the medical systems, traffic control comm logs from the ships that had come and gone. Anything might be useful, so she took everything and sent it back at the speed of light to Earth and Luna and Mars. It kept the fear at bay. Not perfectly, but nothing short of death was going to end fear perfectly. No matter how she distracted herself, there was a timer ticking down in the back of her mind. The days and hours until Marco and his ships arrived. There were other problems, other risks, the Free Navy loyalists still on the station, the strobing do not approach signal that was the only thing coming out of the Laconia gate, but none of them would matter once Marco arrived. All of it pushed her to get her work done quickly, efficiently. When the next thing came, and she didn't look what that would be straight in its eyes, she wanted to know that she'd gotten her work done. And still, sometimes she paused. She found a personal journal tucked among the environmental reports like printed pornography tucked under a mattress. Entry after entry of a young man's private struggles with his longings and ambitions and feelings of betrayal. Another time, she was trying to recover what she could from a half-erased partition and came up with a short video of a girl, 4 years old at most, leaping off a bed somewhere on the station, landing on a pile of pillows, and dissolving in laughter. Reviewing the traffic control logs, she listened to the voices of desperate men and women from the systems on the far sides of the ring gates demand and beg and plead for the supplies they felt they deserved, wanted, and sometimes needed to survive. It was the first time she'd really understood the scale of the destruction Marco had brought. All the lives he'd traumatized and ended, all the plans he'd shattered.
Most of the time, it was too big to wrap her mind around, but little glimpses like this made it all comprehensible. Terrible and sad and enraging, but comprehensible. And it informed some of her decisions. Jim said, sloping in through the door of his office. "So, sweetie, did you mean to have the data feeds go out through all the rings? Because I'm noticing that you've started sending everything to everyone." I meant to, Naomi said, brushing the hair back from her eyes. It was almost the end of her second shift. Her back ached a little from sitting too long in the same position, and her eyes were dry and scratchy. I don't know what's going to be useful, or who it's going to be useful to. And since it doesn't look like we'll be on Medina long enough to go through everything, I thought I'd send copies out everywhere. Give other people a chance to find whatever I'm missing. I know, she said. I may have been spending too much time with you. I'm starting to think like you. Only, well, the way you used to, anyhow. I still think like that, Jim said, pulling a chair over behind hers and sitting. He rested his head on her shoulder. When he spoke, she could feel the vibration in his throat against her skin. I worry more that it's going to do something unexpected and terrible and huge that I'll be responsible for. But I still think that way. An unshakable faith in humanity. It's true, he said, shaking his head, or maybe nuzzling a little. Against all evidence, I keep thinking the assholes are outliers. She leaned her head against him, taking a little pleasure in his simple presence. He had a peculiar scent, low and complex and pleasant as potting soil. She didn't think she'd ever get tired of it. And he hadn't shaved recently. The stubble of ragged whiskers tickled her ear like a cat's tongue. On the monitor, the data broadcasts ticked over another 0.1%. Somewhere in the office, Bobby was talking, her voice familiar and strong. The air recyclers clicked and hummed to themselves, the soft breeze smelling like plastic and dust. She didn't want to ask the question, but she couldn't hold it in either. Any news from home? She felt him tighten. He sat back, and the part of her skin he'd been against felt cooler without him. She turned her chair so she could look at him. His face had the artificial mildness that meant he was trying to downplay something, as if by treating it casually he could diminish it. She'd seen all his expressions so many times. She knew what he meant, whatever he said. They're coming. Free Navy. There's still no sign of activity from Laconia at all, but Avasaralus tracking 15 ships converging on the gate, mostly from the Jovian moons. Any chance they'll come through one at a time so Alex and Bobby can shoot them? She asked with a feigned innocence. It worked the way she hoped. Jim laughed. I'm pretty sure they're all going to come through like a rugby team. If we could get a couple of the railguns from the station working again, I think we'd have a chance. And some more rounds for them. Turns out shooting down a couple thousand targets can kind of burn through your supplies. Do we have a plan? A couple, Jim said. Any of them good? Oh, no, not at all. Just different flavors of terrible. The data feed chimed. The batch sent off and waiting for Naomi to pick something else. More messages, more bottles. All right, what are they? The classics. Fight or flight. We've got the Rosi and the boats that still work as boarding craft. One option is that we fill up the boats with troops, place them around the edge of the ring, and try to get people onto the Free Navy ships. It won't matter that they have 10 times as many torpedoes as us if all the fighting's corridor to corridor. The Rosi and Medina's defenses go after the ships we can't take control of. Massive slugfest, and hopefully we come out on top. And the chances that'll work? Terrible, terrible chances. Very low. Dumb plan on every level. Much more likely that the boats will all get turned into metal shavings by Marcos PDCs before they even get close to boarding. And even if they do, those ships are going to have full crews to fight our people back. And flight? Stock up the Rosi, pick a gate, and get the hell out of Dodge before the bad guys show up in the first place. And leave Medina? Medina. The Giambattista. Everything. Just turn tail and run like hell. Let the Free Navy hole back up in the slow zone and hope that the next wave the Consolidated Fleet sends can take it all back again and hold it next time. Where's the Pella? Jim sighed. Oh, leading the howling pack. Naomi turned back to her screen. Then we're staying here. I haven't decided, Holden said. No, you haven't, she said. You know if we go, Marcos going to follow us. Maybe if we were a different ship or Marcos was a different man, things wouldn't play out this way. We've got the choice of fighting here with a few allies and insufficient supplies, or fighting on the far side of a ring gate with even less.
That's the only distinction. Well, Jim took a deep breath, blew out. Shit. How much of the debris from the wave of decoys can we police up? Anything that hasn't drifted out past the rings? Holden said. The gate's not that big, Naomi said. 750,000 square clicks, Holden said. And 15 ships coming through it. Even if we turned all our scrap metal into sand, the Free Navy's more likely to miss them and not even know they were there. I know, Naomi said. But maybe one will get a lucky hit. And then there'll be one less. If we aren't playing the long shots, we're giving up. Long shots are all we've got left. And even if we lose, I'm not looking at even if we lose, Naomi said. How we lose matters. You didn't set yourself to be a symbol of anything. I know that. It's just something that happened. But after it happened, you used it. All those video essays you put out, trying to show everyone that the people on Ceres were just people, those weren't about me, Jim said, but the guilt in his voice said he didn't believe it. They were using the famous Captain James Holden to make people look at what you needed them to see. Don't be ashamed of that. It was the right thing to do. But everyone out there who saw them, who made their own versions of them and added to the project of trying to remind each other that war isn't all ships and torpedoes and battle lines, if we're going to... Her throat was tight now. The words stuck there. If we're going to die, we should make it mean at least as much as your video pieces did. I don't know that those mattered, Jim said. Did they do anything? You don't get to know that, Naomi said. They did or they didn't. You didn't put them out so that someone would send you a message about how important and influential you are. You tried to change some minds, inspire some actions. Even if it didn't work, it was a good thing to try. And maybe it did. Maybe those saved someone. And if they did, that's more important than making sure you get to know about it. Jim sank down into himself. The mask of himself that he'd worn since Tycho slipped a little. She saw the despair under it. I shouldn't have come here, he said. You took this on because it was the risky job, she said. You did it because it needed doing, and you don't ask people to take things on you wouldn't do yourself. Just like when you ran onto the Agatha King. You don't change, Jim, and I knew that coming in. We thought we'd make it, but we knew we might be wrong. We were wrong. Now we have to do this next part well, too. Getting killed. This next part is getting killed. I know, she said. They were silent, the two of them. Bobby's voice, as far away as the stars, turned briefly to laughter. The videos were just stupid little art projects, Jim said. Dying's not an art project. Maybe it should be. He hung his head.
She put her hand on it, feeling the individual strands of hair against her fingertips. The tears in her eyes didn't sting. They flowed gently, like a brook. There was no way to tell him all of it. The guilt she felt for bringing them all into Marco's orbit. The certainty in her heart that if she'd just seen what Marco and Naros was in time, none of them would have been in this position. If she said it, Jim would feel like he had to comfort her, to be strong for her. He'd close back up into himself. Or, no, not himself. Into James Holden. She liked Jim better. One long breath. Another. Another. The quiet intimacy of a perfect moment. "Hey," Bobby said, stepping into the room. "Do either of you... sorry." "No," Jim said, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand. "What's up?" Bobby lifted her hand terminal. "Do either of you know if we sent the incident reports on the missing ships to Luna? Avasarala said her science monkeys are really champing at the bit for those." Naomi took a long, shuddering breath and then smiled. Perfect moment over. Back to work. "I'll get right on it." "Okay," Bobby said, stepping backward out of the room. "Sorry if I, "Have you eaten yet?" Jim said, standing up. "I don't think I've had anything since breakfast. I was going to after I was done here. Could you two bring me a bowl of something?" Naomi said, turning to her monitor again. The batch complete message had given up on her and dropped back to her file system prompt. She spooled through the traffic logs as Jim and Bobby called back to the Rossi. Their voices, Jim, Amos, Alex, Bobby, mixed together. A little conversation about food and beer, who wanted to be together and who wanted to be apart. She had to force herself to concentrate. The log structure was a mess, one manager doing things one way, the next picking another. It took the better part of an hour to be sure she'd gotten the data from all the times ships had gone missing. Some of them she'd already seen back on Luna, but there were more that she hadn't. Almost 24 ships had vanished, including, it seemed, one of the stolen Martian ships heading for Laconia. Ships from the colonies, one of the transport ships delivering for the Free Navy, too. All sides had lost something, which was interesting. She prepped the data package for Luna. This one she encrypted. But as it sent, she reviewed her own copy again. The missing ships tended to be larger, but weren't always. They seemed to vanish most in high traffic times. Alex brought her a bowl of noodles and mushrooms and a bottle of Medina brewed beer. She was pretty sure eating it that she'd remembered to thank him. Not positive, though. There was a correlation if she plotted the high traffic times to the incidents. No, this was wrong. She was looking at it the wrong way. They didn't just look at when things had happened. They needed to look at all the times Medina had seen similar conditions. High traffic, large mass ships, mistuned reactors, and nothing had gone wrong. She scooped up the full flight data partition and started streaming it down toward Luna too. But she couldn't let it go. Her back ached, her eyes hurt. She didn't really notice. Here was a data set built of high traffic periods with and without mysterious disappearances. Here was one mapping the energy output and mass of the missing ships, and trying to fit that curve against ships that had sailed through safely. The full encrypted data set sent to Luna announced it was complete, which seemed awfully fast until she checked how long she'd been sitting there. 5 variables: preceding mass, preceding energy, mass of the ship, energy of the ship, and time. No single point solution, but a range. A moving system of curves, rising with preceding mass and energy, falling with time, and, where the mass and energy curve of the other ships intersected it, disappearances. Her hands were trembling as she pulled her terminal out of her pocket. She didn't know if it was emotion or exhaustion, or if the noodles and mushrooms had been so long ago she just needed to eat. Jim picked up the connection almost as soon as she requested it. "Hey," he said, "are you all right? You didn't come back to the ship last night." "No," she said, meaning no, she hadn't gone back to the ship, not no, she wasn't all right. She waved the imprecision of the word away. "I think I have something interesting here. I need someone to look at it for me in case I'm just hallucinating from exhaustion. I'll be right there. Should I grab anyone else? What sort of interesting are you looking at?" "It's about the missing ships." On the little screen, Jim's eyebrows rose. His eyes went a degree wider. "Do you know what's eating them?" She blinked. On her monitor, 2 equations, 5 variables, years of traffic logs to draw from. It was a perfect fit. Surely Luna would be able to confirm it. But, "Do you know what's eating them?" "I don't," she said. "I know something better." Chapter 50, Holden. "It's not a huge data set," Naomi said, turning as she reached the edge of the room and pacing back toward him. "I mean, it's the largest there is. There's not more out there we could get." "Is that a problem?" Holden asked. She stopped, stared at him, her hands wide and hard in a universal gesture of course it's a problem. It may not scale. There may be other variables at work that just haven't come into play in these instances. If you wanted me to build an engine based around data like this, I wouldn't do it. Shit, an engine? I wouldn't trust a ladder based on this. Except that, she started pacing again and chewing at the nail of one thumb. Whatever her exception was, she'd already moved on in her mind. Holden folded his arms, waited. He knew her well enough to recognize when she needed a little mental space. He looked down at the graphs on her screen. They reminded him of a heart monitor,
but the shapes of the curves were very different. He was pretty sure that with an EKG, the initial spike went back down under the baseline. With this, there was a rapid rise, then a slow, sloping falling away. No one else had come to the security station yet. Probably they were all still on the Rocinante, eating breakfast in the galley. Or maybe stopping at one of the little kiosks in the docks where the locals still took their scrip. Naomi stopped beside him, her gaze on the screen with his. Her lips twitched like she was talking to herself, having a heated conversation no one else was welcome to, not even him. She shook her head, disagreeing with herself. She'd seemed calmer when she'd first called, but the more they talked about it, the more agitated she became, the more frightened even. It looked like she was starting to hope. So, this thing, is it a thing we can use? I don't know what it is. The mechanism? I've got no idea. All we have is this pattern, but it looks so consistent. He tried again. Is this a consistent pattern we can use? And specifically, is there something here that maybe gives us a third alternative in that stay here and be slaughtered versus run away through one of the gates and be slaughtered conversation? She took a long, deep breath and let it out slowly between her teeth. He'd kind of hoped she'd laugh, but she didn't. She sat at her workstation again, pulled up a complex equation that Holden couldn't follow. I think, she said, we can simulate a high traffic interval. Load the Giambattista with as much junk we can weld on it. Overload the reactor a little, so it's generating more energy. Then, when we run it through a gates, she tapped the spike and decay curve, we should get one of these. Not a big one, though. Even a massive ship is only one ship. And one of these is what? It's an obstacle. It's something that the Free Navy ships may run into. If their ships have enough mass and enough energy that this line crosses the curve before it dies away, I think they just stop.
Meaning, they go where all the other Eaton ships go? Naomi nodded. We could put extra mass in the Giambattista. We've still got those attack boats. Some of them have fuel left in their drives. If we put them through at the same time, we could increase the curve a little. And Marco will almost certainly bring all his ships through at once, so that might help us. But I don't know the mechanism. Hey, Holden said, do you know what Planck's constant is? 6.626 plus change times 10 to the negative 34th meter squared kilos per second? Sure, why not? Holden said. But do you know why it's that and not 6.7 whatever the rest of it was? Naomi shook her head. Neither does anyone else. They still call it science. Most of what we know isn't why things are what they are. We just figure out enough about how they work that we can predict the next thing that's going to happen. That's what you've got. Enough to predict. And if you think you're right, then I do too. So let's do this. She shook her head, but not at him. A massive n=1 study where our null hypothesis is that we all get killed. Not necessarily, Holden said. They only have 15 to R1. We might still take them. We have Bobby and Amos. This time she did laugh. He put his arm under hers and she leaned against him. If it doesn't work, we won't be any more fucked than we are now, she said. Probably not, Holden said. I mean, weird, dead alien technology with effects we don't understand, sweeping whole ships away without leaving a trace or explanation? That's probably safe to play with, right? The Pella and her 14 warships, all that was left of the Free Navy, came closer to the ring, already past their halfway point and on their breaking burn. Avasarala had sent a list of the tactics she was using to try to slow or stop the attack days before, and with a heaviness that said she knew it was all bullshit even before she got around to making it explicit. She'd ended with, "I'll do whatever I can, but you might have to make do with being avenged. Sorry about that." He wondered what she'd have thought about Naomi's discovery and their plan. Holden felt every hour that passed, knowing Inaros and his soldiers were a little nearer. It was like someone pushing at his back, making him hurry. It would almost have been easier if it had been hours and days. At least it would have been over. The captain of the Giambattista misunderstood at first, thinking that his ship would be lost to the whatever it was that the Gates did. Naomi had to explain to him 4 different times that if it went well, the Giambattista would just sail into some other system, loaf around there for a few days, and then come back, unharmed. Once she convinced him that, even if it failed, it meant he and his crew would miss the battle, his objections evaporated. Naomi coordinated it all, loading the boats back into their positions in the hold, retuning the reactor so that both the bottle and the reaction were working almost at the edge of their capacity. She took Amos and Clarissa with her to backload the Giambattista's internal power grid so that everything was on the verge of overload without ever quite tripping. It reminded Holden of Father Tom telling him about bears when he was young. If a black bear wandered onto the ranch, the thing to do was to open your coat and raise your arms over your head, shout and make noise. If it was a grizzly, the only thing to do was very quietly to get as far away as you could. Only this felt like they were making noise at a grizzly in hopes that it would eat the other guy. While Naomi made her preparations, he tried to make himself useful. There were backlogs of communications from the colony worlds, status reports and threats and begging. It was sobering to remember how many planets humanity had already spread to, how many seeds they'd planted in strange soils. With Naomi's flood of information just gone out, a lot of the colonies were only now beginning to understand why they'd been cut off, only now hearing about what had happened to Earth and its solar system. The messages coming back flooded the comm buffers with rage and sorrow, threats of vengeance, and offers of aid. Those last were the hardest. New colonies still trying to force their way into local ecosystems so exotic that their bodies could hardly recognize them as life at all, isolated, exhausted, sometimes at the edge of their resources. And what they wanted was to send back help. He listened to their voices, saw the distress in their eyes. He couldn't help them a little bit. Under the best conditions, disasters and plagues did that. It wasn't universally true. There would always be hoarders and price gouging, people who closed their doors to refugees and left them freezing and starving. But the impulse to help was there too, to carry a burden together, even if it meant having less for yourself. Humanity had come as far as it had in a haze of war, sickness, violence, and genocide. History was drenched in blood, but it also had cooperation and kindness, generosity, intermarriage. The one didn't come without the other, and Holden had to comfort in that. The sense that however terrible humanity's failings were, there was still a little more in them worth admiring. He did what he could to answer the most pressing messages, offer what hope he could. The voice, however briefly, of Medina Station. Coordinating supplies for all the colonies was more than he could manage. It would be full-time work for a staff of dozens at least, and he was only one man with a radio. Still, just seeing the need, dipping his toes into the oceanic task of being the physical hub of 1,000 different solar systems, gave him a covert sense of hope for the future. He'd been right. There was a niche here. Providing the plan worked, providing they didn't all die, providing that any of a million things he hadn't even thought of yet didn't swing through and destroy everything he was still looking for and planning. There was always the forgotten arm, the thing you didn't see coming. Hopefully, the thing Marco Inaros wouldn't see coming either. So how long is this window or wake or whatever it is that we're shooting for? Amos asked. Time was almost out. The question now was just how fast Inaros wanted to be going when they came through the gate. If he cut the braking thrust and came through fast, it would throw off the timing. If the Giambattista went through the Arcadia gate too late, it would be the one to quickly, quietly vanish away. If it went through too early, Naomi's curve would already have decayed down to nothing, and the Free Navy would pass into the slow zone in safety. They'd gone back to the Rocinante. Alex and Bobby in the cockpit, ready for battle if battle came. Holden and Naomi were strapped into the couches in the command deck. Amos, on float, had come up for the company, as much as anything. They weren't at battle stations yet. If it came to that, this was probably the last time he'd see Amos in the flesh. Holden tried not to think about it. "It'll be maybe 5 minutes," Naomi said.
part of that's gonna depend on the mass and energy of the ships they bring through. If we're lucky, maybe as much as 10. That ain't much, Amos said with an amiable smile. He put a hand on the ladder up to the cockpit to keep himself from drifting. You good up there? Good as gold, Alex said. If this trick of Naomi's doesn't go, you think we can take 'em? Amos asked. All of them probably not, Bobby called down. Some of them, for sure. Clarissa rose up from the lift, a pale smile on her lips. She'd spent enough time on the float now to be natural with it. She moved from grip to grip along the wall like she'd been born a belter. When she got to Holden, she held out a bulb from the galley. You said you hadn't been able to sleep, she said. I thought you'd want some coffee. Holden took it. Her smile widened a degree. The bulb was warm against his palm.
Probably it wasn't poisoned. She wasn't really likely to do that anymore. He steeled himself a little before he took a sip. Medina Station was in the hands of the OPA fighters from the Giambattista, not that it would do much good. Its PDCs and torpedoes had, for the most part, been spent defending against Holden. What was left was a rounding error on what they'd have to hold back in Aros. The Rossi was waiting almost behind the blue station at the center of the slow zone. If he'd trained the ship's cameras on it, he could have seen the ruins of the railguns as clearly as if he'd been standing over them. Anything coming out of Laconia? He asked. We don't have a repeater on the far side of that gate, but just peeping through the keyhole? Nothing, Naomi said. No signal, no sign of approaching drives. The Rossi chirped out an alert. Holden pulled it up. Got something, Cap? Amos asked. Incoming ships have changed their burn a little. They'll be coming in fast. And early, Naomi said. Her voice was like someone talking through pain. The Rossi's countdown timer adjusted itself, estimating that the enemy would come through the ring gate in 20 minutes. Holden washed the lump in his throat with Clarissa's coffee. Clarissa pushed over to Naomi's couch, her sharp face bent by a frown. Naomi looked up at her and wiped her eyes. A droplet of a tear floated in the air, drifted toward the recycler intake. I'll be all right, Naomi said. It's just that my son's on one of those ships. Clarissa's eyes sheened over too, and she put a hand on Naomi's arm. I know, Clarissa said. If you need me, you can find me. It's okay, Peaches, Amos said. Me and the captain had a talk about it. We're good. He gave Holden a cheerful thumbs up. The timer ticked down. Holden took a long, slow breath and opened his channel to the Giambattista. Okay, he said. This is Captain Holden of the Rocinante. Please begin your passage burn now. I need you to go through the gate in, he checked the time, 18 minutes. Choose Roval, the Giambattista's captain said. It has been, see, no? The connection dropped. On the screen, the Giambattista reported a hard burn starting. Holden shifted the display to show it. A single bright star in the blackness. A drive plume wider than the ice hauler that it was driving. He wanted to believe there was something off about the color of the light, as if the high-energy tuning Naomi had done with it was visible to him. But that was just his mind playing tricks. A new counter appeared on the display. The Giambattista's expected passage through the Arcadia ring went from 17 minutes to 16. The Free Navy's arrival, unless they altered course, through the Soul Gate in 1918. Holden's gut was tight, his breath shuddered, and he drank another sip of coffee. He opened a second window, sensors trained at the Soul Gate. From where they were, the Free Navy wouldn't be visible, not yet. The angle was off just enough to hide them. Do we have the railgun ready in case they get through? Yes, sir, Bobby answered smartly. Well, Amos said, me and Peaches better go strap in, you know. Clarissa touched Naomi's shoulder one last time, then turned and launched herself, following Amos down the lift toward engineering. Holden took a long last drink and stowed the coffee bulb. He wanted it over. He wanted this moment to last forever, in case it was the last one he had with Naomi.
and Alex, and Amos, Bobby, hell, even Clarissa, with the Rossi. You couldn't be in a place like the Rossi for as long as he had been and not be changed by it, not have it be home. When Naomi cleared her throat, he thought she was going to talk to him. "Giambattista," she said, "this is the Rocinante. I'm not showing your internal power grid above normal." "Perdona," a woman's voice came back. "Fixing that now." "Thank you, Giambattista," Naomi said, and dropped the connection. She smiled over at Holden. The horror of the situation was only a line at the corner of her mouth, but his heart ached to see it all the same. Amateurs. You'd think they'd never done this before. He laughed, and then she laughed with him. The timers ticked down. The Giambattistas reached 0. The brightness of the drive plume blinked out, hidden by the curve of the Arcadia ring and the profound weirdness that was distance and space here. Where that timer had been, Naomi put up a display of a mathematical model she'd built. The spike of the Giambattista's passage already starting to decay. The line sloped down as, beside it, the timer for Marco's arrival turned to seconds. In the cockpit, Bobby said something, and Alex answered. He couldn't make out the words. Naomi's breath sounded fast and shallow. He wanted to reach over to her, to take her hand. It would have meant taking his eyes off the monitor, and so he couldn't. The Sol Gate flickered. Holden increased the magnification until the ring filled his screen. The weird, almost biological structures of the ring itself seemed to shift and writhe. An illusion of light. The drive plumes of the Free Navy ships packed in together so tightly that it looked like one massive blaze of fire appeared on the edge of the ring, tracking in toward its center. "You want me to take a pot shot at them?" Bobby asked. "Railgun could probably reach them at this point." "No," Naomi said, before Holden could answer. "I don't know what sending mass through the gates right now would do." A line appeared on the model, low on the scale, moving toward the dying curve. The ring gate grew brighter with the braking burns of the enemy, until it looked like the negative image of an eye black, star-specked sclera, and intensely white, burning iris. The timer reached 0. The lights grew brighter. Chapter 51. Marco. Marco's jaw ached. His chest hurt. The joints in his spine hovered at the edge of dislocation without ever passing through to it. The high G burn scourged him, and he welcomed the pain. The pressure and the discomfort were the price his body paid. They were slowing on approach. The core of the Free Navy was going to reach Medina unopposed, and there was literally no one to stop it. At a civilized thrust, an 8th, a 10th, and with some time coasting on the float to conserve mass, the journey out to the ring gate would have taken months. He didn't have months. Everything depended on reaching Medina before the scattered forces of the consolidated fleet could reach him. Yes, it meant driving the ships he had to the edge of their ability. Yes, it would mean putting some of the reserves from Medina under conscript to fuel his return to the system. And the people of Medina would have to make do with a little less until he could stabilize the situation enough to allow resupply. This was wartime. The days for scrimping and saving and safety were gone. Peace was a time for efficiency. War was a time for power. If it meant he drove his fighters to the ragged edge of their ability, that was how victory came. Those who held back the most reserves for tomorrow were the ones least likely to see it. If the price was long days of unrelieved discomfort and pain, he'd pay that price and glory in it. Because at the end, there was rebirth. A shedding away of all his little missteps, a purification, and the seat of his final, permanent victory. And it was coming soon. His error, he saw it now, was in thinking too small. He had conceived the revolution that the Free Navy represented as a balancing of the scales. The inners had taken and taken and taken from the belt, and when they didn't need it anymore, they dropped it and fled off to new, shinier toys. Marco had meant to put that right.
Let the inners be the ones in need, and the belt find its independence and its strength. It was anger that had kept his view too small. Righteous anger, appropriate anger, but blinding all the same. Medina was the key, and always had been, but it was only now that he saw what it was the key to.
He'd meant to close the gates and force the inner planets to address the consequences of generations of injustice. Looking at it now, it almost seemed like a gesture of nostalgia, a hearkening back to previous generations. He'd made the classic mistake, he wasn't too proud to admit it, of trying to fight the last war on the next battleground. The power of Medina wasn't that it could stop the flow of money and material out to the new worlds. It was that it could control it. The fate of the belt wasn't around Jupiter and Saturn, or at least not those alone. In every one of the 1,300 systems that the gates led to, there were planets as vulnerable as Earth. The belt itself would spread to all the systems, float like kings above all their subject worlds. If he had it all to do again, he'd have thrown 3 times as many rocks on Earth, destroyed Mars while he was at it, and taken his ships and his people to the colony worlds where there were no vestigial fleets to consolidate. With only Medina and the 15 ships at his disposal, he could exert power over all the worlds there were. It was all about placement, audacity, and will. He needed to find a way to talk Duarte into giving him a few more ships. But the promise to keep Laconia undisturbed had earned him everything he'd needed up to now. He didn't think another small request would be too much, especially given how much it sacrificed already. And if Duarte did object, the Pella shuddered as the drive passed through some resonance frequency. Normally when that happened, they weren't under high burn. It was strange how something that was hardly more than a chime at 1/3 of a G could sound like the coming apocalypse at 2 1/3. He tapped out a message for Josie down in engineering. Keep us in one piece. A few seconds later, Josie wrote back something obscene, and Marco chuckled through the pressure on his throat. They'd taken their last respite before the battle 4 hours earlier, dropping the deceleration to only 3/4 of a G for 15 minutes to let people eat and visit the head. A longer break would have meant burning harder now, and they were already running at the edge of their tolerances. But the advantages of an unexpected forced march were scattered through the great military strategists of history. Earth and Mars could only look on, eyes pressed to their telescopes, and wail. Earth and Mars, and Medina too. And on Medina, Naomi and her feckless earther fuck buddy. James Holden following in Fred Johnson's footsteps as condescending, patronizing hero of the poor, helpless belt. When he died, the story of a belt that had to be saved by self-congratulatory, foe-enlightened earthers would bleed out with him, and good riddance. And Naomi, he didn't know yet what to do with Naomi. She was a conundrum, strong where she should have been weak, and weak where she should have been strong. It was like she'd been born inverted. But there was something about her. Even after all these years, there was something about her that begged to be tamed. She'd slipped away from him twice now. Whatever happened, there wouldn't be a third time. Once he had her in hand, Philip would return on his own. That wasn't worth worrying about. When Philip had missed the launch from Callisto, Marco hadn't been surprised. The boy had been acting out for weeks. It was normal, even late, really. Marco had tested Rackus' authority when he'd been much younger than Philip was now. Rackus had told him when to be there for launch, and Marco had intentionally come late to find the berth empty. He'd had to fend for himself on Palace Station for 7 months before Rackus' ship came back. The captain had met him on the dock and beaten him until he was bleeding from a dozen places. But Marco had been taken back in. If Philip needed the same experience, that would be fine.
Not that Marco would beat him. Better that he laugh a little and muss the boy's hair. Humiliation was always better than violence. To beat a man, even to beat a man to death, was at least proof that you took him seriously as a man. Though, looking back, Philip had really been starting to push as far back as when he'd shot the security Koyo on Saris. And God, Marco's jaw ached. He shifted his fingers, pulled up the timer. The ring gate was only minutes away now. The Pella was shedding momentum with every second, making certain that when they passed through the gate, they wouldn't fly into a trap. Holden would be waiting, watching the fire of their drive plumes. They weren't close enough yet for that to be a danger. Even if Holden fired his railgun right now, the Pella would be able to react in time to dodge it. That wouldn't be true much longer. His compressed heart beat a little faster. His aching mouth twitched a little smile. But discomfort was the home of the warrior, now as it had always been. He told himself that he embraced it, welcomed it. And still, he was going to be glad when this part was done. He typed in orders for the full force, gathering them in close enough that their drive plumes overlapped, using the vast, energetic cloud as cover to hide behind. Between that and the sensor interference of the ring, Holden would be firing as good as blind, or at least that was the hope. The worst case was that Holden might take out 2 or 3 of his ships before they passed through the ring. But once they came close enough to target the Rocinante, crippling the ship would be nothing. Not destroying it, not unless they got unlucky. Trotting out James Holden's famed ship as part of the new Free Navy was too good an opportunity to miss. That was what Sanjirani and Dawes, all the others, missed. Leadership required a clear sense of appearance, of style. 15 minutes. Billions of people were watching him right now. As fast as the photons could travel back, the Pella and its 14 fighting ships would be on every news feed, every hand terminal, every monitor in the system. He was 15 minutes from the hinge point in history. 14. He checked their common vector. Coming into enemy territory, it was critical that they be neither so close together that a lucky hit by Holden could damage more than one ship, nor staggered to give him time to take more shots. They looked good. They would be all right. He wished now that he'd thought to make a recording to broadcast. It was the perfect moment. Even better than his initial call to arms. He thought of all the belters in the system, those who'd stood by the Free Navy, and those who'd been too cowardly or misguided, and even the traitorous fragments of the OPA who'd taken arms with pawn against their own self-interest. He had to believe they all felt a sense of pride. Before him, they'd been slaves in all but name, and now they are a force equal to and stronger than the most powerful states humanity had ever conceived. How could they not feel awe at this? How could they not feel the joy in this? The ring was close enough to see without magnification now. As wide as Sarah Station, and still tiny in the vast darkness out here, where even the sun wasn't more than a peculiarly bright star. His ships would start evasive maneuvers as they drew close, shifting places in their formation like shells on the table of a dockside hustler. He checked their vectors again, typed out an angry command to one of the ships that was drifting behind. The ring slowly grew larger. He increased the magnification and added false light. The material that made up the ring itself still defied the best minds in the human sphere. He wasn't really seeing it, of course. The image on his monitor was filtered through the brightness of their plumes. In truth, he was falling backward toward the ring, his face toward the faint and unimportant sun. His crash couch held him like he was resting in the palm of God. A message appeared on his monitor from Caral. All systems check. Boa Casada. Marco typed back, not just to Caral, but to all of the Pella's crew. Good hunting.
5 minutes until they passed through the gate and the battle for Medina began. The brief, decisive, ugly battle that would redefine what the Free Navy was. He willed them forward, pushing against brute physics with his mind, smelling victory, feeling it in his blood. Minutes slid by like hours, and also gone too fast. 2 minutes. 1. Another message from Corral. We're hot possible. Beside it was deeper magnification of the ring, filtered through the ship's system. A tiny blue dot that had to be the railgun station, and there beside it, almost too subtle to see, a fleck of lighter darkness that could have been a ship on the float. The Rocinante. Marco felt his whole consciousness narrow into that one tiny gray dot. Naomi. That dot was Naomi. She'd run out of the solar system to get away from him, and here he was. He could see her face in his mind. The empty expression she wore when she was trying not to feel. His grin hurt. His body hurt. But the little dot forgave it all. Except something was wrong with his monitor. He thought at first that the image had gotten grainy, the resolution rougher. But that wasn't right. It was the same size, only he could see the parts that made it up. He wasn't looking at the Rocinante. He was looking at photons streaming off a sheet of electrically excited plastic. The polymer chains glowed dark and light and dark. It was like seeing a woman's body in painting across the room, and then, without warning, only the brushstrokes that made it up. Naomi was nowhere in it. He shouted and could sense the pressure waves going out from his throat. The clouds of molecules that made his fingers slapped against the ones that were the control pad. He meant to type that they should fire, that they should kill while the chance was still with them. But he couldn't make out the letters in the splash of photons that spilled off his screen. There was too much detail. Where the air began and the crash couch ended was lost. The boundary between his body and his environment blurred. He had known since he was too young to remember that atoms were made from more space than material, and that at the lowest levels, the things that made atoms could bounce in and out of being. He'd never seen it before. He'd never been so aware that he was a vapor of energy, a vibration in a guitar string that didn't exist. Something dark and sudden moved through the cloud toward him. On the Rocinante, the ring gate grew brighter with the breaking burns of the enemy, until it looked like the negative image of an eye-black, star-specked sclera and intensely white, burning iris. The timer reached 0. The lights grew brighter, then flickered and went out. Holden checked the sensors. Where 15 warships on the burn had been seconds before, there was just nothing. Huh, Amos said over the ship system. That is super creepy. Chapter 52. Pa. Here we are, back again, Michio, said as she stepped onto the docks of Ceres Station. Hup, Joseph, walking beside her, agreed. When she'd left, she had been rebelling against a rebellion. Now she had come, whether anyone admitted it or not, to beg the powers of Earth and Mars for her freedom. She felt like the docks themselves should have changed too, grown older and more worn the way her soul had. But the echoing music, built from the clanking of mechs and power tools, the gabble of voices, was what it had been before. The smells of carbon lubricants and ozone was still as sharp. A new coat of paint even looked the old station looking brighter and younger and more full of hope than when she'd left. The signs had been replaced. The same corridors and lifts, but in bright, clean new fonts and half a dozen alphabets. She knew it was designed for the colonists and refugees fleeing Earth,
but it seemed pointed that, of the languages listed, none was Belter Creole. Earth ran Ceres again, the way it had before Eros, and they were turning the station into a theme park version of itself. The guard was for the most part ceremonial, but Michio was more than willing to bet their sidearms were loaded. It was awkward work, welcoming someone who was equal parts ally and enemy. She didn't envy them. It was been 6 months now since the remarkable death of Marco Inaros and the great remnant of the Free Navy. Half a year just to bring the remaining players to talk. She wondered how long it would take to actually do something that mattered, and what would happen when they all ran out of time. She felt like she had a tiny Nico Sandrani in the back of her head, counting down the hours until the Beltoac, until all humanity needed the farms and medical centers and mines and processing facilities that they hadn't built because they'd been too busy fighting. Some nights it kept her awake. Some nights other things did. She was half expecting them to take her to the same quarters Marco Inaros had assigned the last time she'd been here hammering out a plan for the belt. But while it was in the same section of the station, the particular rooms were different. Their escort finished welcoming them, assured them that if they needed anything, someone from the hospitality service would be there to help. They bowed their way out the door, closing it as they left. Michio lowered herself to the couch in the suite's main room, while Joseph made his way through each of the rooms, taking stock and looking for surveillance equipment that was certainly there and certainly too professionally installed. Nadia, Berthold, and Laura were back on the new ship, a converted cargo hauler on loan from one of Berthold's cousins, as long as they found ways to make the payments on it. After the sleekness and power of the Connaught, it felt cheap and flimsy. But her family was on it, so it was home. In the same way that the couch her cheek rested against was raw silk upholstery in a jail cell. Joseph's laugh was hard. He walked back into the room with a rectangle of something the color of cream, and held it out to her. Not paper, but heavy cardstock, smooth as the couch. The writing on it was neat and precise. Captain Pa, thank you for coming to the conference and for your courage in the struggles we have all endured together. With good faith and cooperation, we will forge the path still ahead. It was signed Christian Avasarala. Michio looked up at Joseph, her brow knit. And Serio? That doesn't even sound like her. I know, he said. And come see, there's a fruit basket. If wars began with rage, they ended with exhaustion. In the aftermath of the system-wide battle and its unsettling aftermath at the ring, the partisans of the Free Navy had felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. It was as if the disappearance of the Pella and its battle force had been a bad call in a football match, and they were trying to find a referee to shout down. Then, slowly, the understanding seemed to spread through all the stations, Pallas, Ganymede, Ceres, Tycho, and dozens more besides, that the war was ended, that they'd lost. A group on Pallas had issued a declaration that they were the new Free Navy and had set off a few bombs when the Consolidated Fleet arrived to take control of the station. The Jovian system, Callisto, Europa, Ganymede, and all the lesser bases there had been the Free Navy's strongest ground and the one least touched by the fighting. A few patches of resistance there meant the violence would drag on for a few more weeks or months, but the outcome wasn't in doubt. The specter of the Laconia Gate and Winston Duarte hung over Mars more than anyone else. Martian identity, proud cogs in the glorious terraforming machine, didn't square with military coups and mass defection. Mars wanted answers, and Laconia ignored them all magnificently. The only communication since the death of the Free Navy was a looped statement broadcast through the gate. A man's voice, inflected like a newsreader's, saying, "Laconia is under its own sovereign authority."
This message serves as notice that any ships passing through the Laconia Gate will be in violation of that authority and will be denied passage. Laconia is under its own sovereign authority. The message had caused no end of debate in the Martian parliament, while Earth drove 2 of its 3 remaining battleships out to the slow zone and parked them and their ancient but effective railguns and nuclear torpedoes at the edges of the Laconia Gate, ready to reduce anything that came out to gas and scrap. Avasarala called it a containment policy, and Michio supposed it was the sanest thing to do. Earth was in no condition to pick another fight. By the time Rosenfeld-Guliung took the stand in The Hague, the first high-profile prosecution for the murder of billions on Earth, the vast and complex human zeitgeist was ready for it to be over. There would be other trials coming. Anderson Dawes had been captured. Nico Sandrani turned himself in at Tycho. Of Inaros' original inner circle, Michio Pa was the only one not in a cell or dead, and she was at a cocktail party. The meeting center in the governor's palace was built on 3 levels with stairways between them and a lot of plants. People in uniform and formal dress stood in pairs or small groups or alone with their hand terminals, while servants carried trays of hors d'oeuvres and drinks. If anything specific was wanted, food or drink or a fresh pair of shoes, probably, they had only to ask. The lap of luxury. The highest circles of power and influence. This was the real thing, something that Marco Inaros had only been able to play at. The stone walks were polished, and the pillars were made of striped sedimentary rock, pulled all the way from Earth as a kind of boast. We're so rich, we don't even use our own stone. She'd never noticed it before, and she didn't know whether it left her amused or angry or sad. "Michio," a woman's voice said, "here you are. How is Laura?" The old lady in the orange sari took Michio's elbow and led her along almost 3 full steps before she realized it was Avasarala. The old earther looked different in person. Smaller, her skin a deeper brown, her pale hair taking up more of her face. "Much better," Michio said. "Back on the ship. With Nadia and Bertold? And Joseph stayed back in your rooms? Just so long as they know they're welcome." "God damn, this is an ugly piece of architecture, isn't it?" Avasarala said. "I was," Michio said. Avasarala leaned in close, her eyes bright as a schoolgirl's. "They're fake. The rock? Made it with a centrifuge and colored sand. I knew the builder. He was a fake, too. Pretty, though. God save us all from good-looking men." Michio surprised herself by laughing. The old woman was charming. Michio knew that this show of hospitality was just that, a show. And yet it worked. She felt more at ease. The time was going to come, and soon, when Michio was going to have to come to this woman and ask for amnesty. Ask this earther to let her and her family go free from Marco's crimes. This moment made it seem like maybe the answer would be yes. Hope was a terrible thing. She didn't want to feel, and yet there it was. She didn't know she was going to speak until she said it. "I'm sorry." What she meant was, "I'm sorry I didn't stop the attack that killed your husband, and I'm sorry I didn't see Inaros for what he was sooner, and I would do it all differently if I could live my life backward and try again." Avasarala paused, looked deeply into Michio's eyes, and it was like seeing someone through a mask. The deepness there startled her. When she spoke, it was as if she'd heard every nuance. "Politics is the art of the possible, Captain Pa. When you play at our level, grudges cost lives." Across a narrow courtyard, James Holden turned and then came trotting over. He at least was the same height she remembered. He looked a little older than when they'd fought against Ashford on the Behemoth, back in the God who could have known they were the good old days. She saw the surprise and pleasure as he recognized her. "Captain Holden," she said, "still weird to see you." "Right?"
he said with a boyish smile that seemed totally unaffected. He turned to Avasarala. Can I pull you away for a minute? There's a thing. Avasarala squeezed Michio's arm, then let it go. Forgive me, she said. Holden can't find his cock with both hands unless there's someone there to point him at it. They walked away together, heads bent in conference. Behind a spray of ivy, Michio saw a tall, dark-skinned woman bent a degree forward as she laughed with the Martian Prime Minister. Naomi Nagata. She looked normal, unremarkable. Michio knew her from before, and still might not have known her if they'd passed in a common corridor or shared a tube ride. But this was the woman Marco had abducted before his attack on Earth, just so he could watch her look upon his power. The woman who'd turned away from him when they'd both been little more than children themselves. Michio would never know how much of the decision to take the last remnant of the Free Navy to Medina had been for cold tactical reasons, and how much was because Naomi Nagata had been there. It was so petty and so small, and she had no trouble believing it. When you play at our level, grudges cost lives. Carlos Walker strolled through an archway, caught her eye, and smiled. She'd known him mostly by reputation back when she'd been part of Fred fucking Johnson's OPA. Carlos Walker, with his playboy's manners and the weird religious streak, the sincerity of which no one seemed able to determine. He plucked 2 fresh flutes of champagne from a passing tray and made his way toward her. "You look thoughtful, Captain Pa." "Do I?" she said, taking the glass. "Well, then I suppose it must be true. And you? How does it feel being the unelected representative of the belt?" Walker smiled. "I could ask you the same." She laughed. "I'm not representing anyone but myself." "Really? Then what are you doing here?" Michio blinked, but didn't know how to respond. A little less than an hour later, a soft chiming and a discreet rush of personal assistants and aides announced the actual meeting. Pa let herself be carried along with a growing sense of displacement. The meeting room was smaller than she'd expected and arranged in a rough triangle. Avasarala, a thin-faced man in a formal jacket, and 2 men in military uniforms sat at one corner. The Martian Prime Minister, Emily Richards, sat at another with half a dozen people in suits fluttering around her like they were moths and she was an open flame. And at the third, Carlos Walker, Naomi Nagata, James Holden, and Michio herself. A second rank of chairs held dozens of people whose roles Michio didn't know. Senators, businessmen, bankers, soldiers. It occurred to her that if she'd had a bomb, she could probably have crippled what was left of humanity's major governments by taking out this one room. "Well," Avasarala said, her voice clear as a klaxon, "I'd like to start by thanking all of you again for being here. I'm not fond of this shit, but the optics are good. And we do have some things to discuss. I have a proposal." She paused to tap a command into her hand terminal, and Michio's chimed in response, as did everyone else's in the room. A proposal about the architecture by which we try to unfuck ourselves. It's preliminary, but we have to start somewhere. Michio opened the document. It was over 1,000 pages long, with the first 10 a tightly written table of contents with notations and subsections for every chapter. She felt a little wave of vertigo. "The overview looks like this," Avasarala said. "We have a list of problems as long as our arms, but Captain Holden here thinks he's come up with a way to use some of them to solve the others. Captain?" Holden, beside her, stood up, seemed to realize no one else was going to stand up to talk, and then shrugged and bowled forward with it. The thing is, the Free Navy wasn't wrong.
With all the new systems opened up, the economic niche that Belters have filled is going to go away. There are so many reserves on these planets that don't require we bring our own air or generate our own gravity that the Belt is going to be outcompeted. And, no offense, the plan up to now has been versions of sucks to be you. There's a significant population of the Belt that's not going to be able to move down a gravity well. They're just going to be forgotten, left to die off. And since that's not all that different from how Belters got treated before, it was easy for Inaros to find political backing. I wouldn't say that was the only thing that got him there, Prime Minister Richards drawled. Having a bunch of my ships helped him out. The room chuckled. But the thing is, Holden said, we've been going out there wrong. There's a traffic problem we didn't know about. Under the wrong conditions, it's not safe to go through the gates, which we found out because a bunch of ships went missing. And if the plan is that just anyone who wants to go through the gates does so anytime they want to, more will go missing. There has to be someone regulating that. And, thanks to Naomi Nagata, we now know the load limit of the gate network. He paused and looked around, almost as if he was expecting applause before he went on. So that's two problems. No niche for the belt, the need for traffic control through the gates. Now add to that the fact that Earth, Mars, all of us really, have taken enough damage in the last few years that our infrastructure won't carry us. We have maybe a year or two to really find ways to generate the food and clean water and clean air that we're all going to need. And we probably can't do that in our solar system unless just a lot more people die. We need a fast, efficient way to trade with the colony worlds for raw materials. So that's why I'm proposing an independent union with the sole and specific task of coordinating shipments through the gates. Most people who want to live on planets will just do that. But the belt has a huge population of people who are specifically suited to life outside a gravity well. Moving supplies and people safely between solar systems is a new niche, and it's one we need filled quickly and efficiently. In the proposal, I called it the Spacing Guild, but I'm not married to that name. A gray-haired man sitting 2 rows behind Emily Richards cleared his throat and spoke. You're proposing to turn the entire population of the belt into a single transport company? Yes, into a network of ships, support stations, and other services necessary to move people and cargo between the gates, Holden said. Keep in mind, they've got 1,373 solar systems to manage. There's going to be work. Well, 1,372, really, because of Laconia. And what do you propose to do about Laconia? A woman behind Avasarala asked. I don't know, Holden said. I was just starting with this. Avasarala waved him to sit down, and reluctantly he did. Naomi shifted, murmured something in his ear, and Holden nodded. The proposed structure of the union, Avasarala said, is fairly standard. Limited sovereignty in exchange for regulatory input from the major governing bodies, meaning Emily and whoever they elect once I'm out of this. Limited sovereignty? Carlos Walker said. Limited, Avasarala said. Don't ask me to put out on the first date, Walker. I'm not that kind of girl. The union will, of course, need to have support from the belt. The first union president will be taking on a huge job, but I think we can all agree that we have a unique opportunity for that. Someone well-known both among belters and on the inner planets. Holden nodded. Michio looked over at him, his bright eyes and firm chin. Someone, Avasarala continued, above or at least apart from factions and politics. Trustworthy, well-tested moral compass, and with a long resume of doing the right thing even when it's unpopular. Holden smiled, nodded to himself. He looked so pleased. Michio hadn't come to a meeting. This was an anointing. She was suddenly profoundly disheartened. It would probably improve her chances for getting amnesty, but that is why, Avasarala said, we need to draft James Holden. Holden yelped like he'd been bitten. What? Wait, no, that's all wrong. It's a terrible idea. Avasarala frowned. Then, look, Holden said, standing up again, this is exactly the problem. This is what we keep doing, forcing rules and leadership on the Belters rather than letting them pick for themselves. A grumble passed through the room, but Holden just kept talking. If I can use this moment to nominate someone else instead. Someone with all the qualities Madam Secretary Avasarala just listed, and more. Someone with honor and integrity and leadership, and with the added bonus of actually belonging to the community they'd be leading. And somehow, Michio wasn't sure how this had happened. Holden was pointing at her. Then I would nominate Michio Pa. Chapter 53. Naomi.
The Blue Frog was closed for renovations, so after the meetings were over, she drove the cart to a pub 2 levels higher and a little to spinward. The sign beside the door was cheap steel set into the wall with the words Cooperative 14 hand-welded into it. Naomi didn't know if the name had a history behind it or if that was just the new style in naming clubs. On the other side of the door, the decor took on a much less industrial feel. The tables glowed in bright primary colors, and the walls were covered in strands of woven wire, looped and tied to look like old pictures of waterfalls. A low stage with a karaoke setup hummed and danced with itself, waiting for someone to break the ice. There was room for as many as 100 people in the space, and counting herself and Jim, there were probably fewer than 20. But it was also off hours, so that made it hard to judge. The crew were already there, and to judge from the empty bottles the waiter was clearing away, had been there for some time. As they walked across to them, Jim relaxed. The 4 of them gave a little cheer and made space for 2 new chairs at the table. "What happened?" Bobby said. "You were supposed to be here hours ago." "Avasara jumped me," Jim said, and Amos' empty, amiable smile got a degree wider. Jim laughed and shook his head. "No, I mean, she tried to get me named as the head of the Spacing Guild. You know that name's not going to stick, right?" Alex said. "Wait, she did what?" Bobby said. Jim held out his hands, a gesture of helplessness. "She gave out the proposal, and I gave my little speech about it, and then, boom! Right at the front, she said I should be the one to help put it together. First union president. It probably took the first 2 hours just convincing her I wouldn't do it." "Why didn't you take the position?" Clarissa asked. She seemed genuinely confused. "Because then I'd have to do it," Jim said, waving to call the waiter back. "Makes sense she'd want someone she could control calling the shots, though," Alex said. "Avasara doesn't think she can control Holden," Bobby said. "But she also doesn't think anyone else can. She might just want someone from Earth in charge, at least as a figurehead. Makes the union feel like it's in her circle of influence. Fred Johnson was OPA to the marrow, but he was from Earth. He never totally got away from that." The waiter trotted over and took Jim's order. Naomi leaned in around him so she could see Bobby as she spoke. "That was our point," she said. "If it's going to work, the belt needs to know it's their own, and not another set of scraps that the inners are tossing out." The waiter reached out, his fingers stopping just short of touching her shoulder. "Whatever your best stout is," she said, and he vanished with a nod. She turned back. "Anyway, we threw Michio Pa under the bus." "She's perfect," Holden said. "She knows all the players in the belt. She's not afraid to work with Earth and Mars."
She's literally the former commander of Medina Station, granted back before it was a station, but she's got a real familiarity with the ship. And look what she's been doing since she broke with Inaros. Coordination and distribution. Exactly the job we're looking at. Well, Alex said, except with less piracy this time. I mean, assuming. "Did she take the job?" Bobby asked. "She's coming around," Naomi said. "It was a long meeting." "What about us?" Clarissa asked. Her voice had dread in it, a hollowness. "What do we do now?" "We join the union," Jim said. "I mean, well, need to vote on it here in the family, but it seems weird to push for a new architecture for the colonies and then not be part of it. And there'll be a lot of work for a good ship. We have a good ship." Clarissa's gaze flickered up to Naomi, then, with an almost invisible smile, away. Jim hadn't understood what she'd really been asking. Now that the war's over, do I still have a place here? And he didn't know that he'd answered yes. He had a genius for assuming things that let Clarissa trust him. Naomi handed the girl a napkin so she wouldn't have to dab her eyes with a cuff. "Seems to me," Alex said, "we should look at escorting colony ships and making sure the ore or whatever the colony has to trade gets where it's going." "Lot of trade in system, too," Amos said. "Don't have to go out past the gates." "Yeah," Alex agreed, "but there's more planets out there than I'm going to be able to see in my lifetime. I'd like to get to a few of them." The waiter returned with Jim's gin and tonic and her own stout. When she tried to pay, the transaction was already zeroed out. The waiter smiled at her, shook his head, and said, "On the house." Naomi nodded her thanks. Jim was already drinking.
Bobby was the only one who seems quiet, her hand wrapped around a glass. Alex and Amos told Clarissa stories about New Terra and going through to the new worlds. Jim drank and chimed in on occasion, the political meeting starting to fade and his shoulders slipping a little lower as he relaxed. But Bobby kept her own counsel until Naomi finished her second drink, took the Martian's hand, and tugged her away. "Are you all right?" Naomi asked. "Yes," Bobby said, in a voice that meant no. "It's just, this is really the end of the terraforming project, isn't it? I mean, I knew that, but I don't know. Trying to get us all to here helped distract me, but this agreement they're hammering out, it's the shape things are going to have from now on." "Yeah," Naomi said, "and it's going to be different. All my life, changing Mars, making it a viable ecosystem, it's just always been a thing. Hearing about rules and laws and systems for how that's never coming back, I don't know. It's kind of hitting me that it's really gone." "Probably, yeah," Naomi said, but Bobby went on as if she hadn't heard her, as if she was saying something out loud for the first time, discovering her thoughts by hearing them expressed in her own voice. Because Inaros and all the Free Navy people, they weren't fighting for Belter rights or political recognition. They were fighting to have the past back, to have things be what they've always been. Sure, with them on top maybe, but Earth's not going to be humanity's home anymore. Mars isn't going to be Mars, not like I knew it. Belters aren't even going to be Belters now. They're going to be what? Shipping magnates? I don't even know. "No one does," Naomi said, leading Bobby forward. "The big Martian didn't seem aware that they were walking. But we're going to find out. I don't know who I am in that world. I don't either. None of us does. But I know that I have my ship and my little family with it." "Yeah, that sounds like a plan." "Good," Naomi said, and put a microphone in Bobby's hand. "Let's pick a song." The pub filled up more at shift change, but for once, no one seemed to take much notice of Jim or any of the rest of them. Even when Naomi got a standing ovation for what, in retrospect, must have been a deeply flawed version of Devi Anderson's Apart Together, nobody seemed to recognize the crew of the Rocinante as being anything but the people at Table 6. It felt good knowing that could still happen sometimes. By the end of the night, even Clarissa had a turn on stage. It turned out she had a good singing voice, and after she got down, a local boy with Loca Griga tattoos tried to hit on her until Bobby gently made it clear nothing was going to happen. They took the tube back to the dock, filling up almost half of a car just themselves, still a little tipsy, still talking too loud, laughing at nothing really. Alex's Mariner Valley drawl got thicker, and Bobby mimicked it, egging him on until they sounded like parodies of themselves. Jim, least involved with the hilarity, and still somehow central to it, sat back against the rattling wall of the car, his hands behind his head and his eyes half closed. She didn't really understand what she and Jim and all the others were reacting to until they were at the ship. Seeing the Rocinante locked in the docking clamps was like falling into a familiar pair of arms. They were giddy because Jim was giddy, and Jim was giddy because, for once, he'd just avoided being responsible for the future of the whole human race. It seemed like a fair thing to celebrate. Back on board, the group moved together to the galley, not ready yet for the day to be over. Clarissa made herself some tea, but there wasn't any more alcohol. Just the 6 of them, lounging in a galley designed to serve many more. Alex, sitting with his back against one wall, told a story about when he'd been in training on Olympus Mons, and the mother of one of the other recruits had arrived to complain that the drill sergeant was being too rough on her son. That led into Bobby talking about a time when she and her squad had all gotten food poisoning at the same meal, but bullied each other into training the next day regardless, then spent the day puking into their helmets. They were all laughing together, sharing parts of the lives they'd had before they came here, before the Rocinante was their home. Eventually, without the flow of conversation abating, Alex made enough chicken with peanut sauce for everyone and passed bowls out while Clarissa told a surprisingly funny story about being in a prison writing workshop. Naomi ate the chicken with a fork, leaning against Jim as she did. The sauce wasn't like Belter's made it, but it was good enough. She felt Jim getting near the end of his endurance.
He didn't say anything, but she knew from the sound of his breath and the way he unconsciously tapped his leg like a child trying to stay awake. She felt the exhaustion herself. It had been a long day, and the stakes had been high. The pleasant buzz left over from the pub was starting to fade, and deep, muzzy tiredness was slipping into her joints. But she didn't want the moment to end either. Any of the moments with these people, in this place. Even though, eventually, they had to. No, not even though. Because eventually they had to. Nothing lasted forever. Not peace, not war, nothing. She stood first, taking her bowl and Jim's and Bobby's, since she was done with it, and feeding them into the recycler. She stretched, yawned, held her hand out to Jim. He took his cue. Alex, who was talking about a music performance he'd seen on Titan back when he'd still been in the service, nodded his good night. Naomi led Jim to the lift, then to their cabin, with the occasional sound of laughter filtering through to them. Fainter the farther they went, but not absent. Not yet. Jim fell onto the crash couch like a marionette with his strings cut, threw one arm across his eyes, and groaned. In the light, he looked young again. The stubble on his neck and along the side of one cheek was thin and patchy, as if it were growing in for the first time. She could remember when the prospect of Jim and his body had been as powerful as a drug to her, powerful enough that she'd been driven to take the risk of being with him. Naomi handed the girl a napkin so she wouldn't have to dab her eyes with a cuff. "Seems to me," Alex said, "we should look at escorting colony ships and making sure the ore or whatever the colony has to trade gets where it's going." "Lot of trade in system, too," Amos said. "Don't have to go out past the gates." "Yeah," Alex agreed, "but there's more planets out there than I'm going to be able to see in my lifetime. I'd like to get to a few of them." The waiter returned with Jim's gin and tonic and her own stout. When she tried to pay, the transaction was already zeroed out. The waiter smiled at her, shook his head, and said, "On the house." Naomi nodded her thanks. Jim was already drinking. Bobby was the only one who seemed quiet, her hand wrapped around a glass. Alex and Amos told Clarissa stories about New Terra and going through to the new worlds. Jim drank and chimed in on occasion, the political meeting starting to fade and his shoulders slipping a little lower as he relaxed. But Bobby kept her own counsel until Naomi finished her second drink, took the Martian's hand, and tugged her away. "Are you all right?" Naomi asked. "Yes," Bobby said, in a voice that meant no. "It's just, this is really the end of the terraforming project, isn't it? I mean, I knew that, but I don't know. Trying to get us all to here helped distract me. But this agreement they're hammering out, it's the shape things are going to have from now on." "Yeah," Naomi said, "and it's going to be different. All my life, changing Mars, making it a viable ecosystem, it's just always been a thing. Hearing about rules and laws and systems for how that's never coming back, I don't know. It's kind of hitting me that it's really gone." "Probably, yeah," Naomi said, but Bobby went on as if she hadn't heard her, as if she was saying something out loud for the first time, discovering her thoughts by hearing them expressed in her own voice. Because Inaros and all the Free Navy people, they weren't fighting for Belter rights or political recognition. They were fighting to have the past back, to have things be what they've always been. Sure, with them on top maybe, but Earth's not going to be humanity's home anymore. Mars isn't going to be...
He hadn't known then how much of a leap it had been for her. He probably still didn't know now. Some things were secret even after you told them. He moaned again, shifted his arm, looked up at her. His smile was equal parts exhaustion and delight. Exhaustion from what they'd been through. Delight because it was done, and because they were both there. "Do you think Pa will take the job?" he asked. He sounded almost wistful. "Yes, eventually," Naomi said. And then, a moment later, "How long have you been planning that? The idea of the union, or Pa in particular?" "Pa." Jim shrugged. It was pretty clear early on that having an Earther be the head of it wasn't going to work. I thought Fred would be able to find someone, so I guess I started looking at her for it right around then. Consciously, anyway. She was kind of perfect, though.
She broke with the Free Navy in order to help the belt? No one else did that, or at least not as openly. And she won every fight she led her people into. I think the ones who need to take her seriously will. Naomi sat on the edge of the crash couch. It shifted with the change in the center of their combined weight, moving Jim a few centimeters closer to her. He stretched out an arm as invitation, and she settled back into it. Do you think she'll enjoy it? I don't know. I'd hate it, but maybe she's different enough from me she'll find something to redeem the process. The important thing is, I think she'll be good at it, plays to her strengths. At least I don't know anyone who's likely to do better. I hope you're right, she said. You really think you couldn't have done it? I was never an option. There's too much history. Maybe an Earther can do it in a generation or 3, when things have been different for a while. Naomi laughed, moved her head to rest beside his. By then, something else will have happened. Yeah, Holden said. That's true. But in the short term, I really do think she's the best one for the job. I'm just glad she was here. My second choice for the job would have been you. She sat up, looking into his eyes to see whether he was joking. A long way away, Amos laughed just loud enough for the echoes to reach her. Jim's expression was somewhere between chagrin and amusement. God, he'd been serious. You could have done it, Holden said. You're smart. You're a belter. Your opposition to the Free Navy's as good or better than Pa's. You have a track record that Earth and Mars would have been comfortable with, and enough connection to the belt to make you plausible to them. You know I wouldn't have done it, right? No, Jim said, and there was something almost like sorrow in his voice. I know you wouldn't have wanted to. I know you would have hated it. But you would if you had to, if there wasn't someone else. Too many people would have needed you for you to turn them all away. She lay back down, considered the idea, and shuddered. I know, right? Jim said. And how are you doing? She took the hand of the arm she was lying across in hers, drew it gently around her like he was a blanket. He had asked her that every few days since the war ended. How was she doing? It sounded like an innocuous question, but it carried more than its own weight. She'd killed her old lover, her old friends. She wished with a longing as powerful as thirst that there had been a way to save her son. Jim wasn't asking if she was all right so much as how bad was it. There was no good answer for that. I will carry this guilt and sadness for the rest of my life was just as true as I lost my son years ago. Her comfort was that she was still alive, that Jim was, and Amos and Alex, Bobby and Clarissa. She was as much a monster as Clarissa or Amos had ever been. She was someone who'd found a way to save her little chosen family when everything seemed lost. The two didn't balance, but they existed together. Pain and relief, sorrow and contentment. The evil and the redeeming could sit together in her heart, live together, and neither one take the edge off the other. And Jim knew that. He didn't ask because he needed an answer. He asked because he needed her to know the answer mattered to him. That was all. I'm all right, she said, the way she always did. Jim reached out his other hand and dimmed the lights. Naomi closed her eyes. They felt very comfortable that way. She could hear from Jim's breath that he wasn't asleep, that he was thinking about something. She kept herself awake, just a little, waited for him. Little flickers of dream danced in at the edge of her mind, and she lost track of her body every now and then. Do you think we should go out to the colonies? He said. It seems like maybe we ought to. I mean, we've been to Illis, and if we can sort of blaze the trail, make it normal, maybe it'll be easier for Pa to get more belt ships to take the risk. Maybe, she said, because the other thing we could do is stay here. There's just a lot of work that's going to need to happen here. Rebuilding, beefing up Medina for when Duarte comes back, because you know whatever he's doing is going to be a problem eventually. I don't know where we should go. Naomi nodded. Jim rolled in closer to her. The warmth of his body and the smell of his skin were consoling. Let's just stay here for a minute, she said.
Two Matt, Hallie, and Ken who get none of the credit and make everything possible. Epilogue, Anna. As with astronomy, the difficulty of recognizing the motion of the Earth lay in abandoning the immediate sensation of the Earth's fixity and of the motion of the planets. So, in history, the difficulty of recognizing the subjection of personality to the laws of space, time, and cause lies in renouncing the direct feeling of the independence of one's own personality. But as in astronomy, the new view said, it is true that we do not feel the movement of the Earth, but by admitting its immobility, we arrive at absurdity, while by admitting its motion, which we do not feel, we arrive at laws. So also in history, the new view says, it is true that we are not conscious of our dependence, but by admitting our free will, we arrive at absurdity, while by admitting our dependence on the external world, on time, and on cause, we arrive at laws. In the first case, it was necessary to renounce the consciousness of an unreal immobility in space and to recognize a motion we did not feel. In the present case, it is similarly necessary to renounce a freedom that does not exist and to recognize a dependence of which we are not conscious. Anna savored the moment, then closed the text window and made the same small sound that she always did when she finished the book. Anna loved the Bible and felt comforted and lifted up by what she found in it, but Tolstoy was uncontested for second place. The accepted etymology of the word religion was that it came from religere, meaning to bind together. But Cicero had said its true root was relegere, to reread. The truth was, she liked both answers. What brought people together in a sense of love and community, and the impulse to go back to beloved books, weren't that different for her. Both of them left her feeling calmer and renewed. Nono said it meant she was an introvert and an extrovert at the same time. Anna couldn't really argue against that. Officially, the ship was the Abd el-Rahman Badawi, operated by Trachtman Corporation, out of Luna, but everyone on board called her the Abbey. The complex history of the ship was written in her bones. The hallways were different shapes, depending on the style when they'd been added in, or what salvage ship they'd been taken from. The air always smelled like new plastic from the recyclers. The thrust gravity was kept at a thin 1/10 of a g to conserve reaction mass. The cargo decks far below Anna now were cathedral high, and piled with all the things that the new colony on Eudoxia, shelters, food recyclers, 2 small fusion reactors, and a wealth of biological and agricultural materials. There were already 2 other settlements on Eudoxia.
It was one of the most populous of the colony worlds, with almost 1,000 people on it. When the Abbey arrived, that population would triple, and Anna and Nono and Nami would be part of it, would live out the rest of their lives, chances were, finding ways to raise food they could eat, learning about their new, broad, and problematic Eden, and hopefully building the spaces and institutions that would shape humanity's presence on that world forever. The first university, the first hospital, the first cathedral. All the things perched just outside reality, waiting for Anna and her fellow colonists to bring them into being. It wasn't the retirement Anna had expected or hoped for. Some nights she dreaded it. Not for herself so much as for her daughter. She'd always thought of Nami growing up in Abuja with her cousins, going off to university in St. Petersburg or Moscow. She felt wistful now, knowing that Nami would likely never have the experience of living in a huge, sprawling urban environment. That she and Nono wouldn't grow old together in the little house near Zuma Rock. That her own ashes, when she passed, would be scattered on unfamiliar water. But Abuja also had a few thousand less mouths to feed. Out of the remaining billions on Earth, it was nothing, except that enough nothings, together, might add up to something after all. Her cabin was smaller than the house, with 2 tiny bedrooms, a little sitting area with a scruffy wall screen, and just enough storage for their personal items. There were 20 like it in their hall, with a shared lavatory at one end and a cafeteria at the other.
4 halls like hers on the deck, 10 decks on the ship. Right now, Nono was at the galley on deck 3, singing with a bluegrass quartet. The youngest of the musicians, a rail-thin, red-haired man named Jacques Harbinger, had used almost his whole personal space allotment on a real hammered dulcimer. Nami would be coming back from school on deck 8, where Kerr Ackerman was using the ship tutorials to teach the 200 or so children about biology and survival techniques tailored for Eudoxia. After they both came home and they'd all had dinner in their own galley, Anna was going to the Humanist Society meeting on deck 2, where she'd already won the role of the loyal opposition to George and Tanya Lee, the young atheist couple who ran it. She didn't fool herself into believing anyone would change anyone else's mind, but the trip was long and a good philosophical discussion passed the hours pleasantly. Then home to work on her sermon for next week. She remembered something she'd read, she didn't know where, about the life of ancient Greece. The private space had been thin there too. Most of people's hours spent in the streets and courtyards of Athens and Corinth and Thebes. A world where everyone's home was not their castle, but their dorm room. It was exhausting, but exhilarating too. She could already see the early shapes of the community they would eventually become. And the efforts she made now would have an effect on what happened when they reached their new home planet. The decisions they made in building their township would be the seed crystal for the city that might one day rise up from it. A few hundred years, and the work Anna did now to make this group a kind, thoughtful, centered one might be able to shape a whole world. And wasn't that worth a little extra effort? She heard Nami's voice before the door opened, serious and percussive the way she got when she was focused on something. She didn't talk to herself often, so Anna assumed she had someone from school with her. When the door opened, she was proven right. Nami walked into the little common room, practically dragging a sullen Arab boy behind her. He started a little when he saw Anna. She smiled without showing her teeth, didn't quite make eye contact, didn't move. She'd learned more about how to be with traumatized people in the last year than she'd ever hoped to know, and much of what she came to understand was that humans were domestic animals, like dogs and cats. They respond poorly to threats and, well, to a gentle building of trust. Not rocket science, but easy to forget. "This is Saladin," Nami said. "Good to meet you, Saladin," Anna said. "I'm glad you could be here." The boy nodded once, looked away. Anna had to resist the urge to try to draw him out, ask him where he lived, who his parents were, how he liked his classes. She was always impatient to help people, even when they weren't ready to be helped, maybe especially then. Nami, nattering about the great man theory and technological ratchets and railroading time, as if to fill the conversation for both of them, went to her bedroom and came out with her school tablet. Anna hoisted an eyebrow. "That's been here all day." "I forgot it," Nami said lightly. Then, "Bye, Mom," as she marched out the door. Saladin hesitated, like he was surprised to have been left alone with a grown-up. Anna looked close to him, but not straight on. He nodded and ducked out the door after her daughter. She waited for one breath, and then another, and then, knowing it was a bad idea, crept to the closed door and peeked out. Nami and Saladin were walking down the narrow ship corridor, squeezing close to be side by side. His right hand was in her left, and as far as I could see, Nami was still talking animatedly about whatever she was talking about, while Saladin, rapt, listened. "So, what's your group project?" Anna asked. Dinner that night was spiced beans and rice that very nearly mimicked the real thing. Nona was tired after her rehearsal, and Anna was expecting the humanist meeting to be intense and a little taxing, so they'd taken the food back to their rooms instead of staying in the galley. Nami sat cross-legged with her back against the door, while Anna and Nono took 2 of the chairs that folded down out of the wall. The walls were close enough that even though they were on opposite sides of the room, their knees almost touched. It would be almost a year living in the Abbey. By the time they reached Eudoxia, they might not remember what open space felt like anymore. "History," Nami said. "Big subject," Anna said.
Nono looked up at her, so maybe Anna wasn't being quite as casual as she thought. Nami didn't seem to notice anything, though. No, all of it. We're not talking about what happened in history, we're talking about what history is. So, she gestured in a circle with her spoon, is the important thing about history the people who actually did things? Or if they hadn't been alive, would the same basic things have happened, just with other people doing them? Like with math. Math, Anna said. Sure, Nami said. Two different people came up with calculus right at the same time. So maybe everything's like that. Maybe it doesn't matter who leads a war, because the things that made the war happen weren't leaders. They were how much money people had or how good their land was for making food or something. That's the section I'm writing. Saladin's writing about the great man theory, but it's old because they only talk about men. Ah, Anna said, cringing at how obvious she felt. Saladin's doing that? It's about the idea that without Caesar, there wouldn't have been a Roman Empire, or without a Jesus, there wouldn't have been Christianity. Hard to argue against that, Nono said. It's a history class, we're not talking about the religious part. And then Lilian is doing the section on the technological ratchet, where the thing that changes is how well we understand how to make things like medicines and nuclear bombs and Epstein drives, and that everything else about history is cyclic. The same things happen over and over again, but it just seems different because we have different tools. Nami frowned. I don't understand that one yet, but it's not my section. And what do you think? Anna asked.
Nami shook her head and scooped up a last spoonful of almost beans. It's dumb to break it up like that, she said around her food. Like it's one thing or it's something else. That's not how it ever is. It's always that there's somebody who does whatever it is. Conquers Europe, or decides that it's a great idea to line aqueducts with lead, or figures out how to coordinate radio frequencies. You never have one without the other. It's like nature versus nurture. When do you ever see one without the other? That's a good point, Anna said. So how does the project work? Nami rolled her eyes. Oh God, they were in eye-rolling ages now. It seems so recent that her little girl had been free of contempt. It isn't like that. What isn't like what? Mother. Saladin isn't my boyfriend. His parents died in Cairo, and he's here with his aunt and uncle. He really needs friends, and anyway, Liliana likes him. So even if I did, I wouldn't. We have to be careful. We're spending our whole lives together, so we need to be really gentle. If we mess it up, it's not like we can just change schools. Oh, Anna said. Is that something you talk about at school? The eye roll again. 2 eye rolls in one night. That was you, Mom. You're always saying that. I guess I am, Anna agreed. After they were done, Nami took their bowls and spoons and drinking bulbs back to the galley for them, an echo of the way she used to clean up after dinner back at home, when that had been home. Then she was off to study with Liliana, and, for all Anna knew, Saladin as well. Nono took her turn being alone in the room. Anna made her way toward the lift in Deck 2 for the Humanist Society, her hands touching the walls at either side of the corridor as if to steady her. It is necessary to renounce a freedom that does not exist, she thought, and to recognize a dependence of which we are not conscious. And it was true, as far as it went. But it was also a mistake to lose sight of all the individual lives and choices and flashes of pure dumb luck that brought humanity as far as they'd come. History, she thought, was perhaps better considered as a great improvisation, a thinking through of some immense, generations-long thought, or daydream. The problem, of course, with the idea of nature versus nurture was that it posed a choice between determinisms. That was something Nami seemed to grasp almost instinctively, but Anna had to remind herself of it. Maybe history was the same way. Theories of how things had to have happened the way they did, only because, looking back, they'd happened that way.
Tomas Myers, a short, thick-set man in a formal white shirt, held the lift for her, and she trotted to it so as not to seem ungrateful. It lurched a little as it rose. "Going to the humanist meeting?" he said. "Once more into the breach," she smiled back. As they rose, she felt the first inklings of the week's sermon starting to fall into place. It revolved, she thought, around Tolstoy's idea of an invisible dependence, and the choice they'd all made to come to the Abbey, and Nami saying, "We're spending our whole lives together, so we need to be really gentle." Because that was always true. The Abbey and Eudoxia were small enough it became impossible to ignore it. But even among the teeming billions of Earth, they were spending their lives together. They needed to be gentle and understanding and careful. It had been true in the depths of history and at the height of Earth's power. And it would still be true now that they were scattering to the more than 1,000 new suns. Maybe, if they could find a way to be gentle, the stars would be better off with them.